the far end of the end zone from us. And the Buckeyes take the field, followed by the Wolverines. Will, another key in this game today is going to be the play of quarterback J.T. Barrett for the Ohio State Buckeyes. A mobile threat, can also put the ball in the air, but this Ohio State offense is poised to stretch the Michigan defense horizontally and more vertically. That leaves Michigan defensive coordinator Don Brown in a bit of a precarious situation. Don Brown used to packing that box with 7, 8 men sometimes, even in an attempt to sell out on the run. Any question on how Don Brown is going to attack the defensive game for the Wolverines here today?
Yeah, well, Don Brown, first-year defensive coordinator for Jim Harbaugh's staff, came over from Boston College a year ago. The reason they brought him in was his ability to stop the spread. Boston College was by no means a great college football program, but in the ACC, they faced teams like Clemson and Florida State that likes to run that power spread, very similar to Urban Meyer's offense with Ohio State. But J.T. Barrett, you mentioned the quarterback for Ohio State, is going to be the most important player of this entire game. He accounts for so much of Ohio State's offense. A mobile quarterback can throw it and can run it both at a high level. Last week against Michigan State, he had 20 carries for over 100 yards. Those are running back type numbers for a quarterback. And he's a big fellow that can run over players. He's not your typical mobile quarterback.
Absolutely. And aside from Barrett, I would say that all eyes today are on Michigan's star athlete, Jabril Peppers. All over the field, his name is back in Heisman contention. And Will, where do you see Peppers having the greatest impact on the field today? You know he's going to see some offensive snaps. You know he's going to be out on defense. You know he's going to be in the punt return game. Where does he make his impact and put his name in the record books today?
I mean, Jabril Peppers, he's your do-it-all man. He plays all 3 phases of the game at a very high level. I see him making the biggest impact on special teams. Ohio State has one of the best punters in the country, and Jabril Peppers is the only one, I think, in the nation that can neutralize that fact. He doesn't need to return any punts or kicks to the house, but what he does need to do is win that field position battle with big returns. If they can get it to midfield, it'll be a short field for Michigan's offense to work with, and I think that will be the key, that Jabril Peppers will make a big impact on the field position battle.
We are just over 8 minutes away from game time. It is senior day here in Columbus, and Will, this is a senior class that is yet to lose to the Wolverines from Ann Arbor. How important is this game today, not just for the seniors, but for the entire Ohio State team, who find themselves a little bit behind the 8 ball coming in terms of getting into not only the Big Ten championship game, but the college football playoff as well?
I think this might be one of the biggest games that the seniors, as you mentioned, have faced. Usually Michigan was not even ranked. This was a game that Ohio State should win. Now we have the number 3 University of Michigan Wolverines coming into the shoe to face number 2, the Ohio State University Buckeyes. And this is a huge game for everyone involved, especially those seniors. I think if they win, they're certainly in the playoff contention. I don't care if they don't win, if they're not the official winners of the Big Ten with 1 loss. And this win against number 3 Michigan will be a great win on the resume. So I think this is a huge game for the Buckeyes, and everyone knows it.
Absolutely. Again, the winner is poised to face the Wisconsin Badgers in Indianapolis at Lucas Oil Stadium next weekend. But before we can get there, Michigan has to win this game to get in. Ohio State has to win this game to get in and see a Penn State loss at the hands of the Michigan State Spartans so far tonight. And if you're Urban Meyer, looking at this offense that you have, I know we just touched on it a moment ago, who is your impact player? Curtis Samuel, obviously an incredible back for the Ohio State Buckeyes, can also catch that ball out wide. Where are they going to move this ball around that offensive side, and where is that impact going to come?
Well, Urban Meyer's offense makes its name by getting small chunks of yards time after time and just wearing out the defense with long drives, just eating away at the clock. And that Curtis Samuel is their most explosive offensive player, and he's sort of similar to Jabril Peppers with his ability. When he's on the field, all 11 eyes are on Curtis Samuel. Whether he gets the ball or not, he's going to move the defense and look for him to make big plays. He's their big play threat. He's a home run hitter. And even if like I said, even if he doesn't get the ball, he's a decoy, and he opens up the field for all the other 10 guys on offense for the Buckeyes.
We want to take just a moment to welcome all of you joining us on the airwaves on 88.3 WCBN FM Ann Arbor and Metro Detroit, all the way over to Lansing. It's an honor to be on air today here for what is sure to be one of the biggest games in the last 10 years of Michigan football. Will, 10 years ago this weekend, back in 2006, was maybe one of the best games in Michigan football history. Came into Ohio State a 1-2 matchup with the Buckeyes. A day after Bo Schembechler, Michigan's vaunted coach, passed away, came in and had a game for the ages, dropped 42-39. That Ohio State team later went on to the national championship. But do you see echoes of that in today's game and how this is shaping up to play?
Yeah, certainly, Jeremy. It's the 10-year anniversary of that amazing game. Number 2, Michigan. Number 1, Ohio State. Now it's number 3, Michigan. Number 2, Ohio State. But yes, I see a lot of similarities to that game. All the hype, all this week, Thanksgiving week, all the build-up. Now we're finally here. We finally get to see this matchup that everyone's been anticipating as the Michigan Wolverines walk onto the field and are welcomed by hostile boos from the crowd here at the shoe.
There is a lot of vitriol, Will, in this rivalry. As we said, 113 times these teams have met each other. Over the last decade, it's been all Ohio State, winning 11 of the last 12. However, that doesn't mean anything when you come into today's game. Michigan has taken the field. They will take their sideline. And as we are about to bring in play-by-play caller Leo Blavin in just a moment, Will, before we send you off for the first half, predictions for this game?
I mean, it's going to be I'll get to the score later, but it's going to be a bloodbath for sure. The weather's pretty nippy. It seems like there won't be any condensation from the sky, but I think it's going to be big, hard-fought, physical. I think both D-lines for either team are very elite, and this is going to be a low-scoring affair. It's not going to be a shootout like you see in the Pac-12 or the Big 12, and I think if Michigan can force Ohio State into third and long situations, that's going to be the key, stopping them on first and second down. If they can do that, then Michigan can come away with the victory.
And as we say goodbye to Will Yang in our pregame show, we are raising the American flag here at the shoe. I'd like to welcome in Leo Blavin. Leo, completing the pregame show. You've seen it out on the field. Wilton Spate did play in warmups. Do you think we're going to see him start today for the Wolverines?
Yeah, there was no signs of any physical limitations in warmups. Granted, it didn't look like there were many last week, but he was doing his practice reps with the first team. I would be surprised if he didn't at least give this game a go. It's obviously the biggest game of his career. It's the biggest game for most of these players' careers, and it will be for the rest of their lives. This will be the game that defines many of these players' careers at both schools. Obviously, the stakes couldn't be higher. The number two team in the nation, Ohio State, the number 3 team in the nation, the Michigan Wolverines. So the stakes could not be higher. The stakes could not be clearer here in Columbus, Ohio. So the band clears the field for the Ohio State Buckeyes. Jeremy, give me your keys to the game first, starting with the Michigan Wolverines if they want to pull off the upset.
Look at both sides of the ball. First, we'll start on offense, Leo. Michigan, as we mentioned, has a question at quarterback. We'll have to see when that first offensive drive begins, whether it's John O'Corn or Wilton Spate to come out on the offensive side of the ball. As we have the F-16s flying overhead, might have cut out for a moment there. Whether you see John O'Corn or Wilton Spate come in at quarterback, Michigan is at some point going to have to put this ball in the air, no matter how much you want to keep it on the ground with a 4 set of running backs led by Davion Smith. How is Michigan going to attack the offensive game plan? Ohio State brings in one of the most vaunted defenses in the country. Every single player starting for Ohio State today is a top 250 recruit coming out of high school. Most of them 4- and 5-star recruits, and they have shown nothing less in their time here at Ohio State. Looks like we're getting ready for the coin toss at midfield, but then you go over on the defensive side of the ball, and we talked about this in the pregame with Will. Don Brown, used to packing the box. They call him Dr. Blitz. How much is he going to be able to do that today against this Ohio State offense that is known for being able to stretch the field horizontally, get to the edges, and use that speed to beat out their opponents? It'll be interesting to see on all facets of the ball how the Wolverines fare today.
Urban Meyer hasn't lost as the head coach of Ohio State against Michigan. What do the Buckeyes have to do to make him 5-0?
The Buckeyes are going to have to shut down some playmakers for Michigan, both on offense and defense. You look at the return game. Taking Jabril Peppers out of the punt return game with Australian punter Cameron Johnston, limiting his opportunities to get Michigan into good field position. On offense, they have to shut down the run game, halt Davion Smith, Karan Higdon, Chris Evans, and the like. That huge depth at the running back position for the Wolverines as they're going to try and gash it out on the ground. And then defensively, that offensive line for Ohio State is going to have to put up with a relentless Michigan defensive attack under Don Brown. And that is Ohio State's keys to the game, shutting it down on all three facets and keeping Urban Meyer perfect against the Wolverines.
We want to welcome all of you across the state of Michigan listening on 88.3 WCBN FM Ann Arbor and online at youtube.com/WCBN Sports. I'm Leo Blavin. Joining me high above the Ohio State sideline here in Columbus, Ohio, at the Horseshoe Ohio Stadium is Jeremy Parks. Michigan winning the toss, electing to receive. You surprised at all with Michigan going with the aggressive mentality off the opening coin toss?
Not at all. That's exactly what this rivalry is about. Who has more guts than the other? Michigan going to try and get it done first offensively. And if they're able to put up points on this first drive, it's going to bode well for the rest of the game in terms of confidence and ability.
Ohio State going with their home scarlet uniforms with the white numerals, going with the cannonball helmets, not the traditional helmets we're used to. No Buckeye Leafs today. It looks just like a cannonball as it's described. Michigan in their road white uniforms, the white pants, of course the famed winged helmet and the blue numerals. Back deep to return for Michigan. Jabril Peppers kicking it off for Ohio State is Tyler Durbin. From the left hash marks at his own 35. It's a pooch kick. Angling towards the sideline, takes a favorable bounce for the Buckeyes, and having to dive on it is one of the upbacks for Michigan, and the Wolverines will start at their own 23-yard line as you wait to see who emerges from the sideline as the quarterback, and it will be Wilton Spate. He is your starter today against Ohio State.
As you said, Leo, it didn't look like there was anything wrong mechanically with Wilton Spate in the warm-ups. Took the majority of his practice reps with the first team. We didn't see Wilton Spate at all last week. Injured his shoulder at Iowa 2 weeks ago. And he's now stepping onto the biggest stage of his college career as the shoot begins to roll.
The Scarlet and Gray faithful on their feet. The first play of the game. At the 22-yard line, Michigan will snap it from the left hash mark. Spate under center. Davion Smith, the tailback. The give is to Smith, cutting across the 25, and he's upended, but a nice pickup on first down, picks up 5.
And with that depth at running back, that's exactly what Davion Smith is going to offer, running right into that pile and continuing to churn those legs and pick up extra yards after contact.
Draymond Jones with his 41st tackle of the season, the first of the game for Ohio State. 2nd down and 6 is what it reads on the scoreboard here in Columbus. Jabril Peppers in as the quarterback in the shotgun. To his right is Smith, 2 out wide to the right, 1 out wide to the left. Takes the snap. He's going to keep it and run to the right side. Gets across the line, needed the gain to move the sticks, and the 6-yard carry makes it fresh set of downs for Michigan.
We've seen Jabril Peppers take the snap out of the Wildcat multiple times this season. It's been 50-50 for the Wolverines in terms of success. Haven't really seen it a lot in the last couple of weeks result in positive yardage, but Jabril Peppers is able to get the first down of the game for the Wolverines.
1st and 10 for Michigan on their own 33. From the right hash mark, Spade under center as Smith is the tailback. Kekoa Crawford out wide to the right. Darbo to the left. Spade drops back. Pressure coming. Checks it down to Jake Butt. Running across the middle in the left flats. Across the 40. Nearing midfield. He's tackled out of bounds along the Michigan sideline at their own 47-yard line. A nice connection from Spate to America's tight end, Jake Butt.
Jake Butt tried to stiff arm Marshawn Lattimore as he was headed out of bounds. Good job by Lattimore to limit Jake Butt. Found him in wide open space. Good poise there by Spate to make the on-time delivery.
A drive that started at Michigan's own 22 has seen the Wolverines advance to their own 47-yard line. Lots of motion here. Just 3 down linemen as the tackles now take shape. Khalid Hill, the fullback, Davion Smith, the tailback. Spate under center, 1st and 10. The give to Smith. Cutting to the right side. Eludes a first tackler and gets to the block O at midfield. Into Ohio State territory are the Wolverines for the first time today. A 3-yard scamper for Davion Smith.
And I'll tell you what, Leo, the Wolverines are winning the battle in the trenches so far early. Offensive linemen like Eric Magnuson, Kyle Kalis, paving the way so far for this Wolverines run game.
1st and 10 at the Ohio State 49. Spate under center has Hill, the fullback, in the offset eye to the right. Davion Smith, the tailback. 2 receivers out wide to the left now. Darbo motions from left to right. He'll be split out wide right. And a false start prior to the snap will push the Wolverines back to their own half of the field. And the crowd here at Ohio State loving it.
Wait and see who the penalty was on here for just a moment. But those are the kind of mistakes that are going to doom either side. Small 5, 10-yard penalties that start to knock you back and limit the progress that the Wolverines have already made so far in the drive.
It's the senior, Jake Butt, called for the motion prior to the snap. And Michigan cannot afford the mental errors. Now 2nd down and 11 after the Wolverines are pushed back 5 yards from the false start. Jake Butt in the slot left. Darbo out wide to the left. Spade under center with Smith, the tailback at Michigan, to throw in 46 on the first drive of this game. Spade fakes to give to Smith. Rolls out to the left. Has time. Fires it down to Darbo, who makes the catch. Crosses midfield. And he's hit at the legs by Marshawn Lattimore. But he picks up 10 yards on the connection. Sets up 3rd down and 4.
That's a great job by the Wolverines to get back some of that penalty, make it a much more manageable 3rd down here. Now they have options. It's a 3rd and somewhat of a medium to go. They can put it on the ground with Davion Smith, or they can put it in the air with Wilton Spate.
Some confusion out of the Michigan huddle, but still plenty of time on the play clock. 11:55 still to go in the first quarter on the opening drive of the game. It's Michigan football at the Ohio State 46. 3rd down and 3. Spade under center has Smith behind him. Darbo out wide to the left. McDoom out wide to the right. Spate looking to throw. 5-step drop. Has time. Kicks it down to Jake Butt. And he is not able to hang on. It hits the turf. Incomplete. And a decision here early for Michigan. And the punt unit comes out. So Michigan will look to pin the Buckeyes deep.
And despite the fact that Michigan unable to secure any points on the drive, it still looked like a confident opening drive offensively for the Wolverines. They had the right route. Jake Butt was there. Just a poor throw, a bit too low from Wilton Spate. Ends the Wolverines' first offensive effort of the day.
Curtis Samuel, the deep man, back to return. Kenny Allen lined up at his own 40. Fields the snap, takes his time, and punts a high booming kick angling towards the Michigan sideline. Samuel signals for the fair catch and makes it at his own 7-yard line. Kenny Allen does his job, and the Buckeyes will have to go 93 yards to reach pay dirt on their first drive of the game. I think the biggest takeaway for Michigan fans on that opening drive, Wilton Spate certainly looked confident in the pocket. No signs of the injury.
Absolutely, and he didn't take much pressure, which is a good thing as well. The Wolverines don't want to risk re-aggravating that collarbone injury for Wilton Spate. So that offensive line did a great job of holding up on the Ohio State defense, which was another question coming into the game for the Wolverines. But now flipping that ball over to the offensive side for the Buckeyes, their offensive line also has some questions coming into this game.
There's a timeout on the field. 11:36 still to play in this first quarter. Michigan not able to get points on their opening drive of the game, but they do pin the Buckeyes deep with a nice punt by Kenny Allen. Ohio State will start this drive officially at their own 8-yard line. What should Michigan fans expect from this Ohio State offense that at times has looked as explosive as any and at other times has really struggled? In particular, last week against Michigan State, the Buckeyes only able to amass 17 points. It was enough to come away, though, with a 17-16 victory.
The Buckeyes, as you mentioned, can be a very explosive offense, and when they do that best is when they're getting the ball to the outside, when they're able to stretch defenses horizontally, trying to get to the edges and utilize speed and athleticism to beat out their defenders. Michigan, to counter that, is going to have to put fewer men in the box, try and spread wide, and I think, Leo, you're going to see Jabril Peppers play a spy role on just about every single play so far on defense today, trying to stop J.T. Barrett, who is a very mobile quarterback for the Buckeyes.
This is a game that's traditionally, at least of late, been dominated by Ohio State in the trenches. We talked to some of our friends over at Scarlet and Gray Radio, the Ohio State Student Radio Network, before this game, and they mentioned this might be the first year in a long time that Ohio State's offensive line may be outdone by Michigan's offensive line, and that has to be a big payoff for Michigan, which is recruited defensive line, a defensive line that really is unmatched throughout the country, a testament to Brady Hoke's ability to coach a defensive line as well as Greg Madison, and now Michigan looking to get dividends out of that talented and experienced defensive front four.
And they recruited Don Brown to become the defensive coordinator this offseason over at Boston College last year, had the best defense statistically in the country while working with the worst offense statistically in the country. Don Brown is a defensive mind. He said he's been looking at the tape for this game since the day he was hired by the Wolverines. Wouldn't be surprised if he's had in his mind what he wants to do in terms of defensive schemes since that first day on the job a few months ago. Don Brown is going to have to do things a little bit differently than he's done so far this season. As we mentioned, he loves to blitz. He loves to pack men in the box. Going to have to be careful with how much he tries to do that on this Ohio State offense because, as we said, and I'll hammer it home all day long, when they get outside, they are great.
Who are the players that make you most nervous on the Ohio State offense?
Without a doubt, you have to look at Curtis Samuel. Has the speed, comes out of the backfield, also has the ability to catch the ball out wide. Something you and I talked about before the game is looking at Ohio State trying to get matchups between Samuel and Channing Stribling, Michigan's number 2 cornerback behind Jordan Lewis. And that's without a doubt the most dangerous player on this team. Second would be JT Barrett, the mobile quarterback who sometimes puts it in the air.
Ohio State's offense comes into this game averaging 43.8 points per game. That's good for 5th in the entire country. 11:36 still to go in the first quarter. Ohio State with the ball for the first time today, backed up at their own 8-yard line. It'll be 1st and 10 with the Buckeyes snapping it from the right hash marks in the shadow of their own end zone. JT Barrett will be in the pistol. Early motion sends 3 guys to the left. Samuel in the backfield to the left of Barrett. First down, it's a quarterback option read. Barrett gives to Samuel, gets to the edge, and he will be tackled after a 13-yard pickup on first down across the 20 down to the Ohio State 23-yard line, and that's something Michigan cannot afford to see often today.
The perfect example, Ohio State just switching those 3 receivers out to the left, bringing them in motion and pulling away defenders from that right-hand side, able to get a big gain on first down to the edge.
Ohio State quickly back to the line, 1st and 10 from their own 22. Option read once again. Barrett will once again give to Samuel, and this time Michigan doing much better. Mike McRae seals the edge and brings down Samuel for a 2-yard pickup.
And that is a much better job of containing Curtis Samuel, forcing him to dive back to the inside and limiting his gain to just 2 yards. That's the difference for Michigan between the first play and the second play, and that will be the battle all game long.
Still scoreless as we're under 11 minutes here in the first quarter of the game. Barrett fires it for the first time today. Noah Brown makes the reception, cutting inside and across the 35 down to the 39-yard line. A nice connection from Barrett to Brown for 10 yards, moves the sticks once again for the Buckeyes, their second first down of this opening drive.
Ohio State moving quickly, but that's a great job of finding an open receiver in the middle of the zone coverage.
Ohio State quickly back to the line. Mike Weber will get his first carry of the game, trying to bounce it out to the right side. Finds old Peppers, chases him from behind, and brings him down along with Ben Gedeon for a 3-yard gain by the redshirt freshman tailback out of Detroit, Michigan.
Not something you see a lot of out of the Ohio State Buckeyes, but trying to move quickly and throw this Michigan defense off of its rhythm, working in the hurry.
2nd down and 5 for the Buckeyes at their own 44 as they near midfield. Barrett takes the shotgun snap. It's a designed run. Trying to run up the middle now, bounces it to the outside. He's wrapped up near the 50-yard line, and he will get there. And with the spot, it's the 3rd first down of this opening drive for the Buckeyes. Michigan, no answer for these run plays.
And Michigan's first defensive drive of the day has been a bugaboo all season long. Across the board, trying to buckle down after this opening drive.
1st and 10. Barrett looking to throw for the second time today. Fires out to the right side. A lot of contact, and the flag comes out. Channing Striblin absolutely tackled Noah Brown, who was cutting towards the Michigan sideline.
Would like to see the replay on this. Not sure if Noah Brown tripped over his own laces, which I think is the argument that Channing Stribling is making. There's still a conversation going on between the officiating crew just shy of midfield.
5 Zebras all huddled up having a conversation.
We'll take a look at the replay on the big screen here at the Horseshoe, and it does look like there was some contact between Channing Stribling and Noah Brown.
Jim Harbaugh not happy. It's a holding call, so it's just a 5-yard penalty.
But enough for a first down for the Buckeyes.
And Ohio State now into Michigan territory. They'll snap this one from the 40-yard line in the right hash mark. 2 out wide to left, 1 out wide to the right. Weber in the slot right. Likely to motion into the backfield. Barrett alone right now in the shotgun. Jabril Peppers lined up as the left defensive end. Michigan with 6 in the box. 1st and 10. Barrett looks to the sideline for the play call. Under 10 minutes to go here in the first quarter of this scoreless affair between Michigan and Ohio State, with the Buckeyes driving on their first possession of the game. Weber motions into the back. Option read once again. Barrett will keep it. Cuts across the middle. Across the 30. Lots of room. Stutter steps across the 25 and is wrapped up by Delano Hill after a 20-yard scamper as Ohio State closing in on the red zone.
And that's a fantastic job by the offensive lineman, Jamarco Jones, to open up the hole for JT Barrett to squeeze through and pick up the biggest gain of the day so far for the Buckeyes.
No answer right now for Michigan's defense as the Buckeyes started this drive at their own 8-yard line and are closing in on the red zone. They'll snap it from the 21. Barrett has Weber to his left, 2 out wide to the right, 1 to the left. Once again, the Buckeyes will run it to give to Weber, and no room this time. He's stunted for a 1-yard loss.
And that's where the Michigan defense is going to excel, is if the Buckeyes try and go inside with the run game. We've seen it work on the outside and on the edges, but running north to south against this Michigan defense is not going to be the best move.
Matt Godin, Ryan Glasgow plugging the holes there. They'll give him forward progress, officially 2nd down and 9. Barrett in the shotgun as Weber to his right hip, 1 out wide to the right. Samuel motions from left to right. It's a jet sweep. The pitch up front to Samuel, and Charlton takes him down nearly in the backfield. He pulled him to a 1-yard gain, and Michigan's defensive ends are going to have to make plays in open space.
And Taco Charlton, the 6'6", 272-pound senior out of Pickerington, Ohio, is going to see a lot of action so far today on this Michigan defense.
Michigan's defense looking to hold the Buckeyes to a field goal. Quick 3rd down and 8 snap. Barrett forced to roll out to the right, has some room in front of him. Now tucking it, trying to run, and Stribling sends him out of bounds on the sideline for a 2-yard loss. And the Buckeyes field goal unit will come out. All things considered, Ohio State starting at their own 7 or 8-yard line, depending on how you take it. It's going to be pretty happy with a field goal.
Looking at field goal kicker Tyler Durbin coming out. Hasn't seen a lot of action beyond the 40-yard line, just 3 attempts. He's made 2 of them beyond 40. This one is going to be just shy of that, I believe.
Officially a 37-yard field goal for Durbin, who's only missed 1 this season, and that came from over 40 yards. Durbin from the right hash marks. It's a low kick, angling between the uprights, and it is no good. He missed it wide to the left, and Durbin, his first miss inside 40 yards this season. You wonder if the nerves played a factor there. He's a former soccer player at James Madison University, not expected to be the starting kicker this year. He's performed admirably in that role, but unfortunately for the Buckeyes, they come away with no points on their opening drive.
And I want to see on the replay whether or not the laces were to the outside, because the way that he kicked the ball, it looked like a low line drive kick that went just left of the goalpost. Looked like there might have been some contact on there that he didn't want, but at the end of the day, the Michigan defense has to be pleased. They gave up a big chunk of yardage to the Buckeyes, but come away clean. It's still 0-0, and they'll get the ball back at the 20.
Michigan's defense, I don't think, can be happy with that opening drive, though. What did you see that the Buckeyes were doing so effectively?
Again, it's the offensive line for the Buckeyes was going to be a big question mark, but they were able to open holes. You look at it on the JT Barrett read option. He was able to squirt right through a big hole and find a massive – no. They are still playing protection on the pass, and that was just a poor job of containing JT Barrett. But again, the offensive line creating holes, Ohio State getting to the outside, and that was big on that opening drive. You saw the couple 2-3 plays where Ohio State decided to run right into the pile. It was ineffective, maybe a yard or 2, but when they got to the edges, you're picking up an average of 6-7 yards a carry.
8-11 still to play in this first quarter as Michigan's second offensive drive of the game about to get underway. What Wolverines on their first drive with Wilton Spate back as the starting quarterback.
Well, Michigan was able to use that running game to their advantage, and their offensive line as well, doing a fantastic job. Like I mentioned, Eric Magnuson, Kyle Kalis able to create holes for Davion Smith to open that one up. And then the passing game looked good as well. I mean, the play that ended the drive, Jake Butt had a nice cross route. He was wide open for Wilton Spate. Just a low throw from Spate, maybe a little bit of nerves as well, ended the drive. But Michigan did look confident. They looked strong, and they looked unaffected by this vaunted Ohio State defense.
Ohio State holding their last 3 opponents on average to just over a touchdown per game, officially 7.3 points per game. So any touchdowns for Michigan will certainly be a victory for the offense today. What do the Wolverines have to do, though? What are the weaknesses, if there are any, in this Ohio State defense?
I don't know exactly if I would call them weaknesses. They're maybe just not as strong as the other extremely strong suits. One thing that you'll want to take a look at with this Ohio State defense is look for Michigan to try and get matchups with Damon Arnett in coverage. We were told by Scarlet and Gray Radio before the game that he is the big play give-up guy in coverage for the Buckeyes.
You're listening to the student radio home of Michigan football and Michigan athletics, WCBN FM Ann Arbor, and online at youtube.com/WCBN Sports. Leo Blavin and Jeremy Parks with Eli Sherman and Will Yang joining us here in Columbus, Ohio at Ohio Stadium, the Horseshoe. 8-11 still to play in the first quarter. Michigan with their second drive of the game after they missed Tyler Durbin 37-yard field goal. It's still scoreless. Michigan takes over at their own 20. I formation, Henry Poggi, the fullback, Jake Butt, the tight end to the right, Darbo out wide left. Spate gives to Smith, running towards the middle, finds a slight hole, and Poggi with a missed block limits the gain to just 2 yards for Smith.
And a good job by Smith to try and bounce to the outside, but that's a pretty vanilla play call for first down for the Wolverines, and that'll be easily sniffed out by the Buckeyes.
They'll officially mark it as a 3-yard gain. Second down and 7. 7:45 still to play in the opening quarter. Michigan will snap it from the right hash mark. Khalid Hill, the fullback, Davion, correction. That's Karan Higdon is the tailback. Spate fakes the give to Higdon, drops back, checks down to Jake Butt in the right flats, and he's wrapped up immediately. A great open field tackle made by Jerome Baker.
Should be a gain of about 2, and that is a fantastic job in coverage. Wolverines, though, targeting Jake Butt a lot more early than they have been in recent weeks.
Third down and 5 upcoming. The crowd on their feet here in Columbus. The student section, the Block O as they call them here, rising to the occasion in this rivalry game. Spate in the shotgun as Smith to his right. Hip motioning is Grant Perry. Back to the left slot. Chesson out wide to the left, Darbo out wide to the right. Spate has the blitz picked up. The catch is made by Perry across the 45. Nearing midfield is the slot receiver, and Grant Perry, who's had a limited role in the offense in conference play, makes the big reception in the Brother Rice product, has Michigan driving once again. A first down for the Maize and Blue.
And that's something that's going to surprise this Ohio State defense, is Michigan mixing in lesser-known players, trying to run plays to, guys that they might not have as much film on. And it worked right there for the Wolverines for a big gain close to midfield.
Jabril Peppers in the pep cat formation in the pistol with Smith behind him. Wide receivers out wide to both sides. Peppers takes an option read. He'll give to Smith cutting up the middle, and the Ohio State defense has that well read. They're used to facing that offense in practice every single day, and they were up to the occasion there.
And trying to use Jabril Peppers as a decoy there for once in the pep cat. He's not the man with the ball, although he could have been in the option, but Davion Smith falling forward for just a yard.
Ron Higdon enters the huddle for second down and 9, 6 minutes to go in the first quarter. Scoreless between Ohio State and Michigan here in Columbus. Michigan will snap it from their own 47-yard line. Spate under center. Gives to Higdon. Not a lot of room towards the left side. That hole was filled immediately by Sam Hubbard, who brings down Higdon after a 1 yard, maybe 2 yard pickup. Officially 3rd and 7. And once again, the Ohio State crowd on their feet making the noise.
And when Michigan decides to run the ball on 1st and 2nd down, most of the time against this Ohio State defense, you're going to leave your offense with a 3rd and long, and that is not the position Michigan wants to be playing from so far today.
You'd be hard-pressed to find a louder venue in all of college football. How does Michigan answer the noise? Davion Smith to the right of Spate, who's in the shotgun. Perry slot left, Darbo wide left, Chesson wide right. Spate has time, steps up in the pocket, fires it over the middle. The Michigan receiver, Amar Darbo, is down before the throw was even released, and Harbaugh is furious running down his sideline. Michigan's bench wanting a flag. The Ohio State fans gladly will not see the yellow coming, and Michigan will be forced to punt. But there was a lot of contact before that throw.
A lot of contact indeed. Trying to see who it was in coverage. It looked like Marshawn Lattimore was in there and gave Darbo a push in the back, but nothing's going to come of it. And Michigan, again, going to have to punch from close to midfield.
Curtis Samuel lined up at his own 10. Kenny Allen, the punter for Michigan, lined up at his own 35. Good snap, plenty of time, and Allen gets another nice boot off, angling towards the far sideline. Samuel signals for the fair catch. It takes a Michigan bounce, rolling inside the 10, inside the 6, and it will be down inside the 5 at the 4.5-yard line. Kenny Allen, the difference maker so far for Michigan, turning those semi-successful drives for Michigan into very successful drives by pinning the Buckeye offense deep. But the Buckeyes started their previous drive at their own 8-yard line and drove deep into Michigan territory. How does the Michigan defense flip the field once again by forcing a 3-and-out or better?
Trying to spread that defense out again, more to the edges, trying to keep guys from stacking up in the middle, which it looked like the Ohio State offense was not too interested in going, like I said, north to south, up the middle, trying to prevent outside gains and maybe still try and bring some of that pressure off of the edges on this offensive line that may struggle if Michigan begins to bring heavier blitz pressure.
4:58 still to go in the first quarter. You're listening to the Michigan Football Student Radio Network, WCBN FM Ann Arbor, and online at youtube.com/WCBN Sports. We will be without commercial for this entire game. We'll have Jeremy Parks and Will Yang providing you the halftime show. Stay with us online at youtube.com/WCBN Sports for the post-game show as well, as we're excited to bring you this game live from Columbus, Ohio at the Horseshoe. I'm Leo Blavin and Jeremy Parks, your color commentator for the first half. The second half, it'll be me and fellow senior Eli Sherman. Eli and I, as well as the rest of Michigan students on campus, have never seen Michigan beat Ohio State as undergraduate students. There's not a player on this Michigan roster except for a few redshirt seniors who have been a part of a win over the Buckeyes. And a lot of credit has to be given to Urban Meyer, who's never lost as the head coach in this rivalry game. Jeremy, Michigan not getting the doors blown off early on, as we've seen in the past. We're so used to this game getting ugly quickly. But Michigan, I think, has to get another stop here for the defense to build confidence.
Exactly, and something we saw last year in Ann Arbor, that game was close on the scoreboard for the first half, but Urban Meyer masterful going into the locker room and making his adjustments. And Ohio State came back out, gashed the running game for the entire second half, and blew the doors off the Wolverines in the final 2 quarters. Michigan is going to have to not only stay close, but they'll really want to lead headed into the locker room, knowing how Urban Meyer is with his teams in the second half. One of the best efficiency ratings between first and second half in all of college football.
I think it's worth noting many people are viewing this as the team Michigan is best suited to beat Ohio State with, at least in the near future. A lot of people are seeing all the seniors that are leaving, and it's well documented. Jabril Pepper's not a senior, but likely headed for the NFL draft. Jordan Lewis, Channing Stribling, really most of Michigan's prominent defensive players, all done with this rivalry after this afternoon's contest. Ohio State returns a lot of talent, and it doesn't seem that even with a lot of freshmen and sophomore contributors that the Buckeyes are going anywhere anytime soon. So Michigan, this is the team Ann Arbor residents and Michigan fans across the world have been waiting for. This is the team they have pegged all the pressure on to finally beat Ohio State. The Buckeyes starting their second drive here of the game. They're ruling that it touched one of the gunners for Michigan at the 11-yard line, and that's where the Buckeyes will start their second drive of the game. Option read. Barrett decides to keep it, and it didn't really matter as Wormley blew that play up in the backfield before Samuel could get the carry. And the pressure forces a no gain on 1st and 10.
And a great job by Chris Wormley, yet another senior on this team from the state of Ohio for the Wolverines. You'll see a lot of both him and Charlton today on defense.
Ohio State quickly back to the line. It's Baugh, the tight end, who makes the reception along the Michigan sideline, stays in bounds, and gets towards the 15-yard line. A 5-yard connection from J.T. Barrett to Marcus Baugh, just his 22nd reception of the year. Delano Hill with the tackle. Ohio State quickly back to the line. 3rd and 6. Can the Michigan defense get off the field in 3 downs? Barrett in the shotgun has 3 out wide to the left. Has time now. Pressure coming from the backside. Glasgow brings him down for the sack. A 5-yard loss, and the Buckeyes will punt. And the Michigan defense forces that crucial 3 and out with 4 minutes to go in the first quarter of this scoreless version of the game.
Ryan Glasgow, one of the strongest members of that Michigan defensive line, able to fight off the coverage and just battle his way to J.T. Barrett, bringing him down from behind. Barrett had no idea it was coming, and he took him to the ground. Michigan with a 3 and out.
Spread punt. Cameron Johnston, an Aussie, lined up in the middle of the C in the Buckeye end zone. He has a big leg, and it's a rugby-style kick, low liner that Peppers will let bounce, and it takes a Buckeye bounce rolling towards the Ohio State sideline, and that is a great punt from his own end zone all the way down to the Michigan 36-yard line. Some scuffles after the flag, or after the punt is down, but no flags coming, and rightfully so. We haven't really seen much chippiness yet, but that's a great punt, flipping the field position by Cameron Johnson. Punting from his own end zone, and Michigan will start this drive at their own 37-yard line officially.
Just for note, the extracurriculars, Craig Fada and Michael Yokes for the Wolverines. Be interesting to watch the chippiness in this game, a rivalry so heated throughout. Luckily, we're moving pretty quickly between the end of the punt and the start of the offensive drive today. Leo, Michigan's already about ready to get it underway here.
No TV timeout stopping us here. 3:28 still to go in the first quarter. Scoreless between Michigan and Ohio State. Wolverines' 3rd drive of the game. Darbo motions to the left. Spate under center at his own 37, 1st and 10. Fires out to the right side. Chesson gets separation off the man in coverage. It was Denzel Ward. And the catch is made by Chesson. 1st and 10, I believe. No, correction, a 9-yard reception made by Chesson. So it'll be 2nd and very short. Opening up the entire playbook here with Michigan at their own 46.
And that intermediate passing game is something we saw Wilton Spade struggle with early on in the season. Good to see that throw nice and in there early.
Jake Butt lined up out wide to the right, now motions into the backfield with Khalid Hill and Davion Smith the tailback. Spade under center with Darbo out wide to the left. Spade gives to Smith on a delayed give, pushing towards the 45, and he'll be dropped for a 1-yard loss. A gang of scarlet shirts in the backfield. Jalen Holmes leading the way, his 9th tackle for loss on the season.
Just like that, Michigan now facing a 3 and out if they're unable to pick up 2 here for the first. And again, just shy of midfield.
Spade quickly to the line, gives to Smith, running up the middle. He gets the low pad level, but there were 2 flags on the field. And I believe this will be against Ohio State, as Urban Meyer was desperately trying to get the timeout. And it's going to be offsides or 12 men on the field. Either way, it's going to be a 1st down for Michigan, whether they want the penalty or not, because they did get the snap off.
Looked like Raekwon McMillan, Ohio State's most feared linebacker was yelling over to the sideline, and it appeared as though he was yelling at lineman Michael Hill to get back on the field.
No flag. Ohio State just getting their 12th man. We're getting that indication. Just getting their 12th man off the field prior to the snap. Either way, it's a 1st and 10 off the carry by Smith. Michigan at the 48. Spate in the shotgun. Has all sorts of time. Steps up. Fires it over the middle. In traffic. Grant Perry with his 2nd catch of the day. Another 9-yard pickup to the Bloomfield Hills native.
What a window to Grant Perry. Able to get that in there. Tight coverage by Jerome Baker for the Buckeyes. And Wilton Spate doesn't look like he's being hampered by a collarbone injury early here, Leo. Fitting it in a tight spot.
2 minutes still to play in the first quarter. Scoreless between Michigan and Ohio State. Spain under center as Hill is the fullback. Davion Smith dotting the I with Chesson to the left. 2 tight ends set. The give is to Hill. It's a fullback dive running up the middle. And once again, Jalen Holmes coming off the edge and wrapping Hill up from behind, but with just 2nd and 1 needed. The 2-yard pickup plenty for the first down. And Michigan back in Ohio State territory once again with 1:45 still to play in this scoreless first quarter.
Khalid Hill is still the most efficient back in all of college football. Seems as though every time he's brought in, it's right on a goal line punch in for the Wolverines. But he's just as fine to punch it for the first down. And the Wolverines in business in Ohio State territory.
Jake Butt, the tight end to the right, motions to the left. Tyrone Wheatley Jr., the tight end on the right side, Butt on the left. First down, play action. Spade steps up, pressure coming, fires it out to the left side. Jake Butt makes the catch at the 25 into the red zone. And he's bottled down at the 19-yard line, sandwiched between 2 Buckeye defenders. Spate needed to float that ball in. Nice touch shown by the redshirt sophomore. Finds America's tight end. And the Wolverines are in the red zone for the first time today with a minute to go.
Spate almost put that one a bit too high. Good concentration by Jake Butt to turn his body around, make the catch, and then turn upfield and gain some extra yardage. Michigan in the red zone, poised for the first score of the day.
Spate got rid of that football as he was hit. No sign of wear or tear as he popped back up quickly, delivering the strike to Jake Butt. 1st and 10. It's a wide receiver sweep to Chesson. Tries to cut back upfield, has a nice block in front of him and gets to the 9-yard line. It was Ian Bunting laying waste to Malik Hooker, who was the safety trying to bring down the tackle. Denzel Ward, though, in there for the stop.
I like that play call from Michigan, trying to stretch this Ohio State defense to the outside, not necessarily going north to south on every single play. Normally you see that sweep run to Eddie McDoom, but that time going to Chesson, maybe confuse the Ohio State defense.
For the 3rd time this drive, it's 2nd down and 1. Spate under center. Davion Smith, the tailback, Poggi and Hill both in as fullbacks. The give to Smith. Cuts across the 10. It's a first down, and Michigan will not have to run another play in this first quarter, and we will head to the second quarter, it appears, with a fresh set of downs for the Wolverines. It'll be goal to go when we get the second quarter underway. 10, 9, 8 is what the game clock reads. And Michigan in no hurry to get the snap off. They'll switch ends of the field. They were going north to south, left to right, across your dial in the first quarter. We'll flip that in the second quarter. It'll be Michigan going right to left, away from the majority of the Ohio State student section, or south to north for you more directionally inclined. At the end of the first quarter, it's Michigan 0, Ohio State 0, with the Wolverines driving here on the Michigan Football Student Radio Network, WCBN FM Ann Arbor. Jeremy, what is Michigan doing so well on this drive?
Well, Michigan is mixing it up. Like I said, they're bringing in players that you don't normally see. Grant Perry with 2 big catches already today. You see J.U. Chesson running a play that's normally meant for Eddie McDoom, and you see some of these setups that are undoubtedly going to throw off a defense, and Michigan's doing a great job of mixing it in. We already saw a couple pep cat downs. We've seen a little bit of everything from this Michigan offense, and they're chugging right along, putting themselves in 2nd and short, 3rd and short situations, and it's paying dividends as they are, again, poised for the first score of the day with Ohio State, their best drive of the day, ending in a missed field goal, and the Wolverines breathing a sigh of relief. End of the first quarter, scoreless. It's the game.
We want to thank all of you listening on youtube.com/WCBN Sports and on the radio dial throughout the Southeast Michigan region on 88.3 WCBN FM Ann Arbor. We have to thank our station for giving us this opportunity. It's not often that a student radio station gets to broadcast a live college football game, certainly not of this magnitude, and we are fortunate to bring this game to you. Of course, the stakes could not be bigger. Michigan, with a win, punches their ticket to their first ever Big Ten championship game in Indianapolis, where they would face off with the Wisconsin Badgers. However, an Ohio State win, they likely punch their ticket to the college football playoff. However, the Buckeyes not necessarily destined for the Big Ten championship. They'll need some help. At 3:30, Michigan State travels to Penn State. Penn State controlling their own destiny with a Michigan loss. However, a Michigan State upset over Penn State and an Ohio State win here today sends the Buckeyes to the Big Ten championship. Either way, though, it appears, based on the opinion of most experts, that Ohio State simply needs to win, and they're into the college football playoff for the second time in 3 years.
And Michigan trying to play spoiler. The week opened with a 7-point line in favor of the Buckeyes. That's been betted all the way down to 4.5. Michigan trying to score here and get ahead early in this one and put the Buckeyes back against the wall. Ohio State has played a lot of close games this season. The only game in which they came up short was against the Penn State Nittany Lions, that night game in Happy Valley. The only mark on Ohio State's schedule. Michigan's only mark on their schedule also coming at night at Kinnick Stadium against Iowa 2 weeks ago.
Total yardage for the Wolverines so far in the first quarter, 120 yards, 35 on the ground, 85 through the air. I'm not sure how many Michigan fans expected the offense to look good as a result of throwing the football, but that's really been the case through 3 drives.
And I think that's what Jim Harbaugh might have been thinking all week long, is everybody's expecting us to run the ball, so why don't I run a lot of pass plays? We'll focus on that a lot this week in practice. They were obviously trying to get Wilton Spate ready to go here for this game, and it looks like so far that is paying off, and it's paying off well.
The card stun in the south end zone reads any field every time, with the Nike swoosh and the block O. We want to thank our in-studio engineer as well, Evan Osterly. We wouldn't be able to bring you this game without his assistance as well. And really, we've been discussing in our group chain text all week how excited we were for this game. And it is a different feel. It's been a different feel all year on campus. This Michigan team just feels different than it has in the past decade going into the game.
Absolutely. And just one more time, want to give a big thanks to Tex. If you're looking right now for the Down Home show on 88.3, Tex gave up his slot today so that we would be able to come in and broadcast this game for you, and we are very appreciative of that. Looks like Michigan's about ready to go here inside the 10-yard line with a fresh set of downs.
It's been a true team effort all week at the station to bring you this game. Michigan looking for a team effort to pull off the upset in Columbus. Start of the second quarter, Michigan 1st and goal from the 9. Spade alone in the shotgun. Fires it out to the right side, looking for Jake Buddy. Overthrew his intended target, who was held up in coverage. No flag coming. Damon Webb, the Cass Tech product, with the cover.
A lot of players from Cass Tech out on the field today, Leo. Mike Weber. You look at Jordan Lewis. Look at the man that just made the play right there. A powerhouse out of Detroit, Michigan.
A former Michigan pipeline that Ohio State has found a few leaks in, plucking some of Michigan's best talent. 2nd down and goal from the 9, 14:55 here in the first half. Karan Higdon, the tailback. Spate, give to Higdon, or Chris Evans, eludes a tackler and gets to the 5-yard line. Evans' first carry of the game, and goal to go from the 5 for Michigan. The Buckeyes would be very happy if they can hold the Wolverines to a field goal after settling for 1st and goal to start this quarter.
Jim Harbaugh has been gutsy so far today for the Wolverines. I would not be surprised in the least, Leo, if he goes to the air here, doesn't play it safe, doesn't accept the 3 points, and goes for 6.
3rd down and goal to go from the 5. The Ohio State bench and sideline urging the crowd on their feet, and they respond accordingly. It is loud here with Jabril Peppers in for the Pepcat. As Polito is the fullback to his left, Davion Smith the tailback. Peppers will keep it. Eludes a tackle by Hubbard. No, he doesn't. He was tripped up. A great play made by Sam Hubbard. And the redshirt sophomore from Cincinnati with the big stop in the backfield. Peppers couldn't get to the edge, and Michigan will settle for a field goal try. What will likely be a 16-yarder from Kenny Allen, who has not missed in his last 10 attempts.
Hubbard tripped him up. Malik Hooker was the one that finally got him down. And a somewhat outside-the-box play for the Wolverines does not pay off. Jabril Peppers thwarted, and the Wolverines forced to go for 3.
Kenny Allen, 14 of 18 on the year. This one an 18-yarder from the left hash line. A slight breeze at his back. Good snap, good hold. The kick is up. The kick is through, and Michigan has the lead in the game. It's 3-0 with 13:31 still to play here in the first half on the Michigan Football Student Radio Network, WCBN FM Ann Arbor. Michigan on that scoring drive, very impressive. They went 12 plays, 53 yards in 4 minutes and 57 seconds, capped off by the 28-yard field goal from Kenny Allen.
And you've got to say that's a little bit less disappointing than Ohio State's best drive of the day, in which they were also moving the ball extremely well from their own 7-yard line. Were able to march down the field, but missed a 37-yard field goal. And now the Wolverines have taken advantage of that missed field goal and find themselves in the lead, 3-0 early here in the second quarter.
The wind not really a factor. The weather is about as good as you could ask for in late November. It's
Game time.
dreary gray skies, but what can you expect come fall in the Midwest?
Well, that temperature at game time was just above 40 degrees, hovering around 41, 42. The wind has picked up a little bit. The temperature has warmed up. It is now 45 degrees on the field. Our weatherman, Eli Sherman, is letting me know. Wind coming out of the west at 11 miles an hour, and you can see that as the flag's blowing on the field goal posts, headed towards us on the press box side. To our right, the north. To our left, the south. The west blowing inwards.
An annual tradition that doesn't get as much coverage as it deserves. The annual blood battle. Michigan taking back the trophy.
By, I believe, 8 pints of blood, just 8 donors.
But of course, every pint extremely important, and one of the great traditions that brings these two universities together each and every year, getting students and alumni and residents of both Columbus and Ann Arbor to give blood. Obviously a very important cause, and Michigan comes away with the victory in a matchup that always leads to wins on both sides. And this rivalry always described by its disdain between the two schools, but it's always good to see when these two universities can partner together for a good cause.
And I want to say, Leo, I gave a pint of blood. I'd like to think I'm one of those 8 that made the difference between the Wolverines and Ohio State this year. It's a great thing to see. And even though the blood battle's over, if you are tuning into this broadcast and you are so inclined, go ahead and give some blood. You'll save a life.
Well, coming up soon, I believe, is the face-off challenge between Michigan State and Michigan. So
blood battles all year long.
Always give blood in Ann Arbor, and always make sure Michigan beats their arch rivals both in Ohio and Michigan as well. 13:31 still to play in this first half. Michigan on their third drive of the game gets the first points of this game off a 28-yard Kenny Allen field goal. It's 3-0 in favor of the visitors from Ann Arbor. Michigan looking for their first victory over a ranked Ohio State team since the 100th meeting between these two sides that came back in 2003.
That math is correct.
Yes, Michigan.
That is 2003.
It's just the second time these two teams have met as top 3 teams. Of course, we mentioned it a decade ago. It was the game of the century, as many people called it, between number 1 Ohio State and number 2 Michigan. Heisman winner Troy Smith led the Buckeyes to victory here at the Horseshoe.
Worth noting as well, I had asked earlier in today's game, you see in the Big House sometimes wind swirls in different directions at different levels of the Big House. The very tall American flag behind the south end zone is waving fairly north, whereas the wind down on the field goal post, as we said, is blowing west to east.
The 113th meeting currently led by the Wolverines with 13:31 still to go in the first half. It's 3-0 Michigan as Kenny Allen lays the right foot into it. This is plenty deep, and it'll clear the end zone by a good 4 yards, taking advantage of that breeze behind him, eliminating the return game for Ohio State. Some chippiness after the play. I believe that was Jordan Lewis. No flags coming, though. We have yet to see Ohio State penalized in this game. We've had 1 penalty against the Maize and Blue.
And you have to know that the officiating crew are on their toes today. We've seen a lot of fights in the past in this rivalry. Probably the most notable one coming back at the Big House in 2013, in which we saw, I believe, 3 or 4 players ejected from that game. Delano Hill, still on this Michigan team, I believe, was one of the players involved. Referee's doing a good job so far of keeping these two separated to an extent.
A calm comes over the crowd here at the Horseshoe. The offense back out on the field, and the crowd knows that they'll hush down as Ohio State tries to cut back into Michigan's 3-0 lead with points of their own on their third offensive drive of the game. They went 3 and out on their last possession. 1st and 10 from the 25 after the touchback. Ohio State will snap it from the right hash marks with Barrett in the shotgun. 1 out wide to the left, now motioning inside. Barrett rolling to his left. It's an option play. He will pitch, and it's knocked out by Jordan Lewis. Such an underrated defender against the run game as a defensive back, and he dropped Curtis Samuel for a 6-yard loss. Huge play on 1st and 10 for the Michigan D.
Wolverines are beginning to get a bit more wise to Ohio State's packages as they try and move that ball to the outside. On that first drive, that would have been a play that gained 5 to 10 yards. This time snuffed out for a loss of 5.
Ohio State not waiting. They give to Weber, trying to get the edge. Ben Gedeon battling off a stiff arm and shoves Weber out of bounds. Neither player hitting the turf. No flag coming, much to the chagrin of some scarlet and gray clad fans here in attendance. And it is 3rd and long, and this is exactly what Michigan's defense wanted. Force J.T. Barrett into obvious passing situations, let the defensive ends pin their ears back, trying to take advantage of some weak spots in the Ohio State offensive line. 3rd and 15 upcoming with Ohio State snapping it from their own 20, trailing 3-0. Barrett in the shotgun. Has 3 receivers out wide to the right. Drops back, looking to throw. Has time, now the pocket collapsing. Mo Hurst getting off the edge. Gets the foot of Barrett, but he eludes the sack. firing it towards the right sideline, over the head of an intended target. And it's Ryan Glasgow, slow to get up. He was battled up with the tight end, Marcus Ball. Ryan Glasgow nearly brought Barrett down for the sack. Either way, it's an incompletion upcoming. As a result, and the injured player down is still Ryan Glasgow, slow to get up.
That is a major key to Michigan's defensive line, and he did a great job on that play. The pocket collapsed, and Mo Hurst almost had the sack. And it looks like Glasgow is being looked at. I'm guessing something in the lower body. He was sitting up.
The indication I'm getting from our spotter is it was a hit to the head. And obviously the scariest injury you can see in football. And in the scope of this game, there's obviously be a tremendous loss. One of Michigan's best defensive linemen, certainly in the interior here, is the best defensive lineman Michigan has. And the senior, former walk-on, Ryan Glasgow, slow to get up, but he's able to walk off with a slight limp under his own power, just shaken up a little bit. Hopefully he's able to return in this game, but Michigan forcing their second 3-and-out in a row. And Ohio State will once again look to flip the field with a nice punt from Cameron Johnston.
Good
but he
sign.
has the wind at his back this time.
Glasgow up, walking unassisted over to the sideline. He looks like he might have just got his bell rung there. Jim Harbaugh, one of the only coaches you'll see in all of college football that will come out with the medical staff to check on his players, checking in with Glasgow as he got up, seeing if he was all right. Everybody is now back to the sideline, and we're about to get underway again. We'll keep you updated on anything we see with Glasgow.
Cameron Johnston's first punt of the game was a booming 52 yards. Peppers lined up at his own 40. Johnston lined up at his own 6. Peppers needs to catch this one in the air to limit an Ohio State bounce. The Wolverines also looking to bring pressure against Ohio State's spread punt formation. The wind slightly at his back. Johnson just gets the punt off. It's another laser as Peppers will field it with room to run at the 30. Cuts back, cutting towards the middle of the field across the 35, and he's wrapped up at the 34-yard line after taking a few steps backward. Good coverage by the Ohio State kick coverage unit. And Michigan, not the worst field position, but not an electric return from their Heisman Trophy candidate. They're looking to add to their 3-0 lead with 12:27 still to play here in the first quarter on youtube.com/WCBN Sports and on your dial in Ann Arbor at WCBN FM Ann Arbor.
And that was a good job again by that Ohio State coverage team to force Jabril Peppers over to his left. He really didn't have much of an option. I think he tried to double back and get back around the coverage to the right, unable to do so. And a great job to wrap him up as another card trick goes on with the student section here. Over to the south end zone now. Ohio State student section notably split into two sides, one in the north end zone and another in the south end zone. The south end zone holding up cards that are showing a red negating sign over a big maize and blue block M.
The attendance at Ohio Stadium is, or I should say the capacity listed at 104,943. They expect that to be surpassed today. They expect this to be the largest crowd in the history of Ohio Stadium, and there will be renovations this offseason to lower the capacity. So potentially history being made today with the largest crowd ever in Columbus, Ohio for a football game featuring the Ohio State University.
I got to tell you, it sure looks like it, with the exception of maybe the very upper row to our left side. I don't see an empty seat in the house, Leo, and why would you not be here? This is the biggest game of the season. Most eyes in college football have been on November 26th in Columbus since the start of this season, and it has not failed to live up to the hype so far. A close, hard-fought game. The only difference, 3 points for Michigan, none for Ohio State, midway second quarter.
Michigan's crossed midfield every possession of this game. They have just 3 points to show for it. How can the Wolverines add to their lead on this next possession?
Once you start to get into that shorter field, maybe look to go with a bit more interesting play call again. We saw on the last drive it stalled. They tried to go with a pep cat formation on 3rd and goal. Didn't quite work, but the Wolverines have shown that they're good at putting the ball in the air, so why not try and hit an open receiver, make something happen in that pass game, and try and gash these Ohio State Buckeyes for something deep. We have yet to see a true big play in this game. We've seen a couple of gains of 20 or so yards, but we haven't yet seen the big breakout play, and the Wolverines could be looking for it right here. Wouldn't be surprised to start this drive, Leo, if they maybe did take a shot deep. We've seen it in the past to open up drives every once in a while. They'll throw a Drake Harris or a J.U. Chestnut or an Amara Darbo out there and look for a ball deep.
We want to welcome you in once again to this special edition of WCBN Sports coverage of Michigan football on WCBN FM Ann Arbor and online at youtube.com/WCBN Sports. Stick with our YouTube feed postgame for our postgame show featuring Will Yang and Jeremy Parks. Michigan leading 3-0 with 12:27 still to go in the first half. 1st and 10 for Michigan from their own 35. Wilton Spate under center. Trips receivers out wide to the right. Play action. Pressure coming off the backside. Spate gets rid of it in time, and Kikoa Crawford with the reception, cutting across midfield with a 4-yard gain. Or I should say cutting across the center of the field as Michigan encroaches on midfield.
And again, another interesting formation. We saw the tight end Devin Asiasi come out wide to the left. You see Kikoa Crawford, not a usual wide receiver out on the field in that kind of situation. Jim Harbaugh doing everything he can to mix up his personnel and try and throw off this Ohio State defense.
2nd down and 6, the ball at the Michigan 39-yard line. Chesson motions from right to left. Smith the tailback. Spate in the shotgun. Rolls out to his left side. Has plenty of time. Fires it out to Chesson, who needs 6 yards for the first down. He will get 2 of those, and it sets up a manageable 3rd and 4 near midfield. Michigan with the ball now at their own 41.
Ohio State would love to get a 3-and-out here. They've yet to do it so far. Trying to halt this Michigan offense. An offense that wasn't supposed to be the highlight for the Wolverines, but has gotten most of the work done so far.
Spate 9 of 12 through the air in this game. Michigan 2 for 5 on 3rd down, but they've had a first down on all 3 of their previous drives, looking for 4 for 4 on drives today with a 3-0 lead, 11:20 to go here in the first half. Jake Butt motions from right to left. Spate drops back, 3-step drop, fires it out to Jake Butt. Good coverage there, and Chris Worley, the linebacker, had the tight end blanketed. It's incomplete, and Michigan will go 3-and-out for the first time today.
And that's a good play call, just better coverage by the Buckeyes. Jake Butt is the most sure-handed receiver on this team. He's got soft gloves, just unable to hit those gloves is Wilton Spate. And as you said, Michigan with its first 3-and-out, looking at punting to Curtis
And
Sim.
given the coverage, I think Michigan fans will take it. It was a smart throw by Spate. Only his tight end had an opportunity to make the play. Kenny Allen fields a good snap at his own 30, gets the boot to it. It's a deep punt. Samuel will let it bounce. Does it take a Michigan hop? It does, bouncing sideways, rolling towards the end zone. And once again, the Ohio State Buckeyes will be backed up. Michigan dominating the field position battle. It's down at the 4-yard line. Ohio State 96 yards from pay dirt with 11:03 still to go in the first half, and the Wolverines leading at 3-0. Kenny Allen having himself a day punting the football.
Player of the day, 5th-year senior out of Fenton, Michigan, Kenny Allen. He does it all. One of the very few kickers that you will see in college football who handles punts, handles kicks, handles kickoffs. I believe the only other player that we saw so far this season that did that was Rigoberto Sanchez in the opening game against the University of Hawaii.
You're correct. Just 5 players did it a year ago. Not sure how many do it this year, but we saw 2 in the opening week. Kenny Allen, he was recruited as a preferred walk-on for the sole purpose of being a punter, and it's turned into Michigan's favor that he's also a spectacular kickoff man and a field goal kicker as well. And the 5th-year senior, he knows this rivalry well growing up in the state of Michigan, and he is delivering thus far with 3 excellent punts.
And he's paving a very good path for Michigan recruit Quinn Nordine to come in next season as Michigan's spot kicker. We'll be interested to see who takes over the punting job and the kickoff job, but as of right now, it is Kenny Allen doing it all. 5th-year man, a lot of leadership out on that field today for the Wolverines. As you mentioned, they're going to lose a lot of talent next year, and this is the time to strike while the iron is hot for Jim Harbaugh and the boys from Ann Arbor.
Michigan's defense has looked really good in the past 2 possessions. They've been credited tremendously as well with great starting field position. Another 3-and-out here sets Michigan's offense once again in great positioning.
Indeed, it does. And it looks like we have a bit of a replay going on the screen as we wait. This is our longest TV timeout yet so far, but you are getting commercial-free from WCBN FM Ann Arbor, the student voice of the Michigan Wolverines.
Yeah, they're recognizing the entire Cleveland Cavaliers team here on the sideline. Of course, LeBron James, a well-documented fake alum of Ohio State University, donating cleats to Ohio State. They're wearing LeBron James sneakers turned into football plates for this game to counter Michigan's Jordan apparel with the greatest of all time versus the greatest of current times in LeBron James, as the Buckeyes crowd gives a standing ovation to the world champion Cleveland Cavaliers here at the shoe.
Want to give a quick plug as well to some of our regular programming that you can hear on 88.3 in Ann Arbor. We as a sports department run the Daily Sports Report Monday through Thursday, 6 to 6:30. That is on 88.3 FM. Be sure also to subscribe to our YouTube channel if you're listening at youtube.com/WCBN Sports. and subscribe. You'll be able to catch all of our games on a regular basis, not just football, anything you can think of. Basketball, men's and women's, hockey. We've got it all, and we appreciate you all tuning in today, and we're very grateful for the chance to be on air in all of Southeast Michigan.
As we wait to get out of this TV timeout with 11:03 still to play in the first half, Michigan leads 3-0. What adjustments does Ohio State's offense have to make to get out of the shadow of their own end zone? Currently, they'll snap this 1st and 10 ball from their own 4.
Well, it looked like the passing game was working for Ohio State. Look to go back to that maybe, but obviously not in the shadow of your own end zone. You're going to want to hand that ball off and try and get yourself a little bit of wiggle room.
JT Barrett, 3 of 4 on the day. Brian Monet in for Ryan Glasgow on this first down snap. Michigan with just 3 down defensive linemen. The nickel package out there for the maize and blue. JT Barrett in the shotgun as Weber to his left. It's a design quarterback keeper running to the left side. Not a lot of room. Peppers and Monet wrapping him up after a 2-yard scurry from the quarterback.
And an interesting note about Brian Monet, coming in now as a second stringer, started off the season in that starting pack, but suffered an injury in the opening game, has struggled to get back to full health. But at one point, Jim Harbaugh called Brian Monet the most explosive defensive player that he had on this unit.
2nd down and 8. Barrett in the pistol with Weber behind him. 2 out wide to both sides. Now motions Weber to his right. Fakes the give to Weber. Looking to throw over the middle. Has Samuel. He overthrew him. Samuel getting his right hand on it and needed to do so as that was deflected a good 10 feet over the head of Delano Hill. But that's a throw that absolutely needs to be made by Barrett because Samuel was wide open with a lot of space.
And if you hit Samuel in stride, the only man between him and the end zone would have been
That's
Delano
a touchdown.
Hill.
That's a touchdown if he hits him in stride because Delano Hill didn't have the best angle, and that's a throw that Barrett would love to have back. Instead,
woeful coverage from DeMonte Thomas.
Sets up a 3rd and 8. Ohio State with the ball at their own 6, trailing 3-0 with 10:26 still to play in this first half. Barrett in the shotgun, 5 wide, 2 to the left, 3 to the right. Pressure coming off the blitz. Getty gets there, but the reception is made by Dontre Wilson. He needed 6 yards for the first down. He gets 7, and Ohio State has the ball at their own 15. Fresh set of downs upcoming for the Scarlet and Gray.
Both Michigan and Ohio State on 3rd down have been throwing that ball right at the sticks, right at the line to gain. That time it works effectively for the Buckeyes, finding that short gap in the coverage and able to get a first down, and they are finally out of their own end zone, and they get a little bit of breathing space here to work with.
Good news for Michigan fans. Ryan Glasgow back on the field for this 1st and 10 snap. Ohio State 1st and 10 at their own 15 between the hashes. Barrett in the shotgun. Has Curtis Samuel to his right. 3 out wide to the left, 1 out wide to the right. Now Samuel motions to the left side. Fakes the bubble screen. Now Barrett with pressure coming from behind. Checks it over the middle to Noah Brown, who makes the reception and gets 10 yards. Another first down. Easy pitch and catch over the middle of the field from JT Barrett to Noah Brown.
And like I said, this Ohio State team has put the ball on the ground a lot. Why not try the passing game? Barrett, not necessarily known as a gunslinger at quarterback, but he's able to get that ball in there when he needs to. And a good job right there. Coming back off the poor throw to Samuel, gets another first down.
Barrett now 5 of 7 through the air for 40 yards thus far. His Buckeyes trail by a field goal. Barrett looking to the sideline for the play call is 2 out wide to both sides with Mike Weber to his right. Hit. Fakes the give. Barrett, pressure coming from behind. Chaco Charlton gets there. Wormley joins him. And there's 4 white shirts surrounding the quarterback and smothering him to the turf. Taco Charlton and Wormley each with a half sack on that one.
How about Taco Charlton? It's a big day for the 5th-year senior out of Ohio, and so far he's had a couple of big plays. 2 blown up in the backfield already, 1 sack and another tackle for loss. And the Michigan defense trying to halt this offensive attack of the Buckeyes yet again. It's a long 2nd and 15.
2nd and 15 from the Buckeye 21. Barrett looking to throw, has it tipped at the line. Maurice Hurst Jr. got a hand on it. No one in the vicinity off the deflection. But Mo Hurst making his presence felt in the Michigan defensive line, causing all sorts of problems for the Buckeye offense.
And they're seeming to do a good enough job of blitzing 4 or 5, but still maintaining positive coverage and blocking up those receivers so that Barrett doesn't have an option. And as he's trying to run his checkdowns, Michigan's already in his face, bringing a lot of pressure. And that is the genius that is Don Brown, Dr. Blitz.
Once again, Michigan's defense in the position they'd like to be in throughout this game. It's 3rd down and long, 3rd and 15 from the 21. Barrett takes the shotgun snap, has time, now pressure coming off the edge. Pump fakes, checks it down to Curtis Samuel, and great coverage by Mike McCray. On paper, that's a mismatch, but Mike McCray not even turning around, timing it perfectly, throwing the right hand up and getting the block on the football, preventing Michigan from getting a dangerous play with Ohio State's danger man. the intended target.
Mike McCray, the son of a former captain here at Ohio State, a mixed house for McCray in the crowd today, but that's one of the best plays you can see, just a no-look block and forces the punt.
Johnston ready for the punt, gets it off quickly, a high kick. Pepper signals for the fair catch and will field it at his own 40-yard line. Looking for a flag. We will not get one. Just one penalty so far in this game. It's been relatively clean. That came against Michigan. There's a timeout on the field. 8:32 still to play in this first half. Michigan leading 3-0. Once again, the Wolverines dominating the field position battle, but they've only got 3 points to show for it. How can the Wolverines add to their lead?
Continuing to do what they've been doing, and I've harped on it a lot already in this broadcast, showing those odd formations, bringing out players that you wouldn't normally expect to see. We've seen Grant Perry be an integral part of this offense early in this game. We've seen some odd sets with players like Kekoa Crawford, Devin Asiasi out on the field. We've seen Khalid Hill get a carry at midfield, which is crazy to see, seeing as Khalid Hill has only come into the game all season in goal line punch-in situations. Michigan is doing a fantastic job of confusing this Ohio State defense, and so far they've got 3 points to show for it, going for 6 and going up 10 points, pending their ability to continue to work that system.
Michigan averaging 4.8 yards per play. Ohio State averaging 3.4. The biggest problem, I would say, right now for Michigan offensively is on the ground. They have 13 attempts for just 34 yards. That's just good for 2.6 yards per carry. And granted, with as well as Michigan's defense is playing, you have to think, given the field position Michigan is starting each drive with, they've got to add to their lead going to the locker rooms at halftime.
And I'll say the same thing that we said about Ohio State in the last drive. Looking to the passing game more. We've seen it be effective early on in this game. Michigan has been running that ball north to south. They've been getting small yardage gains, and that's great when it's 2nd and 1, 3rd and 1, and you can punch in for the first down. But they've been showing that they can move the ball through the air and get 8-9 yard gains, and then some. Trying to get a little bit more confidence in Wilton Spate, although he has looked unrattled after taking a full week off and coming back in with what is presumed to still be a lingering collarbone injury. And still give credit to that Michigan offensive line for giving him all the time in the world in that pocket and keeping the pressure off of him and keeping that collarbone safe.
Michigan hanging around in this game in front of a sold-out Ohio Stadium crowd, over 105,000 strong here in Columbus, Ohio, for the 113th meeting between Michigan and Ohio State. Michigan looking for their first win over a ranked Ohio State since 2003, when the 5th-ranked Wolverines beat the 4th-ranked Buckeyes 35-21 in the 100th meeting between these two sides. It's been a long time, though, since Michigan has won in Columbus, and that's the feat they're trying to do today. Of course, the stakes very clear. Michigan, with a win, is into the Big Ten championship. With a win for Ohio State, they're likely punching their ticket to the college football playoff.
And a series in the past that's been marked as a high-scoring affair with high-powered offenses. Today it's been a defensive battle. Again, just 3-0 here midway through the second quarter. 8:32 remaining before the half. Michigan trying to make something happen, and they'll start at their own 35-yard line.
Jake Butt getting a nice stretch in during this TV timeout. Michigan huddling up in their all-white uniforms with the blue numerals. Ohio State in their scarlet uniforms, the white numerals, the gray pants, and a alternate helmet, the cannonball helmet. It's all black, much like a cannonball, protecting the heads of the Buckeye defense on the field now. 1st and 10, Michigan leading 3-0 with 8:32 still to play in the first half. Snapping it from their own 40 between the hashes. They give to Chris Evans. Can't elude the first man there in the backfield for the stop was Raekwon McMillan, holding Evans to no gain.
And just a good arm tackle. And Evans doesn't have those tree trunk legs that Davion Smith brings. It's a lot easier to trip him up. And they did just that. Evans had a hole. McMillan plugged it up.
McMillan, the leading tackler on the Buckeye defense, showing you why there. 2nd down and 10. The ball at the 40. Pepper's in as the quarterback. It's the pep package with running backs to both sides, receivers out wide to both sides. Pepper's the design keeper, running up the middle, not a lot of room. He'll pick up 2, maybe 3 yards, but he's much more dangerous running to the outside than he is up the middle, and Ohio State's defense making a big play there. The first man in there for the tackle was Detroit product Damon Webb, and the Ohio State crowd with the bells anchoring their call to action.
And that's just not creative enough for this Michigan Wolverines offense. If Davion Smith is coming out of the Wildcat, you know it's going to be a run. Ohio State can sell out any way they want to stop it. And now Michigan leave themselves with a 3rd and long.
Train formation upcoming. Michigan breaks out of the train formation quickly. 3rd and 7 with the ball at the Michigan 43. Spate fakes to give pressure coming, unabated to the quarterback for the sack. Jerome Baker drops Spate deep in his own territory, all the way back to his 28-yard line is where the Ohio State defense pins Michigan for this upcoming punt.
And that sure looked like the Michigan offensive line could have been blown over by a light breeze, but they were knocked over by one of the toughest defensive lines in the country. And as you said, unabated in on Wilton Spate, and the Wolverines are forced to punt. Ohio State looking at potentially good field position coming off of it.
And Urban Meyer sprinted down that sideline to get a timeout before that punt. Wouldn't expect to see a fake on 4th and 17, given how Michigan's defense has played, but he saw something he didn't like as he was hustling as fast as you'll see a coach run down that sideline.
Perhaps didn't like his personnel, trying to see who was out on the field. It was definitely Samuel Back, but also there was KJ Hill, it appeared. Maybe didn't like the fact that he had 2 return men there. They were staggered.
And as good as Michigan's offense looked to start this game, whatever adjustments have been made recently are working, as Ohio State's defense is forced 2 straight 3-and-out. Michigan's defense, though, has been up to the challenge as well, and they have a 3-0 lead with 6:51 still to play in this first half. Once again, Kenny Allen will be called upon to flip the field.
Kenny Allen's been the MVP of the day so far, seemingly pinning the Buckeyes with inside the 10 on just about every punt he has had in today's game.
The man back deep to return is Curtis Samuel. KJ Hill lined up at the 45 in a weird middle position between the line of scrimmage and the punt return. It's another booming punt by Kenny Allen that will bounce, and it will not take a Michigan bounce. It rolls in the end zone. Still a very long punt. Will set up Ohio State at their own 20-yard line. Great field position given how deep back Ohio State's offensive drives have started throughout this game. They'll take it from the 20 happily with 6:41 still to play in the first half. Ohio State just 74 yards of total offense thus far. And Michigan's defense will look to stifle the Buckeye attack once again with a 3-0 lead at their back.
As we said earlier in the broadcast, Don Brown, Michigan's defensive coordinator, said he looked at this game the day he was hired, looked at Ohio State film from day one, and I think we've seen the product of that so far. He's had it seemingly sniffed out on every drive except the opening drive, which resulted in a missed field goal for the Buckeyes.
J.T. Barrett in the shotgun. Curtis Samuel motions into the backfield to the left of Barrett. Mike Weber in there as well. So Barrett and Samuel, and now Samuel adjusts to the right. So Weber and Samuel in the backfield. Weber takes the carry. Michigan's defense slightly confused, and a nice positive pickup for the redshirt freshman tailback who's already surpassed 1,000 yards on the season. He picks up 7 yards there. 2nd and 3 upcoming for Ohio State at their own 27. Peppers in for the last tackle. Ohio State quickly back to the line. In the pistol, Barrett takes it, gives to Weber, bouncing to the left side. He needed 3 yards for the first down. He gets 2 of them. 3rd and 1 upcoming. This is a big play for Ohio State's offense. They can't force their defense back out the field so quick.
This is the epitome of the rivalry, winning that battle in the trenches. Big men, a lot of beef out there, hammering against each other. 3rd and 1. Whoever can get this.
You want to talk about beef. Matt Goad and Chris Wormley and Brian Monet on the interior of this defensive line. 3rd and 1 for Ohio State at their own 29. Barrett has the option, gives to Weber. He's stuffed for a 2-yard loss, and the Buckeyes will punt once again. Michigan's defensive line is a big problem for Ohio State's O-line right now.
Brian Monet, intensified beef products, Leo, in there without a clue. The Ohio State drive stalls out at the 26-yard line.
And a sweet bit of revenge for Michigan fans on that one. It was the left guard, Michael Jordan, a true freshman from Michigan who got blown up, and he's been a sore spot on the Buckeye offensive line all year. Once again, Cameron Johnson out there to punt it away. He's lined up at his own 15. The danger man Peppers back there. It's nearly blocked. Johnson gets run into. That draws a flag. Peppers will field it at his own 28-yard line, and the question is it running into the kicker or roughing?
I think it's going to be roughing the way that Grant Perry got in there. We'll wait the call here.
And it is running in the kicker. That's just a 5-yard penalty. Results in the first down because it was 4th down and 2 to go. And that's a big break for the Buckeyes. Their offense hasn't done anything, but Michigan's second penalty of the game, once again costly, is coming off the edge. It was Grant Perry, and he was inches away from getting a deflection on that punt.
And that's a penalty that we've seen out of the Wolverines multiple times this season.
Against Iowa, we saw it seemingly eight times in that game.
Because of every punt being an opportunity for Michigan to block. They are very aggressive on punts, and that's one of the downsides of that tactic. It gives Ohio State new life on the drive.
New life for the Buckeye offense. 1st and 10 after the running into the punter penalty. Michigan with 7 in the box. 1st and 10 for the Buckeyes from their own 33, trailing 3-0 with 5 minutes to go in the first half. Firing it out to the left side, and Barrett's just off on his throws. He missed Marcus Baugh a good 8 feet over his head. I don't know what's going on. It's not windy or rainy down on the field. Barrett's just struggling, and he's a redshirt junior, so you don't expect the pressure to be a factor. He's dominated in this rivalry in the past.
And he wasn't under pressure on that throw. He had a lot of time, and he had an open receiver, and he just floated it over his head. That's the 3rd throw that we've seen so far today that Barrett has just missed entirely.
Perhaps trying to do too much in this rivalry game with a 3-0 deficit. Curtis Samuel in motion. He'll get a sweep to the right. Michigan has it stuffed out, and a great tackle made by Ben Gedeon, holding Samuel to a half-yard gain at most. 3rd down and a long 9 upcoming with 4:50 still to go in this first half. Michigan leading 3-0, looking to get their second 3-and-out of this drive.
Yet another Ohio senior, Ben Gedeon from Hudson, Ohio, a 4th-year senior with the big stop.
The Wolverines from the Buckeye State making their presence felt here in a homecoming of sorts at the Horseshoe. 3rd down and a long 9. Ohio State with the ball at their own 34. Barrett in the shotgun, 3 out wide to the left as Mike Weber to his right hit. Noah Brown out wide to the right. Barrett drops back. Has time. It's quickly collapsing. Fires it over the middle. Great coverage by Delano Hill. It is incomplete, and Ohio State will have to punt once again. The defense swarming like a gang of lunatics on the field. They're covering every inch of grass here at the shoe.
Fantastic coverage by Delano Hill. We haven't had to call his name a lot so far today. Excellent job on that pass. And again, we're going to see the Aussie, Cameron Johnston, come out for the punt, trying to pin the Wolverines deep. Jabril Peppers has not had a return opportunity really yet today. Tried to take one that was not a fair catch for a limited game.
Johnston lined up at his own 20, Peppers at his own 25. The Aussie trying to flip the field. He will roll out to the right side. No one to hit him this time, and it's another booming kick that Peppers will let bounce. He delivers a nice block, but a better bounce for the Buckeyes, and this will be pinned all the way down at the Michigan 5-yard line. 95 yards to go for the Michigan offense. 4:10 still to play in the first half. Michigan on top of Ohio State 3-0, but the 2 punters really stealing the show in this game.
And that's just the kind of game it's been. It's been defensive. It's been a punting battle. It's playing field position, and that's why it's just 3-0, and it's looking like an SEC game at this point, Leo. The way these aggressive defenses are really controlling the pace of the game. That first quarter flew by, and it seems like the second quarter taking significantly more time now. We still have 4:10 remaining before the half.
Just 118 yards of total offense for Michigan. They have a 3-0 lead, and they'll have to go 96 yards for a touchdown on this drive. Spade under center as Smith is the tailback. Chesson wide to the right. Motions inside. Darbo wide to the left. Spade. Play action in his own end zone. Has to get rid of it as he throws. It's intercepted. The catch made. Marshall Latimer into the end zone. Touchdown Ohio State. And just like that, all the momentum in favor of the home side is Lattimore. Correction. It was Malik Hooker with his 6th interception of the year, and no one in front of him as he takes it into the end zone. Touchdown Buckeyes. Their 7th pick 6 of the year.
And that was a problem that Michigan thought they would have with John O'Korn making poor decisions under pressure. Spade backed up into his own end zone. He thought he had Amara Darbo open downfield, and that lane was closed off immediately by Malik Hooker, picking that one off and taking it to the house. And the Buckeyes have the lead.
4:03 still to go here in the first half as Tyler Durbin out there to attempt the PAT. Good snap, good hold. The kick is up. It is through. And just like that, Michigan pinned in their own end by Cameron Johnston's punt. And it is a pick 6 from Malik Hooker. His 6th INT of the year results in 6 points for the Buckeyes. And Ohio State takes a 7-3 lead with 4:03 still to go in the first half.
And when your offense can't get anything done, it's on your defense to make plays like that. Not only a turnover, but a defensive score for the Buckeyes. Their offense mustered just 83 yards of total offense to this point and 0 points. They missed the field goal. Now it's a 7-3 game, an entirely different feel for a crowd that was mum up until a moment ago. There is new life in the shoe, and there's new life in the Buckeyes.
And you admire the confidence of Jim Harbaugh giving his redshirt sophomore signal caller Wilton Spate the opportunity on a play action deep in his own end zone, and it was a 6 in one hand, a half dozen in the other situation for the Ohio State defense. They either get a safety on the sack in the end zone. Spate decides to get rid of it under pressure, and an ill-advised throw. The nearest target was Malik Hooker. There was no Wolverine in the area, and it's easily returned in the end zone. Now Michigan has to respond. Jabril Pepper's a good man to do it. Durbin, not a strong kickoff man. He doesn't get a lot of touchbacks, and the wind died down. But the crowd amped up here at the shoe with 4:03 to go in the first half. All the momentum in favor of the Scarlet and Gray in this rivalry affair. A high kick that Peppers will field a yard out of his own end zone. Gets across the 10, makes one man miss, cuts back towards the Michigan sideline, has a wall across the 20, across the 30, across the 35, spin through a tackle across the 40, and he nears midfield. He is the best returner in the country. He leaves no doubt whenever he gets the ball in his hands, and he gets Michigan near midfield to the 45. Michigan gets the momentum back.
Take the damn ball and run it, Jabril. How about that? It's been a long time since we've seen that out of Jabril Peppers, arguably since the Colorado game when he took one back for a touchdown, or at Rutgers when it was called back on a penalty. That is electric, Leo, and it just sapped the energy back out of this Ohio crowd.
1st and 10 for Michigan after the electric 45-yard return from Jabril Peppers. Michigan with it at their own 45, trailing 7-3. The pitch to Chris Evans, running towards the Ohio State sideline, cuts upfield across the 45, and he gets just back to the line of scrimmage. Not a lot of great blocking up front. And the first man there on the tackle was once again Raekwon McMillan.
How quickly do you go back to Wilton Spate and tell him that you have confidence in him? He just gave up the pick 6 touchdown, and now you're sending him right back out onto the field. You can't just run the ball all the time. This is a good down to tell Wilton Spate, hey, we trust you. Gunsling that ball out there.
Not a formation that indicates them taking a shot. Darbo in the slot to the left. Out wide to the right is Khalid Hill. Out wide to the left is Chris Evans. Spade alone in the shotgun. Takes the snap. Has time, good protection. Fires it out to the right side. Darbo with the diamond catch. Does he make it? He does. And Michigan back near midfield. A 4-yard reception that Darbo had an Ohio State defender all over him. No flag coming, and the Buckeyes yet to be penalized in this game.
And I guess that's fine. A 4-yard gain. A good confident pass thrown in there by Spate. Now you leave yourself again in a pretty clear passing down on 3rd and 6, just shy of midfield at the 49.5 of the Wolverines.
The crowd on their feet. It is loud here in Columbus. 2:40 to go in the first half. Ohio State leads 7-3. 2 out wide to the right. Perry is in the slot right. Wide left is Darbo. Spate takes the snap. Forced to roll out. He fires it over as Darbo wide open across midfield down to the 40-yard line, and a late hit comes in. No flag coming once again, but Michigan back in Ohio State territory as Malik Hooker got burned by Darbo.
And we saw on the pick 6, obviously Wilton Spate was uncomfortable with pressure there, but fantastic job. The pocket collapsed, able to roll out to his left and find a wide open Amara Darbo in the middle of the zone.
And that's something Michigan simply did not have last week with John O'Corn, who got happy feet whenever under pressure. Spate poised and he delivers on the 3rd down. They give to Smith running the right side as a nice hole, one of the better holes we've seen in the interior of the offensive line in this game. And it's a 3-yard pickup, positive yardage on 1st and 10 for Michigan, sets up a 2nd and 7.
And this says a lot about the Wolverines offense, how they've come back. They just gave up the lead. And right now on offense, they're clicking inside of 2 minutes leading into halftime. They're showing a lot of confidence and poise. They've come right back out and done the same thing they've done all afternoon.
2nd down and 7 for Michigan, trailing by 4. They have it at the Ohio State 37. Play action, Spate checks it down. It's a screen pass to Smith. He eludes the first tackler, and he picks up 4 yards on a play that was nearly broken up in the backfield. But Smith just runs solo to the turf. You're listening to the Michigan Football Student Radio Network, WCBN FM Ann Arbor, with a big 3rd and 2 upcoming. Michigan looking to get points on the board after giving up a pick 6 on their previous drive.
Worth noting as well, Michigan taking their time going into the huddle. Clock is ticking down, 1 minute and 20 seconds and counting until halftime. The Wolverines have all 3 timeouts. The Buckeyes have 2.
Spate under center. Motions Perry from left to right. 3 out wide to right. Spate will roll that direction. Fires it out to Perry, who's wide open. Stumbles toward the sideline, but hangs on, and a nice play made by the true sophomore to pick up the 1st down on a 7-yard catch along the Michigan sideline.
Great design on the rollout. Grant Perry with yet another grab. If Spate was able to hit him in stride, he would have gotten another 5 to 10 yards before he hit Marshawn Lattimore and would have been forced to make a play. Clock still ticking, but it stopped as they reset the ball. 1:04 is where it'll start to tick off in just a moment.
Perry wisely also got out of bounds, so that does in fact stop the clock for Michigan, and they still have all 3 timeouts. Time not necessarily a factor unless Michigan keeps the ball between the sidelines. 1:04 to go in this first half. Michigan trailing 7-3. 1st and 10. Spate drops back. Once again, stepping up in the pocket. Fires a strike over the middle. Amara Darbo, did he make the catch? He does, and Michigan has goal to go from the 7. What a catch by the senior from Iowa.
Amara Darbo has at times disappeared from the Michigan offense, but when he is present, he is the best receiver in this core for the Wolverines. Fantastic route run right in between the coverage for the Buckeyes, between the safeties, and a great grab and a great throw from Wilton Spate as the Wolverines, I believe, just called timeout.
It is their first of the game, their first of the half as well, with 58 seconds still to play in the first half. Michigan getting some confidence back. They gave up a pick 6 on their first play of the last drive to give Ohio State their first points of the game. We knew it would be a defensive struggle. If Michigan come with a touchdown and a lead going to the half, that would be absolutely huge, considering the Buckeyes get the ball to start the second half.
Huge, and considering the fact that this Ohio State offense has been impotent so far in this game, unable to get anything done. They've been stunned by Don Brown. Again, the 7 points coming from the defense on the pick 6 by Malik Hooker. The offense has done nothing. Michigan has continued to move the rock all game long, but only have 3 points to show for it, threatening at the 7-yard line with 58 seconds remaining in the first half. This is an atmosphere, Leo. This is the game.
This is what college football is all about, the greatest rivalry in sports. Michigan, Ohio State, it's simply the game. And with 58 seconds still to play in this first half on our coverage of Michigan football on the Student Radio Network, WCBN-FM Ann Arbor, Michigan looking to get their first touchdown of the game, trailing 7-3 with 58 seconds to go in the first half.
Quick reminder as we run out to the end of the half, be sure to stay with us. It'll be Will Yang and myself on the WCBN Sports Halftime Show here live from the Shoe. But right now, Michigan staring down the barrel of taking that lead right back from the Buckeyes. 58 seconds left on the 7-yard line. Wilton Spate comes up to the line.
Michigan still with 2 timeouts. Offset eye. Khalid Hill, the fullback. Davion Smith, the tailback. Chesson wide to the left. Darbo wide to the but no flag. Check down to Darbo, and a late flag comes out as well. Darbo makes the catch down to the 2, but we'll see what this flag on. And I think Spate may have been hit in the head after the play. This would be the first penalty against the Buckeyes in this game. Given the field position, it won't really matter. Either Michigan gets it at the 2 or maybe gets it at the 1. But it's a fresh set of downs.
And we'll await the call here. And it is hands to the face on the defense.
Draymond Jones with the first penalty for the Scarlet and Gray of this game. It's an automatic first down. And Michigan with 1 yard separating them from the lead again.
And this is where we see Khalid Hill normally. Not sure if he's in the huddle right now. It is actually Henry Poggi in at fullback.
Davion Smith, the tailback. Devin Asiasi and Tyrone Wheatley Jr. on the right side as tight ends. Jake Budd on the left side. They give to Smith, running up the middle. A swarm of Scarlet tacklers. Did he break the plane? He did not. He picked up a half yard. The clock ticking, under 35 seconds to go in the first half. Michigan with a half yard and plenty of time with 2 timeouts. No hurry for the Wolverines.
Jim Harbaugh's going to let this clock run as his team goes to the huddle, ticking under 27 seconds right now.
Michigan breaks the huddle with 20 seconds to go here in the first half, trailing 7-3. Khalid Hill, the fullback. Jumbo set for Michigan. Spate gives to Hill, running towards the end zone. He does not break the plane, and Michigan will use their timeout. So the clock will stop. It'll be 3rd and goal upcoming, and we'll see if they add some time to the clock.
And it will be interesting to see as well what the Wolverines decide to do here. With 10 seconds left, they could put the ball on the ground one more time and use the last timeout if they don't break the plane, take the field goal on 4th down, which is what I think Jim Harbaugh will do. Or he seemed unconventional all day, could try and put this ball in the air, maybe try a screen pass out of the backfield or something of that nature, and get the ball in the end zone off the arm of Wilton Spate. A lot of options right now. Ohio State's defense, though, this would be massive if they can stop the Wolverines and hold them to 3 before the half and go in with the lead.
Michigan with 10 seconds left in the first half, trailing Ohio State 7-3, has 1 timeout left, so the entire playbook is open. They can run it, they can pass it, and they will still have time on 4th down. Spade obviously has to be careful, though, with just 10 seconds on the clock. The last thing they can afford is to run out the clock without points. It would be huge for Ohio State, though, momentum-wise, if they could go in the locker room holding the Wolverines to a field goal, given it was 1st and goal from the 1 just 2 plays ago.
And if you're thinking this small, maybe try and keep it between the hashes for Kenny Allen if he is to come in and try and kick this field goal at an odd angle.
It's at the right hash mark. Poggi, the fullback. Davion Smith, the tailback. Spade under center with 2 tight ends to the left side. Urban Meyer on the field. calls the timeout before the snap.
Smith broke the play,
But it was
broke the plane on the play.
stopped clearly before the play. Ohio State using their second timeout of the half.
And a wise choice, as Michigan would have scored the touchdown on that play. They'll need to reset the game clock to 10 minutes.
10
or
seconds.
10 seconds. 10 minutes would be great. I would love to see 10 more minutes of this game.
So we'll have another 30 after the halftime show, which you and Will Yang will bring to us. Michigan, to reset the scene here, 10 seconds left in the first half. The Wolverines have a timeout left. It's 3rd and goal from the 1, and the Wolverines trail 7-3. This is a drive coming after a pick 6 thrown by Wilton Spade. And Spade has responded impressively. This was a drive started by an impressive kick return from Jabril Peppers to Michigan's 45-yard line. The Wolverines have driven all the way to the 1-yard line, but the Wolverines have to get a touchdown on this drive. They have to.
And how big would it be if they do to respond to the pick 6 by Ohio State, head into the locker room with all the momentum carrying them down the tunnel?
Here you go. This is the play of the first half. Goal to go from the 1.
Are you excited, Southeast Michigan and Ann Arbor? This is crazy.
The crowd here in Columbus on their feet. Spade under center as Davion Smith. Then the offset with Khalid Hill directly behind the running back. Still waiting for the ready for play from the referee.
Jim Harbaugh's out on the sideline yelling at the referees about something.
He's back in his coach's box now. 3rd and goal. Michigan looking to take the lead. Spade under center. They give to Hill. Bowling towards the end zone. He's in. Touchdown, Michigan! With 6 seconds to go in the first half, the Wolverines back on top here in Columbus. And a skirmish after the play. The touchdown will stand regardless of what flags come out. But Michigan's got to be smart and avoid any sort of ejection. But you know it's going to get physical. All these players leaving everything on the line. Harbaugh out there to get his guys back, and wisely so.
Get back to the chasing the Michigan
Spade
offensive
fired
line.
up. He's urging on the small Michigan contingent in the northeast corner of the end zone. And Michigan's going to the locker room with a lead at the half. Just 6 seconds left on the clock in the first half. And we'll see if any penalties came out of it. And I think the wise decision, no flags necessary. There's no sense in offsetting unsportsmanlike conduct to the 22 players on the field, as they were all involved in that skirmish. And the big PAT coming up to make this a field goal lead for the Wolverines. It was Khalid Hill with his 11th touchdown of the season, his 10th on the ground. The PAT. Good snap, good hold. The kick is perfect, and Michigan has a 10-3 lead. Their first touchdown of the game comes on a big response after the Ohio State pick 6. The 6th defensive touchdown of the year for the Buckeyes leads to the first offensive touchdown of the game for the Wolverines.
Massive response by the Wolverines. Leo, there's a couple of things you can count on in life. Death, taxes, Khalid Hill punching it in from 1 yard out in that fullback position. Jim Harbaugh loves his fullbacks. Khalid Hill has given him all the more reason to use him in those goal line situations. Ohio State thought they might have had the stop. That would have been absolutely massive. But Khalid Hill had something else to say, and the Wolverines, pending this kickoff, are going to head into the locker room with a good lead.
Michigan surpassing some people's expectations. Of course, Ohio State in their last 3 games holding up points per game. Michigan with 10 points in the first half. All of them generated by the offense. As you mentioned, though, Ohio State's offense, they're going to have to make some adjustments at the half.
Absolutely, but that is what Urban Meyer does best. As I mentioned earlier in the broadcast, he has one of the best efficiency ratings in differential from first half to second half in all of college football, and that's because of what he does in the locker room.
A lot of credit has to be given to Jabril Peppers as well. Michigan
Set it up.
Off a pick 6, gets a 45-yard return from one of the most electric players in the country. And the scoring drive, 11 plays, 55 yards, took 3 minutes, 46 seconds. Kenny Allen, another booming kick. Don't even bother with an Ohio State return. That lands 9 yards deep in the end zone, a touchback. And in all likelihood, a kneel down for Ohio State, sending us into the half.
Boy, oh boy. What a half of football, Leo.
And Michigan has to feel really good about where they stand. 172 yards of offense to 83 for Ohio State. Both sides of the football dominant in this first half, especially Michigan's defense, which has held Ohio State really in a frustrating spot. Ohio State, really, their best plays have come on personal foul penalties.
And the best drive of the game for the Buckeyes resulted in no points, a missed 37-yard field goal from Durbin.
Ohio State will take the kneel-down formation with 6 seconds to play here in the first half. The kneel-down from the redshirt junior J.T. Barrett, and the two teams will cross paths. Michigan, with a lot of swagger, headed into the locker room. The Wolverines lead it at the half, 10-3, or 10-7, excuse me, on the Michigan Football Student Radio Network, WCBN FM Ann Arbor. I will step away for the halftime show. Here is Jeremy Parks and Will Yang.
And as Leo mentioned, welcome inside the WCBN Sports halftime show here, high above the shoe in Columbus, Ohio. I'm Jeremy Parks, joined by Will Yang. Will, we just saw a first half with a lot of defensive, strong play. Again, Michigan heading into the locker room with a 3-point lead, 10-7. What did you see out of that? Worked so effectively against J.T. Barrett and the Buckeyes.
Yeah, this is exactly what I said would happen at the start of the game. It's going to be a defensive battle. It's going to be a bloodbath. But Michigan did a good job. Like I said, the key for Michigan's defense was to force Ohio State into third and long situations, stop them on first and second down. And apart from the first drive where they gave up a few big plays, Michigan's really been able to stick to that. And that's by playing assignment football. Ohio State loves to run those zone reads where J.T. Barrett reads the defense and makes a decision whether to did a good job of sticking to their assignments and tackling either Barrett or the running back, whoever he decided to hand the ball off to, or keep it himself. And by doing that, they were able to force Ohio State into third and long positions where John Brown, Dr. Blitz, as Jeremy mentioned, dials up nasty blitzes. They're very complex. That's the difference. Is Ohio State has some inexperienced offensive linemen. For example, Michael Jordan, the true freshman left guard, and Michigan's front seven is loaded with seniors, with experienced players that can do complex blitzes. I saw one pressured J.T. Barrett where Maurice Hurst came around on a stunt, and Ohio State just didn't know how to respond to that. And that's the key. Michigan's defense has been staying in this game with this simple formula: keep them in third and longs and dial up complex blitzes, and Ohio State's offensive line has not been able to respond to that so far in the first half.
And you've got to say, too, Will, it looked like the Michigan offense might have gotten a little bit of help from J.T. Barrett himself. Did not appear to be on his game, at least when he was throwing the ball in the first half. Again, just 5 of 11 for 40 yards. We saw a wide-open slant route earlier, I believe early second quarter, in which he missed Curtis Samuel. That would have been almost a sure touchdown run. The only man he had to beat was Delano Hill, but he flew the ball well over his head. J.T. Barrett did not look himself in the first half.
Yeah, like I said at the beginning, J.T. Barrett's the most important player in this game. Third-year quarterback, has a ton of experience, but so far he's been looking rattled, and the weather has not been a factor. He's a kid from Texas. He's not used to the cold weather. He has historically struggled with cold weather. The weather is not too sloppy here. What's happening is, again, going back to the defensive coordinator, Dr. Blitz. He's been dialing complex blitzes, but what trips up J.T. Barrett is when he doesn't blitz, but he's expecting a blitz. They'll bring linebackers to the line at the start of the play and then drop them back. J.T. Barrett is expecting a blitz. He tries to hit his short read, but there's no one there. There's only rushing 4, dropping 7 in coverage, and J.T. Barrett has to make a rush decision even though there's no pressure. That's what we saw there.
And what was the big adjustment, do you think, between the first defensive series for the Wolverines and everything else in the half? The Buckeyes were able to march the ball in the first drive from the 7-yard line all the way down to a 37-yard field goal attempt that was missed by Tyler Durbin. But since then, the Wolverines have really stood tall, again, in the rushing game as well. Just 18 carries for 41 yards. J.T. Barrett doing the lion's share, 7 carries for 17 yards. Mike Weber, 6 for 14. Curtis Samuel, 4 for 12. And you've got to say, you know, Tom Brown said something to that team on the sideline after that first defensive series, and it worked. And Michigan has been locked in. What has that been?
Yeah, I don't know. I'm not on the sideline. I can't tell exactly what Don Brown said, but Michigan just looked much more disciplined after that first drive. There were just some breakdowns and assignments on the first drive that led to some big carries by Curtis Samuel, especially on that first play on the zone read. He got to the edge quickly, and Michigan didn't have a response to it. But Michigan has been setting the edge ever since with the DNs, Chris Wormley, Taco Charlton in the run game, just setting that edge, forcing Ohio State to go inside where the big guys up front, the big man nose tackle, Ryan Glasgow, has been able to clean up those inside runs. So Michigan defense just has to stick to their assignments, force Ohio State's offense to go from outside to in, and they were able to do that in the first half. But like Jeremy said during the broadcast, Urban Meyer's coaches and halftime adjustments, and I think he'll try to spread that Michigan defense out horizontally and get a lot more touches to Curtis Samuel, Ohio State's most explosive player on that offense.
And we'll have to see how it goes in the locker room for the Buckeyes, but we'll take another look on the flip side of the ball. We'll look over at the Wolverines on offense. Wilton Spate didn't look like he was bothered at all by that potential collarbone injury. Sat out last week. John O'Korn played. Michigan didn't see a lot of effective play in the passing game from O'Korn. He seemed to have, like Leo said, happy feet, 15-step dropbacks every time he was under pressure. Spade has stood in tall, 15 of 20 for 141 yards at the half. Again, the one mark on that record, the pick-6 interception by Malik Hooker. What has Wilton Spate done that has looked so darn good so far in the first half?
Well, the recipe for Ohio State's defense is very similar to the recipe for Michigan's defense for success. Ohio State's defense needed to force Michigan into third and long situations, but Michigan was able to get enough yards on first and second where they were in third and manageable. Ohio State's defense is also great at pressuring the quarterback on third down. Urban Meyer likes to send out his force defensive end speed rushers, Sam Hubbard, Nick Bosa, Tyquan Lewis, and Jalen Holmes on those third and long situations, but Michigan's been able to neutralize that by getting quick throws out of Spate. That formation with the 4 DNs, they were able to get to Spate on a few plays, but for the most part, Spate looked clean, and Jim Harbaugh's designed quick reads for Spate, get the ball out of his hand quickly so the offensive line doesn't have to battle those defensive linemen for very long.
And tell me, too, about the way that Michigan has spread these receivers around the field for Wilton Spate. You look at the first half, 6 receivers with 15 receptions for that 141 yards off of Spate's arm. Leading the way was Amara Darbo and Jake Butt, but especially focus on Grant Perry, a player that has been kind of in the doghouse with Jim Harbaugh this season. He saw a lot of his playing time limited to special teams, and here he comes out today, and so far he's got 3 receptions for 36 yards, all of them important, 21 being the long.
Yeah, Grant Perry is someone who's really stepped up this half. He hasn't really seen much playing time at all. This is his second year seeing the field, and he really hasn't seen any time in those 2 years, but he made some huge catches. Spate's been able to throw it in tight windows, and Grant Perry's responded.
Absolutely. We'll go ahead and take a look at the Ohio State Buckeyes now on both sides of the ball. I know we've kind of mentioned it, broached the subject a little bit on offense. We'll go ahead and look at the Ohio State defense. Again, vaunted defense. We thought that defensive line would give the Michigan offensive line fits. What do they have to do to try and mix up these coverages, maybe mix up their blocks to try and confuse this Michigan offensive line, because they've been giving Wilton Spate all the time in the world to make these throws to these receivers and put the Wolverines in good position?
Well, the 7 points that Ohio State has, you see on the board, was created by only rushing 4, maybe blitzing a linebacker, but leaving Urban Meyer and this Ohio State defense does not like to blitz a lot. Their defensive line is good enough to pressure the quarterback without blitzes, maybe 1 linebacker at most, and that's how they're able to get so many turnovers. Malik Hooker, the safety that intercepted that, has 5 interceptions on the year. This was his 6th. Those are big numbers, especially his first year seeing playing time. A lot of new guys have stepped up for this Ohio State team after they lost so many people to the draft. But this Ohio State defense is able to create turnovers by dropping people back in coverage, and that's exactly how they scored those 7 points. But if I'm Urban Meyer, maybe some adjustments, I would try blitzing more. I know that's not what they've been doing. That's not really their formula, but
it worked on Wilton Spate. It got him to make a poor throw, and Malik Hooker came up with the pick 6, one of the few times they got in on pressure on Wilton Spate, given it was in the shadow of his own end zone.
Yeah, Spates looked pretty clean. He only got rushed on a few plays. If I'm Ohio State, I want to get him on the ground. I know he has a hurt shoulder. I don't know if it's collarbone or shoulder. No one really knows for sure. But if I'm Ohio State's defense, I want to pressure the quarterback, get him on the ground. You don't need to get sacks, but just make him feel uncomfortable, because right now Spate looks really comfortable out there, and he's able to make every throw that he wants.
Now we'll go back and look at the Ohio State offense again, looking at JT Barrett. We talked earlier in the game about how this offense is great at stretching defenses out to the edges, and it didn't seem like they took advantage of that strength throughout the majority of the first half, with the exception being the first drive. It seemed extremely effective getting out to the corners, given they stopped a few plays that Michigan put up in the backfield. But if you're Ohio State, why are you not continuing to look to the outside and try and run that ball on the edges and beat some of these defenders at the corners?
Yeah, Ohio State needs some big plays. So far in this entire game, there's only been one big play, and that was that Malik Hooker pick 6. And if Ohio State wants a chance to get back in this game, big play, so far it's just been grinded out, and there's been too many 3-and-outs. Michigan's defense has really been dominating, and that's because Curtis Samuel has not been getting enough touches. I think Urban Meyer wants to get this ball in his speedster's hand. Too much of the runs have been inside, and Michigan's been able to swallow that up with their big, beefy front seven. Look for Ohio State to stretch the field more in the second half. Get it to Curtis Samuel on the edge. Make Michigan's defenders miss in space, and that's his specialty, and he really hasn't been seeing the ball much this entire first half.
And another issue for this Ohio State offense, Michigan in the first half was 50%, 5 of 10 on third down. Meanwhile, the Buckeyes on third down, just 1 of 7. Was there anything different in the offensive play call on third down that you would maybe go ahead and try and change to try and convert those third downs, which if you're working at a 1-7 clip, that's not going to get you a win against the Wolverines?
Yeah, I think Urban Meyer has to be a little bit more creative. I thought his play calling was a bit too conservative in the first half. Just simple runs up the middle on first and second down that got them to this third and short situations where Don Brown's blitzes really got to JT Barrett and made him make poor decisions. I think look for Urban Meyer to stretch the playbook more, some home run hitting plays on early downs, and try to avoid those third and long situations as much as possible. And I think if Urban Meyer goes for more of those big plays, it'll open up Michigan's defense and gas them also.
And we'll go ahead and look at the scoring drives from the first half. Again, the opening offensive drive for the Ohio State Buckeyes was not a scoring drive, but they started on their own 7-yard line, marched the ball all the way down to the 20, missed a 37-yard field goal. Then the next scoring drive came from the Wolverines early in the second quarter, I should say. Kenny Allen, a 28-yard field goal. That drive was 12 plays, 53 yards, 4:57 off the clock. Ohio State responded with the touchdown. Malik Hooker with the 16-yard pick six off the arm of Wilton Spate. That put the Buckeyes up 7-3. And then with just 6 seconds remaining in the first half, Khalid Hill, the sure fullback for the Wolverines, punching it in from 1 yard out. Kenny Allen, the extra point was good. 11 plays, 55 yards, 3:46 off the clock. That put the Wolverines up 10-7, and that is where we stand. Will, we're going to go ahead and hop over to the national picture. Games that have been going on in the country so far today. Probably playoff implications so far is Louisville and Kentucky. It looks like the Cardinals are getting all they can handle from the Wildcats. They're up just 24-21 at halftime. What does Louisville have to do to get into this college football playoff?
Yeah, it's classic in-state rivalry game. UK, Kentucky versus Louisville, kind of a basketball rivalry if you think about it historically. But Louisville, they lost to Clemson earlier in the year. That was sort of an excusable loss. It was a top 5 matchup at the time. But the loss they suffered against Houston later in the year was really devastating, not only to Louisville, but also Lamar Jackson's Heisman campaign. He's been having a great year so far. I still think he's still the front runner for the Heisman. But Louisville really shot themselves in the foot with that loss. Now they have 2 losses, and they're barely struggling to beat Kentucky, only up 3, 24-21 at halftime. And I think they need a lot of chaos to happen. They need a lot of teams in the Power 5 conference to lose because they're already 1 game back from Clemson, and it looks like they won't be going to the ACC championship game. So they need a lot of chaos to happen. I think they'll need Clemson to lose in maybe against South Carolina this week in their rivalry game or in the ACC championship game. But right now, Louisville's certainly on the outside looking in.
And with Lamar Jackson's candidacy now for the Heisman, I guess we will bounce back to this game for just a minute. What did Jabril Peppers do in the first half that might put his name back in that conversation? He's been kind of hovering around Heisman talk all season long. Did he have a good enough first half to keep his name right there?
I mean, Jabril Peppers, because of what he does, how important he is to this Michigan team, his name will always be in contention. He had a nice kickoff return that really set up that Michigan touchdown by allowing Michigan to start their drive with good field position. But I think Jabril Peppers hasn't done enough good plays. He sort of does a little bit of everything rather than putting up gaudy stats like a Lamar Jackson does. So I think Lamar Jackson still has the front seat in this race, but Jabril Peppers certainly a once-in-a-generation type player.
We'll go ahead and take a look at some of the other games that are going on later this afternoon that haven't kicked off yet. Probably the one most pertinent to this game at 3:30. Kicking off in Happy Valley at Beaver Stadium, it's the number 7 Penn State Nittany Lions and the struggling Michigan State Spartans. Again, just a quick preface, if Ohio State is to come back, pull out the victory here, they will need the Spartans to beat Penn State in Happy Valley to go ahead and punch their ticket to the Big Ten championship game. If the Wolverines lose and the Nittany Lions win, it will be, in fact, Penn State who punched their ticket to the Big Ten championship game, courtesy of their win over the Buckeyes earlier this season. Will, let's talk hypothetically. We'll say the Buckeyes come back and win this game in the second half. What do the Spartans then have to do to oust the hopes of the Nittany Lion faithful?
Yeah, so if you're an Ohio State fan, you're rooting super hard for Michigan State, the team you beat last week. And Michigan State has a chance. The reason they've had such a terrible season was because they couldn't find anyone to play the quarterback. I think they have a lot of talent elsewhere, but the quarterback position has been their one main weak spot. And I think they definitely have a chance to beat Penn State. Penn State, although they have a very good squad, they beat Ohio State earlier in the year. They do have some weaknesses that Michigan was able to exploit earlier in the year. And Michigan State, although the record does not indicate it, they always play up to the level of their opponent. They lost to they lost to Ohio State in a nail biter, losing by 1 point on 1 2-point conversion. So they definitely have it in them to beat Penn State and send Ohio State to the Big Ten championship if Ohio State is able to beat Michigan in the game.
Another massive game at 3:30. Down at Bryant-Denny in Tuscaloosa. It's the #1 Alabama Crimson Tide in the Iron Bowl against Auburn. We've seen magic in that game before. Most recently, it was the missed field goal return for a touchdown that gave Auburn the win in the Iron Bowl. I believe that was 3 years ago now, to send the Tigers to the playoff. What does Auburn have to do to beat the Crimson Tide and throw off the #1 team in the country?
Yeah, the Alabama-Auburn, the Iron Bowl, if Michigan, Ohio State is the best rivalry in college football, the Iron Bowl certainly is the second best, and anything can happen in a rivalry game. You saw that with that kick six 3 years ago in Auburn, and if you're Auburn, if you're trying to pull off this upset against #1 team in the country, Alabama Crimson Tide, undefeated, you have to keep yourself in the game in the fourth quarter, because once you're in that fourth quarter, if it's a one-possession game, anything can happen.
And just looking out on the field now, the Ohio State Buckeyes have come out on the tunnel, back to the sideline. We'll bounce back and end the halftime show with this game. What do you think Urban Meyer said to his team in the locker room, and do you think they can capitalize in the second half?
Urban Meyer just told his guys, stay tough. We're only down 3. This is a rivalry game. Anything can happen. Just keep your head in the game. Keep pounding in. Ohio State needs another big play, and I think if Ohio State can get another turnover, they win this game. If Michigan can keep it clean, keep doing their thing, and not turn over the ball, Michigan will win this game. So the key to the game is turnovers as well as field position. Both punters have been having a great game, and I think field position will be a big factor in this game for both teams.
Will, it's been a pleasure doing the halftime show with you. Been a pleasure to call the first half. Again, this has been the WCBN Sports Halftime Show on 88.3 WCBN FM Ann Arbor. The student voice of the Michigan Wolverines coming here in a moment for the second half. Leo Blavenblack back on play-by-play. Eli Sherman coming in at color. Leo, go ahead and take it away.
Welcome back. Thank you for the great coverage, Jeremy Parks in the first half, as well as the halftime show, and Will Yang, who once again will be providing the post-game show. Unfortunately, we won't be able to bring that to you on the radio waves on WCBN FM Ann Arbor, where you're listening to this now if you're in your car or at your home in the Southeast Michigan area. But online at youtube.com/WCBN Sports, you can listen to our post-game show. Win, lose, or draw, Will Yang and Eli Sherman will bring that post-game show to you. We're 2 minutes away from kickoff here in the second half. Michigan leading it at the break, 10-7, capping off a 55-yard touchdown drive to close out the first half. Wilton Speight really responding well, Eli, after that pick six he threw on the previous drive. Michigan goes in the locker room with a lead, and it's an unfamiliar feeling for Michigan fans. Michigan leading and frankly looking rather comfortable against the Buckeyes in the first half.
And as Jeremy and Will surely talked throughout that halftime show, really the story here is that Michigan's defense has absolutely unsettled JT Barrett throughout the game. The distinctive play that you can think of is JT Barrett had that one throw, a third down play, across the middle of the field that Michigan, it would have been an absolute touchdown had JT Barrett not thrown it 10 feet over the receiver's head. And instead, throughout the game, JT Barrett has seemed to struggle. Pregame, we were talking about maybe the weather would be a factor. JT Barrett, in his history at Ohio State, has struggled to throw the ball in windy games, rainy games. Last week at Michigan State stands out, as well as last season at home against Michigan State, the game that effectively clinched the Big Ten for the Spartans. those two games, cold weather games where Ohio State found most of their production on the ground, that's where JT Barrett struggled. But right here in this game, it's relatively calm weather, 45 degrees, about 10-mile-an-hour winds, and Michigan's defensive line has really been the difference maker. Michigan's defensive line dominating Ohio State's offensive line, and that battle in the trenches is really the difference. Ohio State 82 yards total offense, just 14 yards in the air. It's really a surprise that Michigan has done this well, but throughout his tenure, Urban Meyer has only lost 5 games at Ohio State, just 1 game this year. The key here is going to be the halftime adjustments. Urban Meyer dominated Michigan last season thanks to some key halftime adjustments, and we'll have to see how they do here. Michigan set to kick off to start the second half.
The real difference maker in this game, though, in terms of the scoreboard is Ohio State on their first drive of the game. Tyler Durbin missing that 37-yard attempt, and that's why Michigan leads by a field goal 10-7 as Kenny Allen converted on his 1 field goal try. Ohio State will start with the football here in the second half, trailing by a field goal. And Eli Sherman, what does Ohio State's offense have to do adjustment-wise, considering how well Michigan's defensive line has played?
I think they really got to open this game up on the ground. That's where they're going to get the brunt of their yardage, start getting a little bit of momentum behind this offense. And once they can get it on the ground, they can open it up for that read option and let JT Barrett settle down a little bit. He's been erratic in his throws. He's been long a lot of times. And if he can just get a little bit of time in the pocket, set up as kind of more of a pocket passer than that mobile quarterback, that might be able to get them yardage, get them downfield. The key here is going to be to score on this opening drive to set the tone for the second half. Before we get underway, I do want to give a quick shout out to our sound engineer back in Ann Arbor in the station, Evan Osterley, running the board there. A big favor for us. Taking up his Thanksgiving weekend to run things technically from Ann Arbor.
And I hope he's enjoying our call, as are all of you listening. The second half underway. Kenny Allen puts his right foot to the pigskin, and it sails 7 yards deep into the end zone. Once again, a touchback. Kenny Allen doing everything right on special teams. Ohio State will start at their own 25, trailing 10-7 in this, the 113th meeting of the game between Michigan and Ohio State here in Columbus, Ohio, on the Michigan Football Student Radio Network, WCBN FM Ann Arbor. I'm Leo Blavin. He is Eli Sherman. We're high above the Ohio State sideline watching Michigan, leading it by 3.
A few words shared between Michigan and Ohio State special teams player as they left the field there. We saw a bit of a skirmish following Michigan's touchdown, but no flags thrown yet for personal fouls.
Michigan leading it 10-7. Ohio State with the ball to start the second half. At their own 25-yard line, JT Barrett will be in the shotgun, snapping it from the right hash marks. Still 2 seconds on the play clock. 1, Ohio State just getting the snap off. It's an option read. Barrett keeps it, and Ben Gedeon stops him after a 2-yard pickup. I think it's the very smart move by Urban Meyer not to waste that first time out on the first snap of the first half, or of the second half, but Ohio State fans can't be happy that it came that close.
A very, very close game here. And Urban Meyer, if he doesn't have, those extra timeouts on the stretch, that could be critical. But really strange to see Ohio State getting that close down the stretch on the play clock. First play from scrimmage, no time off the clock.
2nd down and 7 from the 28. Firing over the middle, Marcus Ball makes the reception. And Barrett was under duress, stepped up, and fired it out to his tight end, and Ball with his 3rd reception of the game. 1st and 10 Buckeyes.
Jamarco Jones, the left tackle for Ohio State, a little bit slow to get up. Grabbing his ankle seems to be fine. But for JT Barrett, that's going to be a very critical thing. Can he continue to convert those throws across the middle of the field? Right there looked a lot better than that first half.
6 of 12 now through the air in this game is the redshirt junior quarterback. 1st and 10, play action. All sorts of time, firing it deep down the right side, looking for Brown, and a great punch with the left hand by Channing Stribling, who had Noah Brown blanketed, and that's really the only receiving threat the Buckeyes have that isn't a player that usually plays in the backfield, and Stribling played it perfectly and was slow to get up after the play.
Stribling.
Did he get injured celebrating?
Unclear.
No, he was slow to get up after the hitting the turf.
Unclear what exactly happened. Now, it might have been Something with that left arm might have landed on it awkwardly. Couldn't get a good view. But in any case, excellent coverage there. Going downfield, a lot of times you see the DB turn right at the last second, but there he had his inside shoulder the whole way and saw that ball all the way down the field, throwing up the left pin to get the pass.
He asked to sit out for one play, so Brandon Watson is on the bottom of the right, covering Noah Brown on this 2nd down and 10 for Ohio State at their own 38 with 13:59 in the third quarter. Ohio State trailing 10-7. The opening drive of the second half. Barrett hit as he throws. It's tipped. Intercepted. Jabril Peppers spins out of a tackle or across midfield off the deflection. Peppers with his first career interception, and he goes down into Ohio State territory. A huge play to start the second half for the Michigan defense.
And I was just starting to say that JT Barrett really improving his throwing there, but overshoots the receiver. Should have been a catch, really. But in and out of the hands, Jabril Peppers right where he needs to be to haul that one in, and now a huge momentum swing in Michigan's favor. One of the knocks against Jabril Peppers all season is that he hasn't had an interception, but right there,
his whole career,
finally getting one. And now Michigan in Ohio State territory looking to go up 10 here in the shoe.
The pick and then the 12-yard return by Pepper sets Michigan up in Ohio State territory. The Wolverines leading it 10-7, their first turnover of the game. Spate alone in the shotgun. Has Grant Perry wide to the left. Or Koji, excuse me, as Spate checks down over the middle, has Jake Butt, who turns upfield, gets the first down on the 12-yard reception down to the Ohio State 30-yard line. Jake Butt has been a problem for the Ohio State linebackers all game. That time he took advantage of Raekwon McMillan's soft coverage.
I don't think there's a single linebacking core outside of perhaps Penn State when they're healthy that can match up well with Jake Butt. He moves really well across the middle of the field, always a size mismatch. One thing I do want to comment on, very strange to see Henry Poggi lined up on the outside in that play. We'll see if we see that again.
Chris Evans, the tailback, Poggi, the fullback. It's a give to Evans. Cuts right up the middle along the right hash marks. Evans picks up 8 yards on a play that could have been blown up in the backfield. A nice run from the true freshman.
Plenty of room up that A-gap, Michigan's left side of the line. The guard Ben Bredesen, opening up that hole for Chris Evans on first down.
2nd down and 2, and not a hole to run through this time for Evans. He gets just beyond the line of scrimmage and no further. They'll snap this between the hashes. A big 3rd down and 2 upcoming. And the Ohio State defense hears the call to action with the bell ringing through the horseshoe.
Michigan looks to go heavy here, get a little bit of push on that line. Tyrone Wheatley comes into the game to add a little bit of poundage.
Michigan leads it 10-7 off the JT Barrett turnover to start the second half. An interception by Peppers. Michigan looking to keep the drive alive. 3rd down and 2. Spate gives to Smith, cut to the right, has room across the 20, across the 10, cuts towards the middle of the field, and a huge carry for 17 yards by the senior tailback, Davion Smith, as Michigan set up with goal to go, looking to take a 10-point lead.
Michigan is grooving offensively. They've done it all day, and really it is not what we expected offensively for the Wolverines. They're moving the ball really well on the ground. You have to imagine that the fact that Spate is in the game opens things up for the Wolverines. Ohio State knows that he's a better passing quarterback, and it just changes the personnel so much in Michigan's favor. 1st and goal, Darbo out wide to the left. Smith, once again, the tailback. 1st and goal from the 7. They give to Smith, running up the middle, lots of room, lowers the shoulder and gets down to the 1-yard line. A 6-yard carry on 1st and goal, and a big hole once again in the A-gap. Several runs in a row in which Michigan able to get up 5, 6, 8 yards on 1st down or 2nd down, and that really moves the chains. That makes this defense stand on their back heels, no time to rest. Michigan is not a spread offense team, but if they can keep the clock moving and keep Ohio State's defense on the field for as long as they can, it's really going to shift this game in their favor. And make no mistake about it, this is not a weak defensive unit for Ohio State, particularly along the front floor, but Michigan's offensive line has come to play today. 2nd and goal from the 1. Smith, the tailback. Spate fumbled the exchange, appeared to dive on it immediately. There's a big pile, and the indication is Ohio State football. That's a huge play and a massive turnover. We're going to have to see a replay on this one, see what caused that snap mishandle by Wilton Spate. I think what it was is that he wasn't quite set on the center, Mason Cole, and then Mason Cole snapped it early, bounced out of the hands of Wilton Spate, and then Ohio State dove right on it. Davon Hamilton with the recovery, and just when it looked like Michigan was poised to take a double-digit lead, Ohio State gets a big stop. They'll still be pinned at their own 2, and Michigan's defense
once again called upon to make a big play. But that is a huge break for the Buckeyes when they needed it most. The second turnover of the game for the Michigan Wolverines. They still have a 10-7 lead. Ohio recovery at their own 2-yard line with 11-12 still to play in the third quarter on the Michigan Football Student Radio Network, WCBN FM Ann Arbor. JT Barrett lined up at the bottom of the T in Ohio State letters in his own end zone. Takes the snap, rolling to the left side, has some room. Rashawn Gary cuts off some space and makes the stop on the signal caller after a 2-yard scurry.
Rashawn Gary, known for his edge rushing, but excellent job getting off the block there and sealing the interior. A big hole had opened up, and that could have been 5-10 yards on first down.
2nd and 7, Barrett rolling out to the left side. Pressure coming. He's hit as he gets rid of it. Fires it towards the sideline. He was out of the pocket, and it got past the line of scrimmage, so no safety coming.
Ohio State real lucky there. JT Barrett getting about
Smart
2
play.
or 3 yards to his right out of the pocket. Pass goes past the initial line of scrimmage, so Ohio State avoiding the safety there. But 3rd and 7 from their own 4. They're going to need a big play here to get out of the shadow of their own end zone.
Lots of speed on the field at the end positions with Gary and Charlton. Hurst and Glasgow down as the 4 linemen. Michigan with the nickel package for this 3rd and 7. Ohio State snapping it from their own 5. Barrett alone in the shotgun. Pressure coming, has to get rid of it, fires it over the middle, has his intended target, and the catch is made for a first down at the 15 for the Buckeyes. The reception is the redshirt freshman, KJ Hill, who's really emerged over these past few weeks.
And a great job by JT Barrett there, sticking in the pocket. There was a lot of pressure coming. He got hit hard as he threw a dart across the middle of the field. Excellent pickup on 3rd and long.
He struggled on some throws, not on that one. It was a dart to the redshirt freshman from Arkansas. 1st and 10 for Ohio State at their own 15 after the fumble recovery with Michigan having goal to go. They give to Mike Weber on the option read, and he's stuffed for no gain.
Mike Weber out of Cass Tech in Detroit, famously committed to Ohio State, and then the primary recruiter, the running backs coach from Ohio State, left for another school. And Mike Weber still electing to go to Ohio State. There's nothing really he could do, signing his national letter of intent. Hasn't had a strong game here today in his redshirt freshman season. First look at Michigan.
Just 14 yards on 7 carries. Barrett rolling out to the right, has room, and he fires it. A miscommunication between him and Noah Brown, and it's thrown off the extended left arm of Brown. Incomplete. 3rd and 10 upcoming. Barrett
had to get rid of that one quick. Mike McRae had a very good read. Don Brown dialing up that blitz, getting it off the edge. And McRae into the backfield, had to force Barrett to roll out to his right, get the quick throw off.
The crowd a bit restless here in Columbus. The Ohio State offense has yet to put points on the board in this game. They trail 10-7 off a pick 6, the only score for the Buckeyes. 9:46 still to play in the third quarter. It's 3rd down and 10 from the 15. Barrett drops back, pressure coming off the edge, fires it into the flat, and a great open field tackle made by Delano Hill. A 5-yard gain at most. I believe the receiver was Mike Weber coming out of the backfield, and he's held to a 4-yard pickup. 4th down, and Cameron Johnston once again coming to the field to punt.
Michigan overloaded that right side of the line. Chris Wormley, Taco Charlton, the men collapsing the pocket on JT Barrett's left. He had to dump it down to Mike Weber, and Mike Weber isn't really a speed back. He is a power back. He couldn't get away from his man. Tackled, and Ohio State is punting once again.
Johnson at his own 8. It's a fake. He's running it up the middle, and he will not pick up the first down. Ohio State looking for some magic, and Johnson carried it. The Aussie only picked up 4 yards. He needed 6, and a huge swing in field position for the Wolverines. I don't hate the play call by Urban Meyer. He's trying to find a spark, but Michigan is back in great field position.
Couldn't agree with you more. I think right there they had that really well read. Michigan dialed up in an attempt to block. They had a near block earlier in the game. Grant Perry called for the running into the kicker penalty. Chris Partridge, Michigan's special teams coordinator, dialing up that play, but Ohio State, their attempt fails, and now Michigan, excellent field position, starting from the 22-yard line, looking to pick up the slack. They came up short after Wilton Spade fumbled on Michigan's last possession.
Ohio State's defense has been bent, but they haven't broken. They've conceded just 1 touchdown thus far. They do trail 10-7, and Michigan takes over on the fake punt. They give to Smith, wrapped up, spins through a tackler, keeps the legs loose, then gets inside the 20 down to the 18. Under 9 minutes to go here in the third quarter. Michigan looking to add to their 10-7 lead.
Looked like about 5 yards there on first down. They're going to spot it as 4. In any case, Davion Smith, we've talked about it all season. He gets hit, and then he keeps going right there, spinning, not quite all the way out of the tackle, but leaning so that his entire body length could fall forward and pick up the yardage.
Jabril Peppers in. It's the Pep Cat. He has Karan Higdon to his right in the shotgun, Davion Smith to his left in the shotgun. Jake Butt slot right, Chesson wide right, Darbo wide left. Peppers, design keeper, running up the middle, wrapped up at the legs by Hubbard for a 2-yard carry.
One thing I'll say about Jim Harbaugh's play calling with Peppers, that's been a play throughout the season that you think that they're dialing up something extravagant to give Jabril Peppers the opportunity to, maybe break one big, but so far this season, he hasn't gotten a lot of big-time plays. You think of the Rutgers game, maybe a couple there, but other than that, hasn't been too imaginative.
Explosive plays have gone the way of the Buckeyes in recent memory in this series. Could Michigan get one to add to their lead? Play action. Spate fires out to the right side. Has Darbo. Darbo makes the basket catch. He hangs on. First down, Michigan, a 10-yard connection. Darbo having himself quite the ball game, and Michigan has goal to go once again for the second time in this half.
Excellent throw, playing within their means. Don't need to take a shot to the end zone. They have plenty of room to get a first down. And Wilton Spate right there, the quick out route, throws it to Darbo. They've drawn up that play 3 or 4 times today where Darbo lays out about 10 yards downfield. Right there, it's good enough for the first down.
6 receptions for Darbo on the day. First and goal from the 9. Michigan leads 10-7. Spate slipped but able to get the handoff to Davion Smith, and he picks up 2 yards. The timing all thrown off as Spate lost his footing. Some trouble with the center, though, so far in this game. Or in this half, I should say, with 7:10 still to go in the third quarter. Michigan leading Ohio State 10-7.
A little bit strange to see there. Wilton Spate, obviously, the fumble on the last drive. Once they got goal to go, here goal to go once again, second and goal from the 8. And Spate trips and falls. It messes up Davion Smith as he runs right. We'll have to get that figured out on the sideline in between these drives.
Smith, the tailback, Hill offset, has the fullback Darbo to the left side, Spate under center. Play action. Spate looking that way, firing into the flats as Khalid Hill. He's into the end zone. Touchdown, Michigan. His second touchdown of the game. Khalid Hill makes it Michigan 16, Ohio State 7. What a great play design. The rollout from Spate. He found his fullback in the flats, and Michigan picks up a 6-point conversion.
If you told me that at the beginning of the season, a 6'2", 263-pounder, a fullback, would be leading this team in touchdowns, I would have told you were nuts. But Khalid Hill,
his second receiving
and leading the team throughout the season, absolutely brilliant. Harbaugh using his personnel to their fullest potential.
Good snap on the PAT. It is up. It is true. And Michigan has a 17-7 lead on the Michigan Football Student Radio Network, WCBN FM Ann Arbor, with 6:37 still to go here in the third quarter. Eli, you mentioned the diversity of talent Michigan has. And as you said, you don't expect many burly 263-pound running back fullbacks to have their presence felt. Only in Harbaugh's offense, though, can the touchdown leader be a fullback who, prior to this year, I think was a name not many Michigan fans were aware of. And Hill, in his fourth year in the school, his third year of eligibility, could come back for another year. In all likelihood, he will. Has 2 receiving touchdowns in the year to go with 10 rushing touchdowns. And he's not going to be in the Heisman conversation, but in terms of scoring leaders, he's about as good as it gets. What did you see on that drive for Michigan, a drive that started off a fake punt? Michigan didn't have to go very far, but on the previous drive, they didn't either. This time, they come away with 6.
Yeah, Michigan, obviously a lot more offensive prowess on display in the first drive, but that drive, 5 plays, 22 yards, 2:29 off the clock, really taking their time. I'm impressed by their ability to run the clock there. Now 6:37 to go here in the third quarter. Michigan, this is a game that going into the game, everybody said it. Michigan would be favored if it was a low-scoring slog fest, and if it became a shootout, there's no chance. Michigan really taking advantage of Ohio State's offensive struggles, and Michigan fans starting to believe that they're going to have a chance to pull away. One thing you mentioned, the diversity of offense here in this game. Michigan, 7 rushers on the ground, 29 carries, 66 yards, but that really has opened it up. And Wilton Spate, it was a question coming into the game on whether or not he could play. Obviously, a injured collarbone, injured left shoulder, non-throwing shoulder against Iowa. Didn't play at all last week at home against Indiana, but in this game, 23 throws, 18 connections, 168 yards, just the one mistake deep in his own end zone, the pick six. And again, Ohio State struggling offensively. 114 total yards, Michigan really shutting them down, and that is the difference so far here in this game.
That last drive officially a 5-play, 22-yard drive capped off by the 8-yard pass into the left flats from Wilton Spate to Khalid Hill for his second touchdown of the game. Not many people, I would say, expected Khalid Hill to be the offensive player of the game, and I'm not sure that's the case. Wilton Spate has looked really good. Some concern about whether or not he'd be able to play. It was reported 2 weeks ago after the Iowa game he had a broken collarbone. Based on how well he's playing today, if that's the case, this is a miracle. But he's playing too well for me to think that's the case.
Given how well he's playing, given the expectations, I would venture to say that this is a better performance than Michael Jordan in the flu game, given the implications. Michael Jordan was sick. Wilton Spate, if he did have a broken collarbone, at this point I think it seems clear that he doesn't actually have a broken collarbone. But given the storyline, it's just that much more impressive. I will say this, regardless of the status of his collarbone, Wilton Spate proving to be far and above. Throughout the season there was discussions of how close really were Spate and O'Korn. Based on last week and this week and the weeks before, it's clear that Wilton Spate is the guy, and you'd have to expect that next year will be at least a bright spot for the Wolverines.
Kenny Allen, the guy on special teams so far today, has been great punting, extra points, field goals, and most importantly, kickoffs. Ohio State not able to return any of these as they're all clearing the end zone by some distance. This one, no different, as it clears the northern end zone. Ohio State going left to right across your radio dial. Michigan's defense operating from right to left. And the Wolverines nursing a 17-7 lead with 6:37 still to play in the third quarter. This, the Michigan Football Student Radio Network, WCBN FM Ann Arbor, and online at youtube.com/WCBN Sports. Once again, the post-game show at the conclusion of this game between Will Yang and Eli Sherman can be heard exclusively at youtube.com/WCBN Sports. Thank you to all listening across the world, and in particular our listeners on the radio in southeastern Michigan. I'm Leo Lehman. Eli Sherman joining me high above the Ohio State sideline. And Eli, Michigan's defense has been the story of this game. Ohio State just no answers. What can Ohio State's offense do? What adjustments can they make?
Well, not only is Michigan's defense dominating, they're really dominating all three phases. You touched on special teams real quickly there, so it should be noted Michigan is currently winning the battle in all three phases. To answer your question, though, again, I really think Ohio State needs to find a way to get J.T. Barrett settled in that pocket. He struggled throwing the ball. They found a little bit of success on the ground. Mike Weber not really strong. Really, J.T. Barrett is doing the most of the work with his own feet. But if Ohio State is going to find a little bit of momentum here, find a groove, they're going to need J.T. Barrett to be able to step up and get a few throws, across the middle of the field, open things up for the running offense. We've seen, a few flashes of brilliance. One thing of note, that last drive, it was 3rd and 7 in the shadow of his own end zone, getting that throw across the middle of the field to convert the first down. But, they're not stringing drives together. They're getting a first down here, a first down there, but nothing has really continued. They need more consistency in the passing game from J.T. Barrett.
Still waiting to get out of this TV timeout. Michigan on top of Ohio State, 17-7 with 6:37 still to play in the third quarter. Ohio State will once again start this drive at their own 25. Michigan's defense will trot back out there with a 10-point lead and all sorts of confidence. Ohio State on the day, just 2 of 9 on third downs, and they've been held to just 114 yards of total offense. Only 51 yards coming on the ground, and in particular, Mike Weber has been limited to 2.1 yards per carry. Curtis Samuel, so far, just 4 carries. Ohio State's offense has to find a way to get him more involved in this second half if the Buckeyes want to come back. As we get back underway, Ohio State will start with the ball at their own right hash marks at their own 25, down 10, with 6:37 still to play. And 5 receivers currently split to the left side, and they now motion 3 to the right, including Curtis Samuel, who's behind Barrett in the pistol. Option read, the give to Samuel, running to the left side. Gets the edge, needs to make another man miss. Delano Hill, nice open field tackle, limiting Samuel to just 9 yards. But Ohio State needs to do a lot more of that.
Delano Field, as you said, nice open field tackle. We've seen a couple plays this year where Delano Hill gets beat. That play would have been a good 40 yards, if not pay dirt for Ohio State, had Delano Hill not laid out to make that open field shoestring tackle.
Ohio State's offense can cause problems for any secondary, particularly when they get to that second level running the football. 2nd down and 1. Option read. Barrett will keep it running up the middle, and he's got 6 yards down to the 40-yard line. And Ohio State moves the sticks for the first time in what feels like a long time.
Ohio State takes advantage of Michigan selling out on the edge. The play fake to Curtis Samuel opened up that B gap on the left side. JT Barrett scurrying forward and picking up the yardage to gain.
Trips out wide to the right. Barrett in the shotgun. And there's a whistle. Timeout, Ohio State. Unclear who called it. We'll hear what the explanation is. It was signaled as a timeout for the Buckeyes.
Discussion happening between the umpire and the referee down at the 33. And there you have it, a charge timeout, Ohio State. 5:42 remaining here in the third quarter tonight. Other than
Urban Meyer did not want this timeout, though. He is disgusted with the linesman on the sideline. He is not happy, giving that linesman an earful. And it didn't seem like any reason for a timeout. They weren't running out of time on the play clock. For whatever reason, the timeout has been granted to Ohio State, and they're down to just 2 for the remainder of this game. That could play a big factor as we come down the stretch. 5:42 still to go in the third quarter. Ohio State trailing Michigan 17-7 here in the 113th edition of the game.
Yeah, and I was going to say, seemingly a very clear miscommunication, either between the sideline and the players on the field or Ohio State's team as a whole and the refereeing squad. Now, playing into Michigan's favor, this Ohio State, without that extra timeout, it could come down to a 2-minute drill or some other situation where Ohio State needs to kill the clock and they're not able to. It's really weird to see. Normally Ohio State very, very well, very disciplined on the sideline.
I have to jump in for a moment. We're getting word via the interwebs. Ohio State forced to take a timeout there because one of their players did not have his mouthpiece in. That is a rule. That's an NCAA rule. You have to have all 11 guys with a mouthpiece in. One player did not, and that's going to be costly potentially.
Whoever came up with that report, that's a very good catch because that's something you only see if you're the sideline reporter down there hearing it directly from the referee. But in any case, this hurts Ohio State. It remains to be seen how much, given that a lot of football to play, about 20 minutes left to go in the game. But Ohio State down 10. They need to get this offense going, and down the stretch, looking like a close game, they probably will want that timeout. Ruff having to take the timeout here.
And I don't know if I've ever seen that rule enforced before. Certainly not a game I've attended in person, but
yeah, normally you see it. A player has their helmet removed, and the team takes a timeout in order to keep the critical player on the field. But just kind of a fluky thing, really, to see a team forced to take a timeout offensively because a player was missing their mouthpiece.
We're getting word now the attendance record has been shattered here at the shoe. 110,045 on hand here in Columbus to witness the 113th meeting between Michigan and Ohio State, a game that has seen Michigan dominant in all 3 phases, as you've alluded to throughout this second half. 5:42 still to play in this third quarter, Michigan leading 17-7. And after the timeout, it'll still be 1st and 10 for the Buckeyes at their own 40-yard line. We want to remind you and thank you for listening to our coverage of Michigan football on the Michigan Football Student Radio Network, online at youtube.com/WCBN Sports, and on the radio in Ann Arbor on WCBN FM Ann Arbor. 5:42 to go here in the third quarter. JT Barrett 1st and 10 at his own 40. In the shotgun as Mike Weber. To his left, Noah Brown out wide to the left. Trips receivers out wide to the right. In the slot right is Curtis Samuel. The tight end on the right side is Marcus Ball. And I believe that is Corey Smith, who split well wide on the right side. First down snap. No pressure, fired over the middle and making the leaping swat is Mike McRae, batting it at the line of scrimmage.
JT Barrett tried to throw across the middle, find Marcus Baugh, but the big hands, the sausage hands of Mike McRae going up, knocking that one down. Michigan coming up big, forces the 2nd and 10 from near midfield.
Ohio State needs to put together a drive here. Barrett in the pistol has Weber behind him. 3 receivers in a triangle to his right. Marcus Baugh, the tight end. It's an option read. Barrett will keep it running down the left sideline. Has room across midfield. Steps out of bounds widely before contact at the Michigan 47-yard line. Ohio State starting to find some edges running the football towards that left side.
Yeah, I think we've seen a little bit of change in the play calling here from Ohio State. They're looking more towards the edge, forcing the Wolverines to show that they are athletic enough to keep up with Ohio State's speed.
Ohio State quickly back to the line, 1st and 10 across midfield. Play action. Barrett has time, fires it over the middle, and he overthrew his intended target, Curtis Samuel, by a good 3 yards. Incomplete. And once again, Michigan catches a break because Samuel was open.
Curtis Samuel got the good double move on DeMonte Thomas. DeMonte Thomas was well beat downfield. Curtis Samuel just out of his reach, and that would have been an excellent play for Ohio State to connect. Instead, 2nd and 10 from the 47.
2nd down and 10. The snap to Barrett. Option read. He'll keep it to the left side. Taco Charlton loses contain, and Barrett spins forward across the 35 down to the 34. 1st down for the Buckeyes on a 12-yard carry by the quarterback. Charlton's got to be more alert there. He was unblocked. He just got in time too quick.
And I think Charlton's starting to show a little bit of signs of getting tired there. Maybe sit out a play here, 1 or 2.
He's on the sideline here for this 1st down and 10 from the Michigan 34. The Buckeyes driving. Barrett looking to his right, will fire to the right, and Weber not able to hang on. It was a forward pass, so it simply falls to the turf, incomplete. But the freshman from Detroit pressing against his hometown team growing up.
That's a play Mike Weber's got to make. He had a little bit of room to cut it upfield, but
perfect throw,
in and out of his hands. There's nothing more you can do if you're JT Barrett to give him an opportunity to pick up yardage. And once again, 3 straight 1st downs, 3 straight 2nd and 10s because of incomplete passes. Couple on JT Barrett, 1 there on the receiver.
Trips out wide to the right, Noah Brown wide left. 2nd down and 10 from the Michigan 34. Weber motions out to the right. Barrett all alone takes the shotgun snap. Looking and firing it to Weber. It was behind him in the open field tackle made by Stribling. It's a 5-yard loss. That cannot have been the play design. Weber, though, had to make the catch because that was a lateral.
Mike Weber, the previous play, that was his fault. In and out of his hands, a pass he should have caught there. JT Barrett, as he feels the pressure, throwing the ball as a backwards pass. And on that one, I really think JT Barrett's got to get the legs going, try and use his mobility to his advantage rather than throwing a pass that's not going to turn out well for Ohio State.
And that loss likely takes Ohio State out of a position to consider going for it if they can't pick up big yardage here. Officially 3rd and 16 from the Michigan 40. Ohio State trailing 17-7 with 4 minutes to go in the 3rd quarter. Barrett in the shotgun, 2 out wide to both sides. Has Weber stepping up in the pocket, firing it deep down the right sideline, and he overthrew Curtis Samuel again by a good 5 yards. Pressure was coming from Matt Godin as well. It's incomplete, and some boo birds coming out here at the Horseshoe. The offense not looking like the unit we've seen at times against the Rutgers, Marylands, and Nebraskas of the world. This is a lot like what we saw last week from Ohio State.
I think the boo birds wanted a pass interference call down the field, but the intended receiver was nearly taken down by DeMonte Thomas, but that pass 5 yards out of bounds. JT Barrett, again, struggling to connect on those downfield passes.
Ohio State can flip field position here. They have one of the best punters in the country, Johnston, lined up at his own 47. He waits patiently, boots a high pooch kick. Peppers will field it at his own 11-yard line. He signaled for the fair catch almost immediately off the foot of Johnston. And not the best punt, but not the worst either. Michigan will have to go 88 yards to add to their lead if they want a touchdown. With 3:47 still to play in the 3rd quarter, there's a timeout on the field on this, the Michigan Football Student Radio Network, WCBN FM Ann Arbor. I'm Leo Blavin. Joining me, Eli Sherman, Jeremy Parks, our spotter, Will Yang, our pregame, postgame, and halftime show host. And again, you can listen to our postgame show on youtube.com/WCBN Sports.
And also, of course, our sound engineer, Evan Osterle, up in Ann Arbor, managing the board in studio.
This is a big drive for Michigan with 3:47 to go in the 3rd quarter. They can add to their current 10-point lead. They started at their own 12 on the left hash mark. Spade under center. In motion is Eddie McDoom. It's a give to Poggi running the right side for a fake jet sweep, and Poggi with a good pad level picks up 3, maybe 4 yards on the fullback dive.
Slow developing play there for the Wolverines. Not sure really what they were looking for. The misdirection, obviously, the jet sweep coming from Eddie McDoom, but handing the ball off to Poggi on first down only picks up about 3 yards.
Let's see if Michigan opens it up. Takes a shot. They got a 10-point lead. They're playing with house money at this point. Spade under center as Smith is the tailback. Offset eye with Poggi, the fullback. Darbo out wide to the left. He's already got 5 receptions in this game. Jake Butt now slot left. Play action. Spade fires it over the middle behind Darbo, who cannot hang on to the catch. It was a bad throw, but Darbo, with how well he's played today, should have had that catch. He got both hands on it, but the throw was off the mark.
Moon Spade a little bit behind Darbo. Darbo having to jump up and try and catch that ball behind him.
Pressure was coming as well.
But a lucky play there that it didn't tip out of Darbo's hands, would have fallen right into the hands of the Ohio State defender for the second interception.
The crowd knows this is a big play. Their defense urging them to help get off the field. 3rd down and 6. The crowd on their feet here at the Horseshoe. Michigan and Ohio State, it doesn't get any better. 3rd and 6, Michigan backed up at their own 16. Spade drops back. Pressure coming. It's a design screen. Checks down to Davion Smith, who cuts across the 20. Down the Ohio State sideline across the 35. Flag comes out, but it was well upfield, so a spot of the foul penalty will still concede the first down to Michigan.
I'm not sure you said that it was a design screen. There was a lot of pressure coming from both sides of that line. Will Spate, earlier in the game, we saw him try and check down. It resulted in the pick 6 right there. A much better decision finding Davion Smith to convert that first down. A discussion down near around the 31-yard line. We'll see where they put this ball.
Personal foul.
A face mask called on Mason Cole, Michigan center.
And because of the nature of the penalty being a 15-yarder, and it is a spot foul, they're going to back Michigan up, and they do not get the first down.
Michigan unlucky there.
And Harbaugh is absolutely livid.
Very rare that you see a personal foul face mask called downfield from an offensive lineman. Michigan facing 3rd down yet again.
And Harbaugh takes a timeout to chew out the officials. So both teams using a timeout here in the 3rd quarter. Harbaugh absolutely furious. I think his biggest point of contention is he thinks that Michigan should still have the first down even with the spot foul penalty.
Yeah, my understanding would have been that it's a personal foul, but not a spot foul, given that it's a downfield play on the first down conversion.
Well, they did say it was a spot of the foul, but I guess where the spot was not 15 yards ahead of the yardage.
The thing is, conventionally, that's not a spot foul because it's as the play is tackled. You don't hear about it being a spot foul, but given that Davion Smith went an extra 15 yards downfield, now you actually seeing the effect of the spot foul there. But I will say this, Harbaugh taking the timeout here isn't the worst thing in the world.
This is a
critical 3rd and 5. The Wolverines at their own 17-yard line, 2:50 to go here in the 3rd quarter. If they're able to convert, that would do wonders for this team, extending this drive.
Unfortunately, we don't have a replay monitor up here in our booth, so there's no way of telling where that foul occurred, but we believe Harbaugh partially took that penalty to get another explanation from the officials. He's not going to get the call changed, though. It's 3rd and 5 after the face mask penalty. Michigan looking to move the sticks once again. 2:50 to go in the 3rd quarter. The Wolverines lead it 17-7. The loudest we've heard it in this stadium today for this big 3rd down. 2 out wide to the right, 1 out wide to the left. Spate in the shotgun has Smith to his right. Takes the snap, drops back, steps up in the pocket, has all sorts of time, fires it over the middle. Grant Perry with the reception at the 30-yard line. First down, Michigan. A 12-yard pickup from Spate.
Grant Perry having a fantastic day here against Ohio State. That there, his 4th catch of the day, picking up the first down, a critical first down there. And the Wolverines now get to run this clock out a little bit more, push it towards the end of the 3rd quarter.
Perry, a player who's been awfully quiet through the conference play, making his voice heard today. 1st and 10 from the Michigan 30. Spade under center. The give to Smith, and that play was blown up immediately. And in there first was Draymond Jones with the stop. A big tackle for loss, drops Davion Smith for a 5-yard loss.
Tough breakdown to see there on the right-hand side of Michigan's line. A miscommunication on who was picking up the blitz, but Draymond Jones with that tackle for loss, that looked absolutely textbook from the left tackle.
Rough news for Michigan fans. He's just a redshirt freshman. 2nd down and 14. Michigan backed up now to their own 26, spotting a 10-point lead with under 2 minutes to go in the third quarter. Smith, the tailback. Play action. Spade stepping up. Fires it over the middle. Intercepted. It's made by Jerome Baker. He's running back across the 30. Down the Ohio State sideline. Coming from behind is Perry to make the tackle, but Ohio State's defense with another huge play on an ill-advised throw from Spade over the middle. And Ohio State's defense helping out the offense once again. It'll be 1st down and 10 for the Buckeye offense deep in Michigan territory. The return all the way down to the 13-yard line of Michigan with 1:30 to go here in the third quarter, and Ohio State down by 10. A big opportunity to cut that lead. Michigan's defense will be called upon once again.
Wilton Spade, an underthrown ball across the middle of the field. He threw into what turned out to be triple coverage, trying to find Amaro Darbo. But that throw, I think he's got to look elsewhere on the field. You're not going to slot it in on a line drive throw, stepping up in the pocket like that. Michigan lucky that a linebacker caught it rather than a defensive back. Somebody with a little bit more speed might have been able to punch that one home. Instead, Michigan's defense going to have an opportunity to force a field goal here. JT Barrett well into the red zone.
3rd turnover of the game for Michigan, 2nd interception of the game for the Buckeyes, and some early motion. The question is, who moved first? Based on the way this game's been called thus far, I wouldn't be shocked to see this one go against the Wolverines as well. Thus far, 4 penalties against the Wolverines, 1 penalty against the Buckeyes for 1 yard. And it is encroachment against Mo Hurst.
And Jim Harbaugh.
And Harbaugh's levied. And a personal foul on sportsmanlike conduct penalty comes out here.
Jim Harbaugh, all 3 of his play cards out onto the field. One of them got as far as the numbers beyond the sideline. The flag call, this could be just a sideline warning if Michigan's lucky.
Well, with the flag out, I doubt it.
Personal foul indeed.
Things not getting easier for Michigan. They'll be backed up. And it's goal to go without even taking a snap. So Ohio State with 1st and goal, trailing by 10 with 1:30 to go here in the third quarter. They'll snap it from the Michigan 4.
Ohio State's spreading the field here on 1st and goal.
Barrett in the shotgun as Weber to his right. It's a design quarterback keeper running up the middle, reaching for the end zone. Does he break the plane? He does not. He'll be stopped about 2 inches shy of the end zone plane.
JT Barrett real close there, diving forward. If we see a replay, it might turn out that he got that one across the plane. We'll
Ohio State not going to wait for a replay. They're going to get quickly to the line in the shotgun. The give to Weber, dives over the goal line. He's in. Touchdown, Ohio State. And we have a ball game once again. The first offensive score of the game coming off an interception by Jerome Baker.
And if you're an Ohio State fan, you have to be saying, finally something breaks in their favor. Wilton Spate making the mistake across the middle of the field. Not only Michigan's 3rd turnover of the day, but Wilton Spate's 3rd turnover of the day. Obviously the fumble, the pick 6, and right here, an interception across the middle of the field sets up an Ohio State touchdown.
20 yards of penalties accounting for most of that drive. The PAT is up. It is through, and it is a field goal game. It's Michigan 17, Ohio State 14 with 1:06 still to play in the third quarter. The penalty numbers now for the Wolverines. 6 penalties for 44 yards. Ohio State just 1 penalty for 1 yard.
This game,
Ohio State still just 153 yards on the ground, or total. 57 of those through the air now, 96 on the ground. And the touchdown from the Detroit product, Mike Weber, cuts this lead down to a field goal.
and a few minutes ago we were talking about how the momentum was clearly in Michigan's favor. They had that turnover in Ohio State territory, couldn't convert, but got a quick 3 and out and then scored a touchdown. And then a third down pickup, a key third down pickup on their own end of the field. But then the next play, Wilton Spate throws the interception, and instead of Michigan extending a drive, forcing Ohio State's defense to stay on the field, they give up the touchdown. Now Michigan is going to look to respond. You know, in baseball, you talk about shutdown innings. Here for Ohio State, the key, a shutdown drive coming up potentially for this defense would really swing the momentum in their favor.
Harbaugh's got to keep his composure going forward, though. He can't let this moment get too big as this team feeds off his energy. 1:06 to play here in the third quarter. Ohio State with a 1-yard touchdown run off a interception. The third Michigan turnover of the game, and the pooch kick off the foot of Durbin is fielded by one of the upbacks. At the 20, holding on to the football, gets to the 25 and down to the 26-yard line. And some scuffling along the Ohio State sideline. You can certainly not expect a penalty to come against the Buckeyes here. It'll be first down and 10 with Michigan on their own 26-yard line, spotting a 17-14 lead with 1:02 still to play in the third quarter on this, the Michigan Football Student Radio Network, WCBN FM Ann Arbor.
And just real quick on that kickoff, Bobby Henderson, the upback, that's a nice play. Normally he's not catching that ball on that kickoff. He really held on tight, able to come up and not give up any sort of fumble, any sort of turnover.
First and 10 for Michigan on their own 26. Play action. Spate dumps it off to Darboh in the right flats. Gets across the 30, turns upfield along the Michigan sideline. He tiptoes and picks up 8 yards. 2nd and 2 upcoming.
Nice play there. Michigan, the fake toss to the left side. Instead, Spate moving to his right, finding Darboh, both moving in the same direction. Really gets that momentum upfield. Michigan, a nice play there on first down.
Michigan looking to respond after the first Ohio State offensive touchdown of this game. 2nd down and 2. Michigan with the ball at their own 33. Spade under center. The tailback is Karan Higdon. The give is to Higdon, cutting up the middle. Gets across the 35, and he needed 2 yards. He gets 3. First down, Michigan.
Higdon hit right as he crossed the line of scrimmage, but enough momentum falling forward to speed back.
He's quick out of the backfield.
And Higdon picking up that first down. We haven't seen a lot of Higdon these last couple of games. Earlier on in the season, it seemed that Higdon might be the guy other than Davion Smith, you know, the speed back, get Michigan those yards upfield, but a little bit less contribution. Nice to see here him picking up the first down. Michigan appears to be content to not snap the ball here. We'll head to the fourth in a dogfight here at Ohio Stadium. 17-14 in Michigan's favor in what is, by all accounts, the game of the year. Number 2 versus number 3, Ohio State and Michigan in the game.
A win puts Michigan in the Big Ten championship game for the first time in program history. They would punch the Big Ten East. Ohio State with a win likely punches their ticket to the college football playoff. In order to get to the Big Ten championship, Ohio State needs a win, and then at 3:30 they need Michigan State to pull off the upset in Happy Valley over Penn State, as the Nittany Lion fans all rooting for Ohio State after beating the Buckeyes earlier this season. Michigan's offense, though, not doing the defense any favors. It's hard to get a stop when you're starting with 1st and goal from the 1, but Michigan defense has played as well as you could have asked. Michigan's offense, though, has to limit the mistakes, and they're probably going to need another score to win this game.
Michigan, they've had success on the ground, not what we've seen earlier in the season where they're putting up 200 or 300 yards, but here in this game, the ground game has opened things up. And, you know, Wilton Spate, say what you will about his mistakes, we talked about it at the start of the half. He's impressed so far. He's gotten the job done when he needs to. It's just a matter of really making the smart decisions across the middle of the field. We haven't seen too many shots down the sidelines. Maybe something for the Wolverines to open up here as we enter the fourth quarter. Try and find a Darboh or a Chesson running a vertical route. Obviously, Ohio State has excellent corners, possibly the best matchup. You know, if you compare Ohio State's corners to Michigan corners, one of the closest discussions between these two teams. But the Wolverines, why not try it? Wilton Spate, he hasn't taken any real deep, aggressive shots downfield, and that might open things up to the Wolverines here offensively as we enter the fourth quarter.
It is a sold-out Ohio Stadium here in Columbus, Ohio. You're listening to Michigan Football on the Michigan Football Student Radio Network, WCBN FM Ann Arbor, and online at youtube.com/WCBN Sports. Once again, you can listen to our postgame show exclusively online at youtube.com/WCBN Sports. We want to thank all of you listening across the airwaves of southeastern Michigan and online across the globe on youtube.com. I'm Leo Blavin. Joining me high above the Ohio State sideline is Eli Sherman. Michigan leads at 17-14 with a with a first down and 10 upcoming at their own 36-yard line. Ohio State's offense finally getting their first touchdown of this game, but it's been the Ohio State defense taking advantage of Wilton Spate's mistakes.
Wilton Spate, 21 of 28 in the air, 205 yards, and the touchdown to Khalid Hill. But again, 2 interceptions, one of them a pick six, the other one very nearly a pick six and resulted in a touchdown. And then, of course, the fumble right at the goal line. If Michigan doesn't fumble there, they probably score a touchdown. And then this is a very different ball game. Of course, Michigan did score on the ensuing possession. But nevertheless, if not for those 3 mistakes, you have to imagine that Michigan is winning this game by a lot more than 3 points.
There is an uneasiness in the crowd. They're not used to this position of being behind, especially in this rivalry game, which Ohio State typically wins comfortably. But this year, Michigan putting up the best fight they can and really save the 2 interceptions. This could be a lot ugly. But unfortunately, that's not the way the game works. And whenever you win the turnover battle, it plays a big role in winning games. And Ohio State in a decent position to do that, all things considered, with how bad their offense has looked at times. They trailed by just a field goal. Now Michigan switching field to start this 4th quarter. They lead 17-14. They now go left to right across your radio dial and north to south for you directionally inclined at home. 2 out wide to both sides. Spate in the shotgun, 1st and 10 from his own 36. Spate looking left. Now looking over the middle. Fires to Jake, but it is tipped off his hands and incomplete. A dangerous spot, though, whenever you throw over the middle and it takes a deflection. Fortunately for Michigan, it falls harmlessly to the turf.
Raekwon McMillan, some nice coverage there across the middle. Had that inside hand on Jake Butt's hip, avoiding the pass interference call and really disrupted Jake Butt's ability to make the catch, running near the 46-yard line.
Chris Evans, the tailback to the right of Wilton Spate, who's in the shotgun. Trips receivers out wide to the right. It's Perry, Chesson, and Darbo from right to left. 2nd down and 10. They give to Evans, running up the middle, has a big hole across the 40, and he will pick up 7 yards on the 2nd down carry. 3rd and a long 3 upcoming near midfield.
Seems like every single 3rd down here in this game is the biggest 3rd down yet so far. The Wolverines looking to convert here, get a drive going as they start this 4th quarter.
The stakes couldn't be higher. It's the game, it's the greatest rivalry in sports, and Ohio State's defense looking to make a play down by a field goal. With 14:20 to go in the 4th quarter, it's Michigan 17, Ohio State 14. 3rd down and a long 3. Spate in the shotgun. Under pressure, fires it out to the right side. It's deflected at the line. It doesn't get to Grant Perry. Incomplete, and Spate got hit, and he's slow to get up.
Gets a little help up from his left tackle, Ben Braden. Looks like Spate is all right. The left arm dangling a little bit there. That's the arm. His left shoulder is the one that was injured against Iowa, but seemed to be mostly okay. Wolverines forced to take the 3 and out.
Curtis Samuel back deep to return, lined up at his own 17-yard line.
Michigan gets the punt off. Curtis Samuel lets it bounce.
And it takes a Michigan
bounce.
Michigan will down it at the 16-yard line. 14:04 to go in the 4th quarter. Ohio State with the football, looking to take their first lead of the 2nd half. They trail 17-14. This is a game Michigan led by 10 points in the 3rd quarter, and it's all Ohio State since then.
Ohio State, again, taking advantage of a couple of Michigan miscues. The pick 6 in the 2nd quarter, and then the interception on Michigan's previous drive, not this most recent one. But Ohio State will set up from their own 16-yard line, looking to drive 84 yards and get on top for the first time here in the 2nd half. They trail 17-14, and things have, again, started to open up for Ohio State offensively. You mentioned things uneasy in the Ohio State fan base here in Ohio Stadium. I have to imagine that things are no different for the Wolverines fans across Ann Arbor in southeastern Michigan as well. A very close game. Harkens back to the last time these two teams were in the top 5 when they played each other. back in 2006, a 1-2 matchup. The final margin of that game, a 3-point difference. Wolverines dropping that one 42-39. Here, again, a 3-point difference, but still a lot of football to play.
It's been 16 years since Michigan last won at the Shoe. Last time it was 2000. Michigan won 38-26. The Wolverines looking to pull off that feat for the first time in over a decade in change.
So for Ohio State offensively here, as they begin this drive, first drive of the fourth quarter for them, you have to look to J.T. Barrett. He's 9 of 23 in the air on the day, 57 yards and an interception. And, again, J.T. Barrett is one of the most dynamic players in the history of Ohio State football. He's going to go down in the history books as potentially the best quarterback in Big Ten history, at least statistically. But, looking at his performance today, really you think of great players as those who step up in the moment against their rivals. So far today, it hasn't done it. It's really been the defense for Ohio State that's kept them in this game. You have to imagine that, if they're going to find some success here offensively, it's going to start with J.T. Barrett throwing the ball a little bit better than he has.
14:04 still to go in this one. The 113th meeting between Michigan and Ohio State comes to you live from the Horseshoe. I'm Leo Blavin, Eli Sherman joining me as the color commentator. Jeremy Parks, our spotter, Will Yang, our pregame, halftime, and postgame show, which you can only hear online at youtube.com/WCBN Sports. Ready to get back underway in a matter of moments. J.T. Barrett will start in the shotgun with two wide to the right. Curtis Samuel in the backfield to his right. Noah Brown wide left. Ohio State trails Michigan 14-17. The Buckeyes with the opportunity to take their first lead of the second half. TV time is over. The clock is running. We're ready to get back into play. Mike Weber motions into the backfield. Samuel into the slot left. Weber to the left of Barrett, who's in the shotgun. He takes the snap, fakes the run. He's wrapped it from behind, eludes the tackler. Wormley finally gets there to stuff him for a 1-yard loss.
Michigan had a couple of guys in the backfield, but J.T. Barrett, again, elusive there in the backfield, ends up still getting tackled for the 1-yard loss. But for Ohio State, that's better than a 4-yard loss. And if that's not J.T. Barrett in the backfield, that 4-yard loss is what it would have been.
Boy, would a turnover be huge here for the Michigan defense. 2nd down and 11 for Ohio State, trailing by a field goal. The ball will be snapped from the Buckeye 15. Barrett lined up at the 10 in the shotgun. Two receivers out wide to both sides. Barrett looking to throw. Pressure coming quickly. He drops up the middle. Mike McCray makes the open field tackle to limit Barrett to just a 5-yard carry. And Barrett trying to use the field judge as a blocker, but McCray eludes the referee as well to get the stop against the elusive signal caller for the Buckeyes.
Mike McCray actually reading that referee pretty well. He knows that Barrett has to go to Barrett's right, able to get around him and meet him there just as he passed that referee and stop from what would have been a first down, if not more.
62 yards now on the ground for J.T. Barrett in this game. Under 13 minutes to go. Ohio State trailing by a field goal. It's 3rd down and 6 from their own 20. Barrett takes a snap, looking to his left. Pressure coming from the backside. He's hit. Gary wraps him up, throws him to the turf. Correction, that's who else? Mike McCray, the middle linebacker, coming in there to make the stop.
Mike McCray, 2 excellent tackles in a row. The first one to keep J.T. Barrett from picking up a first down, stops it as a 5-yard gain, and then gets a 5-yard loss there on the tackle for loss, sacking Barrett in the backfield. As Ohio State sets up to punt, we're going to get you with a quick station ID. You're listening to the home of Wolverines student broadcast on 88.3 WCBN FM Ann Arbor.
Cameron Johnston lined up at his own 2-yard line. Jabril Peppers at his own 40 looking to return. Pressure coming. Johnson gets it off. And Peppers signals for the fair catch, which he fields at his own 37-yard line. Another booming punt from the Aussie, Cameron Johnson, on his final game here at the Horseshoe. 5 sacks now on the day for the Michigan defensive line. They've delivered as much as Michigan fans could have asked for.
Want to take an opportunity to talk about Cameron Johnston, the punter for Ohio State. It was only about 5 or 10 years ago that Australian punters really started making headway into American football, but every single time you see an Australian punter, they're one of the best in the college game. I think it's a testament to the style of rugby that they're able to really boot the ball in those low-line drives. Michigan, you would have expected them to have a few more opportunities to block some punts, but other than that running into the kicker penalty, Michigan hasn't really tried very hard to block Johnson's punts, and Johnson is making them pay, really turning field on Michigan, forcing them to go deep downfield. Jabril Peppers hasn't really had an opportunity to return a punt. He's done well in the kicking game. Ohio State's punter, check that. Tyler Durbin, not a very good kicker, as we saw in the field goal game, and then also kicks it short on kickoffs. But in the punting game, you really got to give it to Cameron Johnston, forcing Michigan back deep and not offering any returns for the dynamic Jabril Peppers.
Johnston on the day, 6 punts, averaging 46 yards per punt. 3 of those have eclipsed 50 yards, so he has been the difference maker for Ohio State.
And the few that haven't eclipsed 50 yards have been, those shorter punts, high hang time punts, getting that backspin and forcing Michigan to pin back deep in their own zone.
Coming into today's game, Ohio State had allowed just 12 touchdowns on the season. They've allowed 2 today, and will go back on top by double digits. Easier said than done, though. Most importantly, I think for the Wolverine offense, they have to take care of the football. They already have 3 turnovers today, including 2 Wilton Spade interceptions, both resulting in touchdowns.
And a quick update from out of town, down about 100 miles south of the Shoe in Louisville. The University of Kentucky, SEC foe, is on top against Louisville, 38-31. They have the ball early fourth quarter. That would be a huge upset for what has been a program-building year for the Wildcats of Kentucky, knocking off a top 15 opponent.
Anything can happen on Rivalry Week, as we're seeing here at the Horseshoe. 12:03 still to go in this one. Michigan leading Ohio State 17-14 as the third-ranked team in the country, currently leading by a field goal over the second-ranked team in the nation. Michigan looking to punch their ticket to the Big Ten championship game. Ohio State looking to punch their ticket to the college football playoff with a win. Spate will be under center here. First down and 10 for the Wolverines. They will snap this one from their own 38-yard line, leading by a field goal. Davion Smith, the tailback. Spate fakes the give, has time, drops back, now steps up. He gets rid of it. It's nearly intercepted. He was hit from behind as he got rid of it. He's got to be smarter there. Taking the sack, it's not the worst thing. Fortunately for Michigan, it falls incomplete.
I think right there, Wilton Spate thought he had a man, and the reason he didn't get it off real quick is that he hesitated, and that's what caused the near interception. Wilton Spate, again, he's been a little bit shaky these past couple drives. Needs to settle down in that pocket.
Second down and 10. It's Karan Higdon, the tailback. 2 out wide to both sides. Spate, delay give to Higdon, cut to the right side. A good block, but not enough, as the tackle is made by Raekwon McMillan once again in the open field. No gain.
Mason Cole, lucky not to be called for a hold there, had Raekwon McMillan's arm firmly in his grasp. Raekwon McMillan getting off that block to make the tackle for no gain.
11:30 to go in this game. A big third down, the biggest of the game thus far. Michigan will snap it, needing 10 yards to move the sticks from their own 38-yard line, leading at 17-14 with 11:20 to go. Spade has trips receivers and now motions Chesson wide left, Darbo wide right. Higdon the tailback. Third down and 10. Pressure coming. Spade chased from behind. He will go down for the second sack of the game for the Buckeyes. Nick Bosa brings him down, the true freshman making a big play, and the Wolverines go punt.
Nick Bosa, for Ohio State, the younger brother of Joey Bosa, an All-American defensive tackle. And Nick Bosa definitely showing his pedigree there, getting off the block, sacking Wilton Spate. Michigan forced to go 3 and out. This game really feels like it's starting to be a stalemate. The next big play could be the difference maker here.
Big punt for Kenny Allen. It's a low snap. He fields it cleanly, however. Gets it off. Samuel comes under it and fields it. Tries to spin through a tackler, does not. But Ohio State will have great field position starting this drive at their own 37-yard line. A field goal separating them from a tie game, a touchdown separating them from the lead with 10:32 to go in this game. Michigan's defense really could use a turnover here.
sorry to cut in your call there on the punt, but Curtis Samuel, surprising to see him try and return that. Michigan seemed to have that punt very well covered. Didn't elect to take the fair catch, and that's a dangerous play for Curtis Samuel. I think next time he needs to fair catch that and just take the play where it is. Avoid a fumble, avoid a very costly turnover in his own territory. Ohio State will start their next drive from their own 37, 10:32 remaining here in the fourth quarter. They trail by 3, and again, neither team these past couple drives has had any sort of offensive output, maybe a first down here or there. But other than that, not really stringing anything together. Ohio State, that's been the story all game. But Michigan now starting to fall victim to Ohio State's defensive performance. And again, you'd have to imagine that if one of these teams gets a deep shot downfield or maybe breaks open a big run and opens things up in the opponent's side of the field, that could be, again, the difference maker. Maybe a touchdown. This game probably going to come down to less than a field goal or thereabouts. Michigan currently leads by 3. The line at the start was 6.5 points in Ohio State's favor. Here, the home favorite. The Ohio State crowd's trying to will their offense to find some consistency here. Several straight 3-and-outs for Ohio State's offense. Again, J.T. Barrett, 9 of 23 in the air, 57 yards passing, 1 interception, an equal 57 yards on the ground, 16 carries, a 19-yard long. That is the leader for Ohio State offensively. They only have 152 total yards, and it has been a slog for Ohio State's offense.
10:32 remaining in this one. Michigan leading at 17-14. The TV timeout seemingly getting longer as this game progresses. We thank you all for listening to WCBN sports coverage of Michigan football. I'm Leo Blavin, Eli Sherman joining me high above the Ohio State sideline. 273 total yards of offense for the Wolverines, 152 for the Buckeyes. And Michigan currently holding a 10-minute time of possession advantage. None of that will matter, though, if the Ohio State Buckeyes can get a score here on offense. Their lone score offensively in this game came with just one play from 1 yard out. Can Michigan's defense make a play, get a turnover? A defensive score here would be absolutely huge, sending shockwaves all the way back to Ann Arbor if they can generate a turnover. Back underway here. Barrett in the shotgun, trips out wide to the right, 2 to the left. Undoubtedly, one will motion into the backfield. Looking towards the sideline and already taking a step in or two is Curtis Samuel, but he's staying put for now. And he will stay out wide to the right. Barrett alone in the shotgun. Now Samuel motions towards the left side. Barrett fires it out to the right side, and it's off the chest and incomplete. Harris Campbell, the intended target, his first target of the game, results in a drop. .10:28 to go. Some untimely drops in this game. That one not on J.T. Barrett. That's simply a drop by the redshirt sophomore from Akron, Ohio. 2nd down and 10. Barrett quickly under pressure, has room up the middle. Eludes a tackle from behind. Peppers trying to bring him down the open field. Unable to restore across the 40. Down the Michigan sideline. Across the 22-yard line is where he finally steps out of bounds. A big hole opened up the middle, and Barrett took advantage with a massive scamper. DeMonte Thomas finally shoved him out, but the Buckeyes closing in on the lead.
A huge, huge play there for J.T. Barrett. That's the longest play from scrimmage for Ohio State today. Hugest play for either team today from scrimmage. J.T. Barrett picking up the first down and then some, moving to the 22 of Michigan.
A 41-yard run, the longest offensive play of the game for Ohio State. Barrett closing in on 100 yards in this game on the ground. Under 10 minutes to go. Ohio State trailing by a field goal with the ball at the Michigan 22. Barrett has time, fires it out to the right side. Curtis Samuel makes the catch with Peppers in coverage for an 8-yard pickup. 2nd down and 3 upcoming at the 15 of Michigan.
And now this is where Don Brown's defense really has to stand tall. If they can force a field goal, they're still very much in this game. A touchdown makes it a little bit uglier given how Michigan's offense has performed of late.
Barrett takes the snap on 2nd and 3. Pressure coming. Taco Charlton brings him down at the line of scrimmage. Maybe a 1-yard loss. This could be a sack, but it looked like a designed run. 3rd down and 3. And I keep saying it, this the biggest play of the game so far.
Ohio State needs 3 yards to pick up a first down and potentially goal to go.
Mike Weber comes in from the sideline. Dontre Wilson comes off. 3rd down and 4. Barrett barking out signals to his offensive line. The ball at the Michigan 16. Ohio State trailing by a field goal with 9 minutes to go. Mike Weber to the left. Curtis Samuel to the right of Barrett in the shotgun. It's an option read. Barrett will keep it. Running to the right side. He needed 3 yards, and it's going to be very close depending on the spot.
Based on where the referee is standing right now, I think that's a rough spot. JT Barrett dove forward.
It's 4th down.
It looked like enough, but they're going to mark it as 4th
And
down.
Urban Meyer urging the Ohio State to get to the line quickly. Weber to the left, Barrett in the shotgun. Michigan brings pressure, but before it, Ohio State will use their 2nd time into the game. Surprised at all, Ohio State going for it. A field goal ties it up with 8:32, and Michigan's offense has shown no signs of anything but providing opportunities for Ohio State.
And big criticism in these close games the past couple of years for Ohio State has been Urban Meyer hasn't been aggressive enough with his guys, especially with JT Barrett last year with Ezekiel Elliott. Here, I like to see it out of Urban Meyer. Going for it there on 4th down, trying to go quick. Obviously taking the time out here, maybe getting a second look on the spot from the referees. But, right now the referees are just having a discussion, almost exchanging pleasantries. Doesn't look like they're thinking about reevaluating that spot.
And it's so hard to see those overturned.
In any case, it looks like JT Barrett is the man standing there ready to go.
They are practicing the snap and the kick on the sideline. No indication, though, that those guys are going to enter.
But a 4th down pickup here would be absolutely huge for Ohio State.
And they're going to go for it.
Going for the field goal, that's, you tie the game, but it's not quite as much of a momentum.
And with
8:32,
8:32 still to play, this is hardly the ball game if Ohio State can't convert.
Now
they're going to review it.
And kind of surprising to see them take that long to make the announcement. The referee had a solid minute during that timeout to make the decision. Now they're finally going to take a second look at it. Again, frequently these bad spots, it's basically a coin toss on whether or not they overturn it. Sometimes it seems clear as day, but they can't reverse it. And in other situations, it seems that the guy is short, and then they give him the extra yard. The angle we're seeing on the scoreboard here at the shoe is
it appears they got it right.
Inconclusive. Not a really great angle.
Yeah, and it appears he was about a half-yard short. Be shocked if they overturn. I shouldn't say I'd be shocked. We've seen Big Ten officiating at its finest throughout this season, but it appears he's a good half-yard short.
And if Ohio State does choose to go for the field goal, we did see the fake punt earlier in this game. It's possible that they will elect to do the same thing here and maybe put Michigan on their back shoes. Maybe if they're able to successfully convert the field goal or the fake, you'd expect them to get a few more yards, maybe convert the touchdown. Here's the call.
After review, previous play stands as call.
So the play stands. It will be 4th and about half a yard to gain, if that. Ohio State still in the huddle down there on their own sideline.
Not playing for the tie, they're playing for the win. 8:32 still to go here in the 4th quarter. Michigan's defense trying to prevent Ohio State from gaining the half yard needed to move the sticks. Ohio State with just one timeout remaining, so I'd be surprised if this is just an effort to draw Michigan offside.
And given
State's O-line urging the crowd to quiet up. Ohio State will take it from the shotgun. Weber to the left of Barrett, 2 out wide to the right. Michigan looking to bring pressure. The give to Weber, stuffed in the backfield, but he gets through the second wave, and there was enough of a hole on the left side for the freshman from Detroit to move the sticks. Goal to go for the Buckeyes.
And given the struggles for Tyler Durbin this year in the kicking game, that's absolutely the right call. It extends this drive, and it gives Ohio State to punch this one in and take the lead.
Ohio State quickly back to the line, 1st and goal from the 8. And Michigan will use their second timeout of the half. A chess match continuing between defensive coordinator Don Brown and Urban Meyer and the Ohio State coaching staff.
Not sure what Michigan's coaching staff saw on that one. Clearly 11 guys on the field, maybe just the wrong personnel. Ohio State quickly going to the line, no huddle, no offensive players off the field, so Michigan can't switch personnel. Obviously set up for the 4th down. They went big, and then needing to spread things out as Ohio State had 1st and goal from the 9. Another full media timeout here. 8:07 left on the clock. We're at the shoe. You're listening to WCBN Sports. Eli Sherman and Leo Blavin on the call. And Michigan, they have the 17-14 lead, but it seems that lead is getting closer and closer to evaporating right in front of their eyes. JT Barrett, a huge run a few plays ago to turn field, and now 1st and goal from the 9, trying to take their first lead since the beginning of the second quarter.
This is a game Michigan led by 10 halfway through the 3rd quarter. That lead is shrinking, and it almost seems imminent that Ohio State will take their first lead of the second half.
A turnover. I cannot not overstate how critical a turnover would be for Michigan here.
Ohio State's got 3 of them. Michigan has recovered just 1 turnover from the Buckeyes.
But even so, a 3rd down stop and force a field goal would be just about as big for this Michigan team, given how Ohio State has moved the ball so successfully on this drive.
Chance of let's go Buck echoing throughout the horseshoe. Still waiting to get out of these excruciatingly long television timeouts. It'll be 1st and goal out of the timeout. Ohio State 9 yards away from the lead for the first time in the second half.
The man in red down on the opposite 22-yard line. Probably the only person in Ohio Stadium that is wearing red that is not an Ohio State fan. He, of course, represents the media timeout. Probably also the most hated man in the stadium. Fans on both sides of this rivalry hate their TV timeouts. In any case, Ohio State will be set to go 1st and goal from the 9-yard line. The last time Ohio State made it to the red zone, they punched it in a 1-yard score for Mike Weber off the Wilton Spade interception.
Still waiting to get out of this timeout. Michigan has dominated this game statistically, 273 yards to 206, but the defense on the verge of getting up their 2nd touchdown of this half. We break out of the respective huddles. 8:07 to play in this game. Michigan leads Ohio State 17-14, but the Buckeyes have 1st and goal from the 9. Barrett in the shotgun as Weber to his right, 2 out wide to the right, 1 out wide to the left. Michigan with 6 in the box. Option read. Barrett will give to Weber this time. Jordan Lewis gets stiff-armed at the 10. Weber sidesteps another defender down to the 6-yard line. That's a tackle Jordan Lewis almost always makes.
And a beautiful leveling block from Marcus Baugh, the tight end. 2 Wolverines down on the field. One of them, DeMonte Thomas, he was the one that got hit by Baugh.
The other, Taco Charlton, and that would be an even bigger loss. These are both 2 huge losses for Michigan.
Didn't quite see what happened to Charlton, but he was near the end of the play.
Ohio State has remained healthy throughout this game, as has Michigan. This would be a tough break for the Wolverines if they lose either of these 2 guys for the remainder of this contest with 7:57 still to go.
Michigan lost Ryan Glasgow early in the first quarter, a potential concussion, but went through the protocol, returned into the game. Taco Charlton is up.
Both players getting off under their own power.
DeMonte Thomas walking a little bit slowly. Looking at the replay, it was a hard hit up high. Clean hit, but a hard hit nevertheless. Taco Charlton moving slowly as well. Looked like maybe a lower body injury to Taco Charlton.
No time for Michigan to lick their wounds. This is continuing to be a pressure-filled game. This play upcoming, no exception. 2nd and goal from the 5. It's the 4th quarter, under 8 minutes. Ohio State looking to take this first lead of the second half. Ball motions into the backfield. Barrett rolling out to his right side. Hit as he throws over the middle. It's incomplete. It went off the hands of Noah Brown and then off the outstretched fingertips of Tyree Cannell. 3rd and goal upcoming from the 5.
A lot going on that play. JT Barrett rolling right. Michigan very well covered across the right side of the field. Getting that tip pass. In any case, it would have been broken up. Michigan doing a nice job as Barrett rolled out.
3rd down and goal from the 5. 7:43 to play in this game. Ohio State trailing Michigan 17-14. The Buckeyes looking to take the lead. Shotgun. Barrett. Design run up the middle, and Michigan had it snuffed out. Holds Barrett to a 3-yard carry. 4th and goal upcoming from the 2. The field goal unit remains on the sideline. And now they come out. And I will say, for most Michigan fans, a sigh of relief.
Well, they aren't out of the woods yet. Ohio State, of course, could still fake. We saw them fake punt earlier in this game, earlier in this half.
And Durbin could miss, of course.
And Durbin, even if Durbin does tie it up, it's a tie game with 7 minutes to go.
It's a 20-yard field goal. Good snap, good hold. The kick is up. The kick is no good. He missed it. Durbin 0 for 2 on the day. And the horror show for the Ohio State fans continues with the kicking game. Durbin not having his best performance. What a huge break for Michigan. And because it was kicked inside the 20, that ball was moved out to the 20-yard line. Michigan special teams, I don't know what you call it, but that's a huge play.
Leo, I'm just about speechless. I don't know what to say about that. That's a shorter
Stunning.
than a 20-yard attempt. And Durbin just, Michigan didn't even try and put pressure. You look at the Michigan's defensive line on that play, they basically stood straight up and conceded the field goal. And Durbin now gives Michigan the opportunity to really ice this clock. They've struggled to move the ball these last couple drives, but now a 3-point lead, 7 minutes on the clock. It's their game to lose.
And 1 timeout for both sides. Michigan starts at their own 20 with a 3-point lead. Spade under center. Gives to Smith, running towards the left side, gets across the 20 and no further. Tripped up at the line of scrimmage and falls forward for a 1-yard pickup.
Michigan, they had success a lot earlier on the ground so far in the day. 68 yards, but they really opened it up. I think Michigan needs to spread the field out, give it to their speedbacks, put Higdon back in this game or Chris Evans, and give them some opportunities to pick up big yardage on the ground.
Michigan's been held to under 2 yards a carry. 2nd down and 8. They give to Smith, running towards the right side, has a few blocks, finds a crease, and gets across the 25, a nice 6-yard scurry from the senior tailback.
Conservative play call there on 2nd and long. Now it's a 3rd and mid situation, 3rd and 4. Michigan brings in the slot receiver, Grant Perry, who's had 4 catches on the day. He could be the target here across the middle of the field. Michigan, a huge pickup if they're able to get it here.
Under 6 minutes to go. Michigan leads at 17-14. The ball at their own 26. They're 8 of 15 on 3rd downs today. 2 out wide to the left, 1 to the right. The lone man on the right is Darbo. Davion Smith, the running back. Spate looks across the middle, and he threw it behind Darbo. Incomplete. That throw needed to be on the money. It was not. And Michigan will punt with 5:46 to go.
Will Spate needed to connect on that throw. That's the 2nd consecutive Darbo-Spate connection that failed because Spate threw behind Darbo. And there, again, a critical 3rd down that Michigan comes up short. They only knock about a minute and a half off the clock. Ohio State is going to have great field position.
Kenny Allen on to attempt the punt. A booming kick, spiraling. Curtis Samuel's going to have to let it bounce. It takes a Michigan bounce towards the sideline, now bounces towards the Buckeye target end zone, out of bounds at the 17. A punt that Michigan desperately needed, and they get. And the Michigan defense back on the field, looking to redeem themselves. They gave up a lot of yards in the last drive, and we're fortunate that the Buckeyes were victim to a missed 20-yard field goal. 18 is officially where that ball is marked out of bounds.
Michigan on that drive, about a minute 20 off the clock. That's not going to do it. They needed at least a 1st down and force Ohio State to let them eat up time on the ground. Now Ohio State has an opportunity. They drove the field really well in that last drive. Obviously, it didn't turn out well for them with the missed field goal. But Ohio State, again, they're going to have confidence now offensively.
Ohio State looking to punch their ticket to the playoff. But still some whistles, and the chain gang on the far sideline never got set.
It looked like maybe the chain gang, now they have those markers down on the field. An announcement for the referee.
Chains are tangled. Fortunately, this big Ohio State sideline has several extra pairs of chains. I don't know if I've ever seen that before, but they have the replacement chains coming out in the field, a bit of levity given this tense situation. 5:36 still to go in the fourth quarter. Michigan leads 17-14. Fresh set of chains out there on the field.
It almost sounded like a joke from the head referee making the announcement to the fans that the chains were tangled, but they're set, ready to go now. 5:36 left to go here in this fourth quarter.
Taco Charlton back on the field. Tyree Cannell in for DeMonte Thomas. 1st and 10. The Buckeyes trail by a field goal, and the ball's at their own 18. One timeout for each side. In the backfield is Weber. He rolls out to the left. Pressure coming from the backside. Taco Charlton gets to Barrett, brings him down for the sack. 6 sacks on the day for the Maize and Blue. This one the biggest yet. A 7-yard loss. The Ohio native, Taco Charlton, welcoming himself back to Columbus.
JT Barrett all day has done a nice job of eluding the pressure in the backfield. Even in the cases when he's gotten sacked, he's been able to get a few yards back. There, he's not able to.
Ohio State quickly back to the line. Empty set. Barrett will tuck it and run up the middle. Mo Hurst eluded the blockers, but he wasn't able to bring him down. And Barrett finding those holes up the middle, waiting for that defensive line to crash in and picking up positive yardage once again. That, a 10-yard scamper. Tyree Cannell in for the stop. 3rd down and 7. I don't think Ohio State's in 4-down territory yet with 4:40 to go. Still back deep in their own territory. They'll snap it from their own 21-yard line, needing 7 yards to move the sticks. Barrett in the shotgun has Weber to his left, 3 out wide to the right, 1 to the left. Michigan rushing just 4. Pressure finally coming. Fires it over the middle. Good coverage. It was well over its intended target, and the flag comes from way downfield. That ball was nowhere near catchable. This is a horrendous flag to throw at this point in the game. It was Jordan Lewis on the cover.
I can see why the flag was thrown. Jordan Lewis getting a little bit too up in the grill of the intended receiver, but that's not a catchable ball by any means. Pass interference, obviously the call there, and it's going to be a 1st down for Ohio State. What should have been a punt turns into a 1st down. Ohio State getting a big chunk of yards, 15 yards downfield.
And it was Delano Hill on the coverage, grabbing around the horse collar and just seeing it. He never gave the receiver an opportunity to make the play. I could see that one going either way. Regardless, it goes against Michigan. 1st and 10 for the Buckeyes off the pass interference penalty. The Buckeyes with it at their own 36. 4.5 to go, trailing by a field goal. Weber motions out wide to the right. Barrett has time. Fires it over the middle. Once again, batted at the line of scrimmage by Brian Monet. And it simply falls incomplete. Michigan's getting a couple deflection at the line of scrimmage in this game.
And Michigan had that play well covered down the right side. All 3 of the receivers were in single coverage, but nevertheless, it was tight coverage and it was very well covered. There wasn't really a lot of openings. It would have taken a nice effort to haul in that whatever catch, whatever receiver that was intended to. Nevertheless, the tip forces the incompletion.
Can a Michigan defensive back make a play late in this game? 2nd down and 10 from the 36 of Ohio State. They trail by a field goal. Barrett in the shotgun has Weber to his right, 2 out wide to both sides. A lot of room over the middle. Fires it over the middle. Has his man who cut back behind the yardage needed to gain. It's KJ Hill. And the ball came to the turf at the end, but they're going to rule him down. Now picked up the loose ball and then some shoves after the play. You're not going to get a flag this late in the game for ticky-tack stuff like that.
KJ Hill had the 1st down. He was about 3 yards past the line to gain, but ran backwards. And now Ohio State is looking at a 3rd and short.
3rd and 1 is what it reads on the scoreboard. Ohio State quickly to the line. The give is to Weber, who hurdles over the line of scrimmage and picks up the 1st down with a 2-yard hop.
Ohio State is driving this ball downfield. The offense continuing that momentum from their last drive. And Michigan really needs a stop here to get the ball back on their side of the
1st and 10, Ohio State at their own 48. Play action. Barrett, all the time in the world, fires over the middle. Samuel wide open across the Michigan 40 down to the 35-yard line. Holes opening up at the 2nd level of Michigan's defensive pass defense.
Michigan, also their defensive line, giving a lot of time to JT Barrett. Earlier on, they were giving pressure. Now Taco Charlton goes down. Ohio State thinks it's a fake injury to stop Ohio State's momentum. But again, Michigan's defensive line, they've been giving JT Barrett way too much time in that pocket earlier in the game. Earlier in this drive, they got to JT Barrett, but once they got the conversion after the pass interference call, JT Barrett has had time to throw downfield and has been able to find those connections.
Tucker Charlton's not a guy Michigan fans want off the field. He's going to get booed, but he has to sit out a play, and I think that's an edge for the Buckeyes as he continues to get booed. Always classy here in Columbus. 3:31 to go. Michigan leading it 17-14 off the injury stoppage. It will be 1st and 10. DeMonte Thomas back in, but Charlton, who was injured on that last possession, goes out. Mike Weber will be to the right of Barrett at the Michigan 36, needing a field goal to tie a touchdown to take the lead here late in the game. Michigan with 3 down linemen looking to bring pressure perhaps. They'll rush 4. Pressure just not getting there. Barrett all sorts of time. Now the pocket collapsing. Barrett rolling out to the right side, and he steps out of bounds after a 4-yard carry.
Michigan had 5 guys rushing JT Barrett there, and Ohio State's offensive line, which has struggled today, really just stood tall. They gave Barrett all sorts of time. Nobody opened downfield, but Barrett able to pick up 4 yards.
2nd down and 6, under 3 minutes to go in this game. The 3rd-ranked Buckeyes trail Michigan at home, 14-17, but the Buckeyes are driving. Barrett in the shotgun as Weber to his left, 2 out wide left, 1 out wide right, tight end to the left side. Barrett drops back once again, all the time in the world. Pocket starting to collapse, he'll tuck it and run with a lot of room up the middle. Jukes through a defender across the Big Ten logo at the 25, down to the 22-yard line. 1st and 10, Ohio State.
JT Barrett once again stands in the pocket a good 3 seconds, realizes there's nobody there.
Michigan's got a blitz.
Turns it upfield. Michigan needs not only to blitz, but to find pressure, get those swim moves, maybe a stunt.
Barrett quickly to the line. Hit as he throws, fires it, and the catch is made by Noah Brown. Michigan trying to strip him of the football. He gets it inside the 10, goal to go with 2:27 to go. Michigan might have to think about using that timeout now.
Everybody on Michigan's defense stopped on that play. I think they thought there might have been a whistle on the field. JT Barrett, real lazy throw down the left side, goal to go.
Barrett quickly to the line, early motion again, and finally they throw the flag. This is getting absurd. That's about the 5th time we've seen an Ohio State lineman. This will be the 2nd penalty of the game for a total of 6 yards against Ohio State. And that's about the 6th one they could have thrown in this game.
And I think that's what the call was on the previous play that they missed.
Mm-hmm.
Michigan just stood up at the line. And, you know, it reminded me last week in Sunday Night Football, there was a fake spike, which Ben Roethlisberger found Antonio Brown. Everybody on the field just stopped, and the play continued. Offense still went, and Ohio State taking advantage of that.
1st and goal from the 13, under 2 minutes to go in the game. Michigan leading 17-14. The Buckeyes have missed 2 field goals today. A touchdown here would be a dagger through the faithful Michigan fans who've made the trip. Barrett will keep it, miscommunication, and Wormley brings him down for a 4-yard loss. Urban Meyer heated on the sideline.
There was 1 second left. There was 1 second left on that play clock. JT Barrett had to get that off, and then Ohio State's offense was not ready, snapping the ball right at the last second.
Ohio State still has 1 timeout, as do the Wolverines. Under a minute and a half to go. This likely the game either way if Ohio State can get a touchdown.
22 on the play clock. Urban Meyer can't get a call off.
Still plenty of time.
Really taking their time. 1:20 on the game clock.
Ohio State making it a point that if they score here, it will be the ball game, unless they settle for a field goal, in which case we would head to overtime. 5 on the play clock. Barrett in the shotgun. Clock still ticking. Just gets the snap off in time. Pressure coming. Running up the middle, and he will be wrapped up for a gain of maybe a yard. All sorts of communication errors as we're under a minute to go. And it will be 3rd down and 17. The Buckeyes need to reach the end zone. They can't get another 1st down. They will run out the clock, though, wisely. 2 plays left to go in this game. Both will be in the hands of the Buckeyes in all likelihood.
And this is kind of the same thing we saw Ohio State do last year against Michigan State. Real conservative play calling down the stretch. Lots of mixed communications.
Stacked receivers in the slot right, wide right is a receiver. Barrett steps up in the pocket, fires it over the middle, and it is caught by Marcus Ball at the 6-yard line. Ohio State perhaps playing for I think you have to take the field goal here. There's no first down. It's goal to go. Ohio State has a timeout. They're going to let the clock run out wisely. They do have a timeout. There's some angst in the crowd, but with a timeout to go, Ohio State can take the timeout. I'm not sure why they wouldn't. 8 seconds, 6 seconds, and now Ohio State takes the timeout. They got the snap off. The kick was good, but Urban Meyer perhaps icing his kicker. I don't think that's the case, though. I think that was the wise decision. You have a timeout. You might as well use it. 6 seconds. Durbin's 0 for 2 on the day. The last kick he missed was from 20 yards. He missed the first kick of the game from 37 yards. All the pressure now on the senior from Fairfax, Virginia. He was a soccer player, James Madison, transferred to Ohio State. His first day on campus is when Ohio State won the national championship in 2013, inspired to walk on to the team, and now he has the chance to send this one to overtime in the biggest game of his career.
And, just on the last stretch here, Ohio State had the ball at about the 20-yard line, 2 minutes to go, fresh set of downs, and just the miscommunications, the two plays that were nearly a delay of games, a terrible sack that pushed them back. Ohio State really could have scored the game-winning touchdown here in this drive. Now they're going to rely on Durbin, as you mentioned, to tie this game up and send it to overtime. It's a shock to see Urban Meyer, who's such a good coach, struggle so much with the communication down the stretch.
Michigan has a timeout to use with 6 seconds left. Do they use it? Try to ice Durbin, who's already missed his 2 previous tries.
I wouldn't be surprised. There's no sense saving it.
It will be a 23-yard try from right between the up marks. Harbaugh can't get the snap off. The kick is up. The kick is good, and we are headed to overtime. There's still 1 second to go in regulation, but it is Ohio State 17, Michigan 17. The Buckeyes have been to overtime once this year. They beat Wisconsin 7 with a 7-point margin of victory. Wisconsin unable to score in the overtime period. Ohio State had the touchdown. Michigan, this will be their first overtime appearance this season.
I tell you what, you can't draw up a better script. This game is to put potentially Michigan in the Big Ten championship if Ohio State wins. Surely they're in the college football playoff. The stakes are as high as they can get. This is for a division championship or a shared division championship, and it looks to be added to overtime, barring some sort of insanity on this.
If you're Ohio State,
kickoff.
Their kicker doesn't have the leg to clear it out of the end zone. Do you squib it?
I have to imagine that they squib it or a high kick, as we saw before. Bobby Henderson, the upback, making the catch on the previous kickoff. Perhaps a similar thing here. Jabril Peppers is standing at the 15-yard line.
Let's reset the folks at home. Durbin has missed 2 field goals today, the third, the most important of his career, and he drilled it. And we are tied at 17 apiece with 1 second to go in regulation. Looming as the ball blows off the tee. A game that started at noon has dragged on for 3 hours and 40 minutes. And we have yet to see a clear team come out on top. And overtime is looming. Just the second overtime game of Jim Harbaugh's career at Michigan. Of course, Michigan won in double OT against Indiana a season ago. Durbin wisely squibs this one. It'll be fielded off a couple hops by Jordan Lewis at the 15. Gets across the 20, running towards the sideline. Now cuts back towards the other side of the field. Gets across the 30. Needs a couple blocks. Not sure he's going to get it. Across midfield. Wrapped up from behind. Still going forward in a long return, all for naught with 1 second to go. He needed to reach the end zone. It's still an exciting play. But we will head to overtime. The final at the end of regulation. Michigan 17, the second-ranked team in the nation. Ohio State 17. Eli, all the momentum in Ohio State's favor, though, as we head to the extra time.
An excellent effort there by Jordan Lewis. Really had one man to beat. I think he ran the wrong way around his blocker. Could have turned it upfield on the sideline. But in any case, this one will head to overtime, tied 17-17. The 2-3 matchup, Ohio State and Michigan. I got to think that Ohio State is favored here heading to overtime. Michigan's offense has really struggled down the stretch. Then again, Michigan hasn't really had a red zone opportunity in the second half. Perhaps Wilton State,
they had the crucial off the interception to start the game, the fumble at the goal line.
But Michigan, nevertheless, Wilton State potentially an opportunity to facilitate his kind of offense here starting at the 25-yard line in the overtime period. For those that aren't aware, it will be kind of a first team, second team overtime rules. Both teams will have an opportunity. The team that starts on defense, if it makes it to a second 25-second play clock. Both teams will get one timeout per series. Waiting on to head out to midfield to take the overtime coin toss.
You assume Michigan, if they lose the toss, will obviously the winner of the toss elects to go on defense first. If Michigan loses the toss, you'd expect them to want to go in the north end zone away from the majority of the Ohio State students.
Yeah, we talked about this pregame when we were down on the field. Ohio State's smart to have two student sections, one in that north end zone, the larger, student section in the south end zone. Also Michigan, a couple of their fans, as well as the band, up in the north end zone. But in any case,
10 unanswered from the Buckeyes has sent this game to overtime. And I think they're going to be happy just to be in overtime given the two missed field goals, both chip shots from Tyler Durbin. Still waiting to get out of this TV timeout. Michigan looking for their first win in Columbus since 2000.
Quickly run down the stats for you, highlight some of Michigan and Ohio State's leading players. JT Barrett has been absolutely sensational for Ohio State. 116 yards in the air on 14 of 31 passing, 116 yards on the ground to boot. He's carried this team as you'd expect him to. For Michigan, Wilton Speight 21 of 32 for 205, a touchdown, and the two crucial interceptions.
And now the crucial coin toss. And this will be the first ever overtime meeting between these two sides in the 113-year history of the rivalry here at the Horseshoe. Number 3, Michigan, and number 2, Ohio State, deadlocked at 17. We'll need extra time to decide it.
No referee, Mike, on the coin toss as it appears. Sounds like
it appears that Michigan wins the toss. They will start on defense, and Ohio State, I'm assuming, will head to the south end zone with the student and band looking to urge their defense on when they take the field. Of course, any defensive score by Michigan would end this game, and just based on the rules of overtime, a field goal is a win for either defense.
And, not only is a field goal a win for the defense, but in this game, given the way things have worked, you'd have to think that shifts a little bit towards the offense, not quite as much of a defensive success. If Michigan can force Ohio State to attempt a field goal, however, obviously Tyler Durbin, 1 for 3 on the day, a chip shot field goal to tie the game up late there in the fourth quarter. But the two critical misses, Michigan, you have to imagine, wants to get Ohio State to kick early, and from long distance, Tyler Durbin, again, struggled in the field goal game today.
This would be the first time that Durbin has attempted a field goal towards the south end zone, it's worth noting. Again, it's untimed in overtime, each team getting the ball to start from the 25-yard line. Ohio State will start with the ball first, snapping it from the right hash marks, playing left to right across your radio dial, north to south. From the shotgun, Barrett, option, pitches out to Samuel to the left side, has an edge across the 20, across the 15, cuts back across the 10, and it will be goal to go. A huge scamper on first down, 17 yards for the H-back, Curtis Samuel.
A great play drawn up there by Ohio State. Curtis Samuel getting the pitch wide open on that left side. Oodles of yardage for Curtis Samuel to pick up the first down and make it goal to go on the first drive of overtime.
The first ever meeting between these two sides that has resulted in an overtime being played. First and goal from the 7. Barrett running up the middle, the C's apart, and he's in. Touchdown, Ohio State. A huge drive, just 2 plays, 25 yards, and now Michigan has to respond with a touchdown of their own.
Michigan,
wow, did that happen quickly?
Michigan's defense was so strong for the first 3 quarters of this game, and then 2 long drives by Ohio State tired them out. Right there, we see that they have no answer for the spread option. Ohio State drawing up 2 beautiful plays, spreading the field, getting their speed back. This is not a third
sure thing. Durbin has missed a few PATs on the year. This one, however, is through, and now Michigan needs a touchdown and an extra point to tie up this game. They'll have the ball at their own at the opposing 25-yard line. but that's 17 unanswered for the Buckeye offense.
In Michigan, I got to think that first play, they give Wilton Spade an opportunity to throw maybe something across the middle, force Ohio State's linebackers to cover it. That's where they've had success today. The ground game slowed to a crawl in that fourth quarter. In a
Look at Urban Meyer urging this crowd on their feet. This is as loud a venue as you will ever see in college football, and Michigan is attacking into the belly of the beast. The Ohio State student section jumping up and down. This is hostile territory at its finest in college football.
The absolute largest crowd in Ohio Stadium history, possibly the largest it will ever be again, facing off their biggest rival, looking for a stop here to seal the victory and punch their ticket to the college football playoff.
Urban Meyer urging the crowd on their feet. Michigan trailing 24-17 with the ball in overtime. 1st and 10 from the 25. Spade will start under center in a hostile environment. Chesson out wide to the right, Darbo out wide to the left, Davion Smith, the lone man in the backfield. Play action. Spade has time, fires it out to Jake Butt, turns upfield across the 20, down the Michigan sideline, and out of bounds at the 18, we'll call it. Correction, the 16-yard line. 2nd down and 1 upcoming. Big play to start off over for the Michigan offense, needing a touchdown to tie it.
Michigan with a single setback. It looked like a run off the bat, and that's a good play fake there. Open things up. Michigan running their offense. Conservatism, but strength.
High formation, 2nd and 1. Spade under center, Poggi the fullback, Davion Smith. They give to Smith, running to the right side. Cuts across the 16. Did he get enough for the first down? It'll depend on the spot. It doesn't look like it.
Didn't look like enough. Davion Smith reaching forward. We'll see where they put it.
3rd down.
3rd down and half an inch. Davion Smith looked like he had a hole on the left side, but fouled his blockers, and they couldn't do the job.
Third down and 1 at the 16. Michigan needs a touchdown to extend this game in overtime. Spade gives to Smith. Stutter steps running in the season, part up the middle, and he gets goal to go at the 6-yard line. What a big run there.
Davion Smith again, a big hole on the left side, went up the middle, just tripped up as he crossed the 10-yard line. Could have gotten to the end zone if not for that shoelace tackle coming from the linebacker.
It'll officially be 1st and goal from the 7. It's untimed. We're in overtime. Ohio State leading 24-17. Michigan looking to respond in the first period of extra time. Trips, tight ends to the right, one out wide to the left. The give to Smith, running to the left. Needs a block, doesn't get one. Bounces off a tackler at the 5 and no further. Mason Cole never found a man to block. And Smith limited to 2 yards on 1st and goal.
Michigan relying heavily on their running leader in Davion Smith. He's carried this team all season on the ground. Doing so here in overtime. Michigan taking a lot more conservative plays than Ohio State did. But so far it's working here. 2nd and goal from the 5.
Michigan breaks the huddle with 15 seconds on the play clock. Spade will be in the pistol with Davion Smith behind him. Khalid Hill to his right, 2 out wide to the right. Now Darbo motions in tight. Spade looking to the right side. Throws it at the feet of Khalid Hill, his intended target. Michigan ran that play once before, and it resulted in a touchdown. This time, it's an incompletion. 3rd and goal from the 5.
That play fake looked a little bit mistimed. Khalid Hill not quite open. Did have Jake Butt open on the left side, but that's not where that play is designed to go. And Michigan looking at a 3rd down.
Ohio State defensive coordinator Luke Fickell coaching up his guys on the sideline. 3rd and goal from the 5. Michigan needs a touchdown to tie it. We are in overtime for the first time in this rivalry game. Spade under center. Gives to Smith. Bounces to the right side, now cuts upfield, and it will be 4th and goal from the 4-yard line. This is the ball game upcoming.
Michigan again, conservative play, not getting enough push on the right side from their line.
So you want to be a Big Ten football player. It all comes down to this. 4th and goal from the 4. Michigan needs a touchdown to extend this game. Spate will be in the shotgun as Grant Perry in the slot right, Chesson wide right, Davion Smith, the tailback to his left, Darbo out wide to the left. Snap. Pressure coming. Spate steps up, fires it over the middle. In the middle, the catch is made! What a play, J.U. Chesson, and the PAT will send this to a second overtime period unless Michigan elects to go for two. And there's an injured Buckeye down on the field as well.
That is absolutely the most spectacular catch I think I've ever seen in person. Given the situation, Amara Darbo laying out. Milton Spate was running out of time. The pocket was collapsing, steps up, makes the throw. Darbo well covered, laying out to make that catch and extend this game on 4th and goal from the 5-yard line. My heart is beating in my throat. I don't know about you, Leo, but
and Tyquan Lewis, the star defensive end for the Buckeyes, is coming off the field under his own power. Michigan's offense, their PAT unit is out there, and this is obviously no sure thing in this rivalry game. It's 23-24 Buckeyes. The PAT to send this to a second overtime period. Garrett Moore's the holder. Scott Sitniewski, the snapper. Kenny Allen ready to attempt the PAT. Good snap. The kick is up, and the stunned silence here at the Horseshoe indicates it is through. Second overtime period upcoming. It will be Michigan football, Tie game 24-all.
Michigan on that drive, 7 plays, 25 yards. Obviously, no time off the clock given that it's overtime, but it made you nervous. Several plays, slow developing, running to a stacked line, relying on the blockers, and Michigan able to eke it out, needing a 4th down conversion from the 5-yard line, and Darbo coming up huge to haul that catch in.
And Michigan now on offense gets to switch ends of the field. There will be a strong wind, at least to start this second overtime period, from south to north, right to left across your dial, and from our vantage point as well, high above the Ohio State sideline. We head to the second overtime period, 24-24 the score between Michigan and Ohio State. You're listening to the Michigan Football Student Radio Network, WCBN FM Ann Arbor, and online at youtube.com/WCBN Sports. Once again, our live postgame show from the Horseshoe with Will Yang and Eli Sherman. We'll finish out this broadcast after the game, online only at youtube.com/WCBN Sports. Michigan found the end zone on 4th and goal from the 5. What can they do to not make my heart leap out of its chest on this possession?
Your heart and my heart as well. The referee, perhaps you're catching it on the ambient mic, announcing that they will switch ends of the field. But I think Michigan right here, I said it going into the last drive, Michigan should take a shot at the end zone on the first play. Try and make Ohio State's defensive backs work. So far, Michigan has played really well with that play fake, play action first down. We saw it there to start the drive, but again, if Michigan can force Michigan or Ohio State's defense back on their heels and change the tone, that would be the best option. Michigan clearly does not have the momentum in their favor, given that Ohio State scored 17 unanswered points to tie up the game and then score the first touchdown of overtime.
And regardless of the outcome of this game, this is about as good as you will get in college football. Overtime between number 3 Michigan and number 2 Ohio State from one of college football's great cathedrals, Ohio Stadium, the Horseshoe in Columbus, Ohio. I'm Leo Blavin. Joining me as the color commentator in overtime is Eli Sherman. 24-24 the score, second overtime about to get underway. Michigan with the football going right to left. Chesson in motion. It's a sweep. Chesson needs to make a man miss. He's unable to get the edge. A great open field tackle made on the play there by number 17, Jerome Baker. As Chesson needed to elude that tackler. He still picks up 5 yards, though, on first down from the 25. It'll be second down and 5 from the 20. Michigan starting with the ball here in second overtime period.
Only the second jet sweep we've seen from the Wolverines today. They ran that a lot this year. That was almost their base running play. Saw a couple fakes, but they're getting up 5 yards on first down. That's big.
Spade under center, second and 5. Davion Smith, the tailback. He takes the carry, running up the middle, grabbed at the ankles, and brought down after falling forward for 2 yards.
Another critical third down here. The Wolverines need to convert to extend
You don't
this
want to
drive.
settle for a field goal. From here, it would be approximately a 35-yard kick, but Michigan wants more. It's 3rd down and 4 from the Ohio State 19. Michigan started with the ball this second overtime period, the first ever overtime game between Michigan and Ohio State. Spade in the shotgun, motions Grant Perry from left to right. Has Davion Smith to his left. Spade fires it over the middle, has Perry. Is the arm behind him enough to draw a flag? It is not. Incomplete, much to the dismay of the Michigan sideline. And decision time upcoming. You have to take the points here for Michigan.
Jake Butt voicing his concerns with the referees.
Have to take the field goal here, and Michigan will attempt it. Kenny Allen 1 for 1 on the day. It was Garyon Conley on the coverage, separating Grant Perry from the football. It will officially be a 37-yard kick from between the hashes. A wing slightly at the back of Kenny Allen. Sipniewski the snapper. Garrett Moore's the holder. Good snap, good hold. The kick is up. And the kick is good. And Michigan takes a 27-24 lead with a touchdown here. Ohio State will win the game, likely clinching their berth in the college football play.
The silence indicates the score there as Michigan tacks on the field goal. But again,
That's a win for the Ohio State defense.
that is a win for the Ohio State defense, especially given how quickly they scored on that last drive. 2 plays, and Ohio State found the end zone. Here again, Ohio State looking to punch it in. JT Barrett captaining this offense. You'd have to imagine they do a similar thing, try and spread the field. Michigan's defense has had a little bit of time to rest here, given the offense had 2 straight drives.
Ohio State with the football, trailing by a field goal. A touchdown here wins it. It'll be 1st and 10 from the left hash mark. JT Barrett with Curtis Samuel to his left hip in the shotgun. Slot receiver to the right as well as this receiver wide right, 1 wide to the left. Barrett will tuck it and run up the middle. Lots of room. Matt Godin looks like he got held. No flag coming. And it's a 5-yard carry for the redshirt junior quarterback from Texas, JT Barrett.
And JT Barrett, he was able to run at will on that first play of the last drive, getting down to the 5-yard line right there. Not quite as much room, but still, it's a scary threat for this Michigan defense anytime he's carrying the ball elusive.
2nd down and 5. Ohio State wins it with a touchdown. They trail by a field goal in the second overtime period. Weber motions out wide to the right. Barrett has time, pressure coming off the edge. He has to hold on to the football. He does so, and he goes down for a 4-yard loss on the sack. Coming off the edge was Ben Gedeon, the linebacker. Charlton pressuring off the edge as well. Big 3rd down and 9 upcoming for Barrett.
A 3rd and 9, the longest play that Ohio State has had to convert here in overtime.
They do have a timeout, and they may consider using it. Still plenty of time on the play clock, but you want to get this play right. Huge play for the Michigan defense. They want to try to force a long field goal. Barrett in the shotgun as Samuel to his right. Harbaugh creeping towards the referee. Will not take a timeout. It's a swing pass out. Jabril Peppers trying to get there to blow up the play. Now Samuel cuts back the other way. Glasgow trying to get to him. Samuel keeps cutting back. He has a few blockers in front of him. Needing the 1st down, and he will be held just 2 yards short, maybe a half-yard short, depending on the spot. What an electrifying play. It looked like a near disaster. He cut right to left, and now decision time for Ohio State, and it looks like they're going to go for it.
Curtis Samuel.
Ohio State getting back, put through the line. Harbaugh's got to use his timeout here. Absolutely has to.
An unbelievable play. He was wrapped up 11 yards in the back.
Harbaugh got the timeout just before the snap. Wisely.
Samuel was nearly wrapped up 11 yards in the backfield. Turns field, ran about 70 yards on the play, only picked up 10 yards downfield.
And it'll only look like a 10-yard play on the score sheet, but that could have been the ball game because Durbin is not a guy you want attempting a 50-yarder in overtime. Samuel made something out of nothing and nearly converted on the 1st down. What do you make, though, of the decision? Ohio State, if they get stuffed here, the game is over. Obviously,
Again,
Durbin has had his struggles, but this is the ball game for Ohio State.
Durbin, let's see, they're at the 16-yard line. Durbin, it would be about a 35-yarder, 32-yarder. Given that he missed from short of 20, I have to agree with Urban Meyer here to try and go for it. They've converted every 4th down attempt so far this game. And JT Barrett, again, he's electric for this Ohio State offense. If I were an Ohio State fan, I would want the ball in JT Barrett's hands
Ohio State 12 of
With the game
18
on the line.
on fourth down this year. Fourth down and inches. Michigan leading by a field goal. If they can get a stop here, it's over. Samuel to the left, Weber to the right of Barrett, who's in the shotgun. Barrett will keep it himself. Gideon gets the stop. It'll depend on the spot. The initial signal or the initial placement appears to be a first down, but Barrett was sent backwards. But based on that spot, I think it's going to be enough. First down, the call on the field. They're not going to review it or measure it. And that's a bit surprising, but it's a first down, and Michigan's defense has to regroup.
I think that's a good call by this refereeing squad. He had the initial line again.
They
got
stopped it,
back.
and they are going to review it. The interesting play there was that Barrett didn't fall forward. He got sent backwards. But I agree with you. It appeared he got to the line needed to gain before being hit backwards. But it certainly wasn't as convincing as it could have been because of the big hit Delano Hill delivered.
And I will say this. It would be kind of a lackluster ending to this game if they reverse the call, even as Michigan Student Radio.
Oh, it's close. It's close because the forward arm was not the one possessing the ball, but they're going to need a better angle than the one we're getting on the video board to overturn it.
It would be,
and I do agree, it would be somewhat of a disservice to end it on the official ruling, but it is very close. This one really could go either way, but with the ruling on the field, I don't know if they're going to get enough of an angle to overturn it.
I think as the refereeing squad, it's almost their duty to leave this as a play stands and rule it as, you can't leave it up to the video
I'll
review.
tell you what's difficult about that play, though, is his arm ran into a lineman who was lined up at the 15-yard line. It's going to be about as close as it gets. If the call is overturned, Michigan wins. If not, it'll be 1st and 10 from the 15 with Ohio State needing a touchdown to win. Let's go down to the field.
Held breath in every lung in Ohio Stadium.
The play stands, not enough evidence to overturn it. 1st and 10 Buckeyes, and I think they got the call on the field correct. It'll be Ohio State ball at the 15. 15 yards separating the Buckeyes from the win. Michigan's defense has to respond once more. And a big credit has to be given to Curtis Samuel, who nearly lost 20 yards on the play before. 1st and 10 from the 15. Ohio State trailing 27-24 here in their second overtime period. The give to Samuel on the edge. Has blocked the defender. He will go into the end zone. Untouched. Touchdown, Ohio State. The Buckeyes win it. Ohio State likely headed back to the college football playoff. And the fans storming the field from the student section. Ohio State wins. Curtis Samuel with a dagger through Michigan fans' hearts.
And just real quickly, want to get the station ID since we missed it at the top of the hour. You're listening to 88.3 WCBN FM Ann Arbor. Once again, Ohio State has punched in the game-winning touchdown in double overtime to win it 30-27 here at the Horseshoe, knocking off the number 3 Wolverines. They need a Penn State loss in Happy Valley to make it to the Big Ten Championship, but presumably they have punched their ticket to the college football playoff. What a scene here at the Horseshoe.
The fans pouring on the field. Michigan gave it all they had for the first time in the history of the time. Curtis Samuel with a 15-yard scamper down the left sideline. Finds Pater. He was untouched. Great blocking on the play and an explosive play by the guy who set up that 4th and short. Urban Meyer called this game to win it. They went for it on 4th down and 1. The call on the field stood, and Michigan falls to Ohio State yet again. Urban Meyer 5-0 in the rivalry game, and in all likelihood, Ohio State is headed to the college football playoff for Michigan. They'll have to regroup. Still likely headed to a New Year's 6 bowl game, but it is going to feel extra sour as once again Michigan cannot get it done against their arch nemesis.
Michigan falls to 10-2 to conclude their regular season. Ohio State improves to 11-1. And again, this is just about as storybook as you can write it up. Obviously, as Michigan Student Radio, this one stings a little bit for us, but nevertheless, absolutely these two teams put up. 30-27 the final in double overtime. That's going to wrap up our coverage on the regular broadcast. Stay tuned on YouTube YouTube.com/WCBN Sports, or search YouTube.com for the postgame show. Leo, your final thoughts?
It's a tough way to go out. Michigan will obviously have to regroup. They're still headed to a hopefully favorable bowl game, but once again, the story of Michigan against Ohio State has always been the Buckeyes making the plays they need it most. On behalf of Eli Sherman, I'm Leo Glavin. Thank you to Evan Osterly for engineering us in studio throughout this game. We now head to the postgame show on YouTube.com/WCBN Sports. Here's Jeremy Parks and Will Yang.
Welcome inside the WCBN Sports postgame show high above the shoe in Columbus, Ohio. I'm Jeremy Parks, joined by Will Yang. Will, what happened?
I mean, this is just a crazy game. This is probably the craziest game I've ever been to personally. Rivalry game, championship opportunities on the line, double overtime, and the Ohio State Buckeyes come out with the win in the shoe. Just a crazy game, and it's going to be one for the ages. And the rivalry has been kind of dead. Ohio State has been dominant the past 12 years or so, winning 11 of the last 12. And although Michigan didn't win it, I can say the rivalry's back, and we have a lot more of these games to look forward to.
Will, I don't have anything else to add. I'm pretty speechless. Do you have anything you want to say before we close the broadcast down?
I mean, Ohio State got its turnovers. They capitalized on Michigan's mistakes. This is exactly what I said in the halftime show that Ohio State would have to do, is force Michigan to turn the ball over. Michigan couldn't keep it clean. They had a chance knocking on Ohio State's doorstep on the and that, I think, was the key to the game. Ohio State had a few miscues, but that turnover really flipped it. Ohio State just wore the Wolverines out on defense.
For Leo Glavin, Eli Sherman, Will Yang, and I'm Jeremy Parks, this has been WCBN Sports coverage live from the shoe, the 113th edition of the game. A game for the ages goes in favor of the Ohio State Buckeyes by a score of 30-27. We'll be back with Michigan's bowl game in a few weeks once we figure out what that is. Stay posted. Twitter at WCBN Sports and on the Daily Sports Report on 88.3 Monday through Thursday, 6 to 6:30. But again, for our crew, this has been a wonderful day for our group. And all we can say is thank you for tuning in. And as always, we'll leave you with a good night. And forever, go blue.